Welcome back, romance lovers. This is part 2 of our captivating romance audiobook series. If you missed the drama, passion, and heart-stopping moments of part 1, don't worry, I've got you covered. Just click the link in the description or comments to catch up before diving into this next chapter. Trust me, you don't want to miss a single moment of this epic love story. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and let me know your thoughts below. Chapter 10, Sanctuary. Elena drifted toward consciousness with the languid slowness of a werewolf whose body had been pushed to its limits. Her supernatural healing had dragged her into that deep, restorative sleep that came only when her wolf had deemed it absolutely necessary. Soft morning light filtered through partially drawn curtains, painting golden streaks across unfamiliar walls. For one disorienting moment, panic seized her chest. This wasn't Mateo's sleek, designer-furnished guest suite. Then memories of the previous day's desperate flight crashed back and relief washed through her. The Sombra del Rio clinic. Rafael Ortega's territory. Safety. She was alive. She had escaped. And most importantly, she hadn't been strapped to a ceremonial altar by the man who'd claimed to love her. Ready to have her bloodline abilities permanently extracted, Elena ran her fingers over the simple cotton sheets covering the twin bed. The room was modest but comfortable, functional wooden furniture instead of Mateo's ostentatious modern pieces. Colorful Latino folk art adorned the walls, vibrant paintings, intricate textiles, and a carved wooden figure of wolves running beneath a crescent moon that instantly made her throat tighten with emotion. Her hand flew to her neck, relief flooding through her when her fingers encountered the silver crescent and star pendant, the last connection to her mother. The one thing she'd grabbed during her frantic escape from Mateo's estate. Soft voices drifted through the partially open door, rapid Spanish with the distinctive Colombian inflections she'd noticed in Rafael's speech during their few prior encounters. Her enhanced werewolf hearing easily distinguished the conversation despite their attempt at discretion. The perimeter remained secure overnight, a male voice reported. No Costa de Oro activity within 6 blocks of our territory markers. They're regrouping, not retreating. Rafael's deep, resonant baritone sent an inexplicable shiver down Elena's spine. It carried the easy confidence of an alpha who didn't need to posture to command respect. Mateo won't abandon his search easily after investing so much in the ceremony preparations. Should we increase defensive positions? This voice was female, Lucia, Elena remembered, the healer who had stayed with her until she'd fallen asleep. Maintain current protocol, Rafael decided. Visible escalation might provoke a response we're not prepared to handle. Focus on detection rather than confrontation. Elena found herself nodding at the pragmatic approach. It struck her as characteristic of what little she'd observed of Rafael so far. Measured responses based on reality rather than ego. Where Mateo would have mobilized an aggressive show of force, Rafael prioritized security without provocation. She pushed herself upright, her body immediately conducting its own assessment. Most of the physical trauma had healed overnight. Her raw feet and aching muscles had repaired themselves, leaving only a bone-deep exhaustion that had more to do with emotional trauma than physical damage. Swinging her legs over the edge of the bed, she noticed someone had left fresh clothes on a nearby chair. Jeans, a simple t-shirt, and cotton socks approximately her size. She appreciated the thoughtfulness. Someone had provided necessities without invading her space. After dressing quickly, Elena moved toward the door, just as a soft knock announced a visitor. She opened it to find Lucia waiting with a professional smile that didn't quite mask genuine concern. "You're awake?" the healer observed, dark eyes scanning Elena with a practiced assessment. "How do you feel?" "Better than I should, given yesterday," Elena admitted. "Werewolf healing has its advantages." "Physical recovery, yes," Lucia agreed with knowing wisdom. "The emotional impact takes longer to process, even for our kind." She gestured toward the hallway. "Are you hungry?" The communal kitchen usually serves breakfast until mid-morning. The mere mention of food triggered Elena's wolf metabolism, reminding her how little she'd eaten during the previous day's desperate journey. Her stomach growled loudly enough that both women laughed. I'll take that as a yes, Lucia said with a warm smile. Your wolf definitely has an opinion on the matter. My wolf has opinions on everything, Elena replied with a rueful grin. Unfortunately, she rarely keeps them to herself. As they walked through the corridors, Elena realized that daylight had transformed the clinic. Last night, it had seemed primarily a secure pack headquarters. Now, it bustled with normal medical activity. Treatment rooms accommodated humans receiving conventional health care alongside discrete areas where supernatural patients addressed werewolf-specific needs. We maintain separation between human services and pack activities, Lucia explained as they navigated the organized chaos. Humans receive excellent conventional care without awareness of our dual purpose. Pack members and certain trusted humans have access to additional areas. The arrangement impressed Elena. Integration without exposure, service without vulnerability. When they passed a treatment room where a young human girl received an asthma treatment from a doctor Elena recognized as werewolf, the philosophy became clear. Supernatural abilities enhancing human care without compromising pack security. A security door requiring badge access led them into an area clearly designated for pack members only. This section hummed with different energy, wolves in various states of shift working on pack business, training areas where young werewolves practiced control techniques, meeting spaces where territorial maps covered walls alongside community service schedules. The communal kitchen occupied a central position, a large, well-equipped space designed for both individual meals and collective gathering. Several wolves were already present, their conversations pausing briefly as Elena entered before resuming with deliberate casualness that failed to mask their curiosity about the Luna del Caribe refugee in their midst. Help yourself, Lucia encouraged, indicating a counter where food had been laid out buffet style. Raphael should join shortly. He was called to an emergency early this morning. The spread featured traditional Colombian breakfast items, arepas with various fillings, eggs, fresh tropical fruit, and coffee so strong its aroma alone jolted Elena's senses. She compiled a plate, suddenly ravenous as her wolf metabolism demanded replenishment. Elena had just settled at a table near the window when commotion near the clinic's pack entrance caught her attention. Raphael entered supporting a teenage werewolf who clutched his right arm against his chest, pain evident in his tense posture. Even from across the room, Elena detected the distinctive metallic scent that raised immediate alarm in any wolf. Silver. Preparation Room 2, Raphael directed a nearby staff member, his tone calm despite the urgency in his movements. Silver exposure kit and standard protocols. The efficiency with which the pack responded impressed Elena. No panic or excessive reaction, just coordinated purpose, as the injured wolf was guided toward treatment. Shouldn't a healer handle that? She asked Lucia, who had returned with her own breakfast. Raphael is our most experienced silver treatment specialist, the healer explained, surprising Elena. Before becoming Alpha, he completed medical training focused on werewolf-specific injuries. Silver exposure requires particular expertise. This revelation contradicted every assumption Elena had formed about rival Alphas. Mateo's leadership emphasized business acumen and political strategy, but Raphael apparently brought entirely different expertise to his role, healing skills directly serving pack members' well-being. Before Elena could process this, Raphael himself appeared in the doorway. His gaze found her immediately, despite the room's multiple occupants, relief briefly softening his features before he composed himself. She hadn't truly registered his appearance the night before, too exhausted and traumatized to notice details. Now, she took in the tall, broad-shouldered frame that somehow didn't dominate a room the way Mateo's presence did, despite Raphael being physically larger. His olive skin bore the sun-kissed warmth of someone who spent time outdoors rather than in boardrooms. Black hair, slightly too long to be considered businesslike, was pushed back from a face that featured strong cheekbones and a jaw that could have been sculpted from granite. But it was his eyes that caught and held her attention. Not the dark brown she'd initially thought, but deep amber with gold flecks that suggested his wolf remained close to the surface, even in human form. "Elena," he greeted her, crossing to her table with fluid grace. "I'm glad to see you recovered enough to join us this morning." His scent reached her now. River water and tropical flora, medicinal herbs and clean linen. and beneath it all, something essentially Raphael that triggered her wolf's immediate, curious attention. "Thank you for the sanctuary," she said simply, the words inadequate for the refuge he'd provided when her entire world collapsed. "I'm not sure what would have happened if your scouts hadn't found me." Raphael settled into the chair opposite her, his movements containing that controlled power characteristic of an alpha, constantly aware of how others might perceive each gesture. "They didn't find you by accident," he admitted with characteristic directness. "We've maintained perimeter awareness since learning of Mateo's ceremonial preparations." The casual revelation that Raphael had known about the ceremony instantly raised Elena's defensive hackles. Her wolf surged forward, claws threatening to emerge. "You knew what he was planning," she demanded, hurt and anger flashing through her. "The extraction ritual, the bloodline theft. You knew and didn't warn me?" Raphael's expression registered immediate understanding of her misinterpretation. "No," he corrected firmly, leaning forward to meet her gaze directly. "We knew a mating ceremony was being prepared. That information circulates naturally through supernatural channels. We had no knowledge of extraction elements or bloodline theft components until you arrived last night with your story." His evident sincerity eased Elena's momentary suspicion, though the explanation raised additional questions about supernatural information networks she'd never fully understood, despite Mateo's supposed education about werewolf society. "Had we known of illegal extraction rituals being prepared, we would have intervened through proper supernatural authorities," Raphael continued, conviction in his tone. "Such ceremonies violate fundamental covenants established after the bloodline wars decades ago." Lucia excused herself discreetly, leaving them alone as other pack members similarly created privacy without being obvious about their withdrawal. "I'm still trying to understand everything," Elena admitted, the simple confession encompassing both immediate crisis and larger supernatural context. 24 hours ago, I was preparing to become Mateo's mate, believing our union would join bloodlines beneficially. Now, I'm a refugee from ritual theft, unsure who to trust or what happens next." Raphael's expression shifted to something Elena hadn't witnessed in any alpha before. Not calculated sympathy designed to gain advantage, but genuine empathy. "The disorientation you're feeling is natural," he said quietly. "Having your understanding of reality fundamentally altered creates trauma beyond the specific betrayal itself." The insight struck Elena with unexpected force. Beneath her immediate anger at Mateo's deception lay deeper disorientation, the shattering of everything she'd accepted as truth about her place in supernatural society. "How do I even know what's real anymore?" she asked, the question emerging from that core disorientation. "I believed everything Mateo told me about werewolf society, about my bloodline's place in it, about how packs function. If that was manipulated reality designed to bring me willingly to an extraction ritual, what actual truth can I trust?" Raphael considered her question with the seriousness it deserved, not rushing to offer empty reassurance. "Start with what you can verify through your own senses and experience," he suggested finally. "Your wolf's instincts, your bloodline's inherited memories, your grandmother's teachings. These come from within rather than external authority." The practical approach resonated with Elena. She had grown up relying on Abuela's guidance and her own wolf instincts. "And for the rest?" she asked, gesturing vaguely to encompass the larger supernatural world. Raphael's expression turned thoughtful. "For that, I believe you deserve the unvarnished truth about Miami's packs and your bloodline's place among them. History not filtered through Costa de Oro perspective or sanitized for diplomatic comfort." He glanced at the clock. "If you're feeling recovered enough, perhaps after breakfast we could speak more privately about these matters." The offer of unfiltered information appealed strongly to Elena's need for solid ground. She nodded, returning her attention to breakfast, that her wolf metabolism demanded despite emotional turmoil. As she ate, Elena observed Raphael's interactions with pack members who approached with various questions, his leadership style evident in the way he listened fully before responding, offered guidance without micromanagement, and treated each wolf with individualized attention regardless of status. The contrast with Mateo's more formal approach couldn't have been starker. Both men were undeniably alphas, but they embodied entirely different leadership models. Raphael's grounded in service and community, while Mateo's emphasized strategy and influence through power structures. When Elena finished eating, Raphael guided her toward his office, not the corporate showpiece Mateo maintained, but functional space balancing professional requirements with personal touches. Medical textbooks shared shelves with werewolf histories, community maps marked with both human service points and supernatural territory boundaries, photographs displaying pack gatherings alongside human community events. "You have questions," Raphael observed as Elena settled into a comfortable chair. "Many of them, I suspect. Where would you like to begin?" The direct invitation to set her own agenda, rather than having information curated for her, represented another departure from Mateo's approach. "The 3 Miami packs," she said finally. "Mateo told me about territorial divisions, but always from Icoteoro perspective. I need to understand the actual relationships." Raphael nodded appreciation of her choice, settling back. "Let's begin with what exists, rather than how we came to this point," he suggested pragmatically. Miami currently hosts 3 established werewolf packs, each with distinct territory, philosophy, and bloodline composition. What followed was the history lesson Elena had needed since returning to supernatural society. Not Mateo's carefully edited version, but comprehensive explanation of Miami's complex supernatural landscape. The Costa de Oro pack that Mateo leads comprises primarily Spanish and Cuban elite bloodlines that emigrated during political upheavals of the mid-20th century. Their territory encompasses Miami's eastern financial and luxury districts, South Beach, Brickell, Key Biscayne. Their philosophy emphasizes influence through economic and political power structures. Elena nodded. This aligned with her observations during months at Mateo's estate. My own Sombra del Rio pack formed more recently through coalition of diverse Latino bloodlines, Colombian, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Mexican, settling in Miami's western working-class neighborhoods. Our territory follows the Miami River through traditionally Latino districts. Our philosophy emphasizes community integration and service. The contrast emerged not through competitive comparison, but factual differentiation, 2 functional models of werewolf existence. The third pack, Manglaro Osuro, remains the oldest established supernatural presence in South Florida. Primarily composed of bloodlines with indigenous heritage blended with early European arrivals, they claim the Everglades as territory. Their philosophy prioritizes environmental preservation and ancient traditions, while serving as neutral mediators when necessary. This particularly interested Elena, as Mateo had referenced the Everglades pack primarily as reclusive traditionalists, rather than acknowledging their important mediator role. "These territories and philosophies create natural tensions," Raphael acknowledged candidly. Costa de Oro's development interests frequently conflict with Sombra del Rio's community preservation priorities, while Manglar Oscuro's environmental concerns intersect with both urban packs' expansion desires. Elena leaned forward, finally seeing the framework for pack conflicts she'd witnessed during her time with Mateo. "Where did the Luna del Caribe fit into this structure?" she asked, seeking her own bloodline's place in this complex history. Raphael's expression shifted subtly, suggesting significant information to follow. "That's where Miami's supernatural landscape becomes more complicated," he acknowledged, "because the Luna del Caribe were never meant to belong exclusively to any single pack." Elena's wolf perked up at this revelation. Something instinctive, recognizing truth before her human mind fully processed it. Raphael rose, moving to a locked cabinet on the far wall. Using keys from his pocket, he opened it to reveal a collection of artifacts carefully preserved behind protective glass. Ancient-looking manuscripts, ceremonial items, and historical photographs. "Every pack maintains records of its history," he explained, selecting a particular item. "Most focus exclusively on their own lineage. Sombra del Rio has a different tradition, preserving knowledge of all bloodlines that shaped our collective supernatural heritage." He returned carrying a photograph album bound in worn leather that appeared significantly older than Raphael himself. With careful respect, he opened it to pages organized by date and location. "Your bloodline, the Luna del Caribe, originated in Spain, migrated to Cuba in the 16th century, and eventually established presence throughout the Caribbean basin," Raphael began. What makes them unique in werewolf history is their deliberate resistance to territorial alignment and dominance hierarchies. The statement contradicted everything Elena had been taught about werewolf nature. "I don't understand," she admitted, brow furrowing. Mateo described territories and hierarchies as fundamental to werewolf existence. Natural law rather than pack choice. A smile tugged at the corner of Rafael's mouth. That perspective conveniently serves Costa de Oro's philosophical approach. The historical reality is more complex. He turned the album to face Elena. Wolf nature includes territorial instinct, yes, but how packs express and organize that instinct varies dramatically across cultures and time periods. The pages displayed photographs from 1930s Cuba, formal images showing groups, where Elena immediately recognized her family's distinctive features, appearing across different groupings rather than concentrated in a single pack formation. The Luna del Caribe functioned historically as a cross-territorial bloodline, Rafael explained, indicating specific individuals. Their members maintained presence in multiple packs simultaneously, serving as healers, mediators, and connection points between otherwise separate werewolf societies. This revelation aligned with fragments Elena had received from Abuela throughout childhood, references to her ancestors' healing abilities and diplomatic functions that hadn't made sense within Mateo's territorial framework. The primary supernatural gifts, healing, silver immunity, pack, bond influence, served this mediator function, Rafael continued, turning pages to show similar distribution patterns across different time periods. Unlike conventional pack bloodlines that emphasize dominance traits, Luna del Caribe developed abilities that facilitated connection and reconciliation. Elena studied the images with growing wonder, recognizing her grandfather in several photographs from different pack gatherings. This is why her abilities were coveted, she realized aloud. Not just for their practical value, but because they represent a different approach to supernatural power. Exactly, Rafael confirmed, approval warming his eyes at her quick understanding. The golden flecks seemed to brighten. The Luna del Caribe presented an alternative to dominance-based hierarchy, influence through healing and connection rather than strength and control. The insight illuminated Mateo's interest in her bloodline with disturbing clarity, not merely acquiring useful abilities, but neutralizing a philosophical alternative that challenged Costa de Oro's fundamental approach to power. Rafael turned to later pages showing Miami locations rather than Cuban settings. During political upheavals that drove many Cuban wolves to Miami in the 1000, 950s and 60s, supernatural alignments shifted dramatically. Traditional pack structures reorganized around new territorial opportunities. He paused at a particular photograph that sent a shock of recognition through Elena. Her grandfather, standing proudly beside a woman whose features unmistakably resembled Rafael's own. Both wore white healer's coats over formal attire. "My grandmother Isabela Ortiga," Rafael confirmed, his voice softening. "She trained alongside your grandfather at Havana's Supernatural Medical Academy before both emigrated to Miami during Castro's revolution. They established Miami's first cross-pack healing network before territorial consolidation fragmented their efforts." Elena stared at the photograph, pieces of her family history suddenly aligning in a new configuration. Her fingers traced the outline of her grandfather's face. "Abuela mentioned healing colleagues from before I was born, but never specific names or connections." She looked up at Rafael with new understanding, something shifting between them. "Our families were allies." "More than allies," Rafael corrected gently. "Partners in maintaining balance between increasingly hostile pack divisions. When territorial disputes escalated toward open conflict in the 1980s, Luna del Caribe and early Sombra bloodlines stood together, advocating cooperative approaches while Costa de Oro pushed for dominance-based resolution. This history directly contradicted Mateo's version that Rafael's pack represented an aggressive expansion threat rather than a cooperative alternative. "What happened?" Elena asked, sensing approaching explanation for her family's isolation. Rafael's expression darkened with what appeared to be genuine grief. "The bloodline wars," he said simply. Conflict that began as territorial dispute escalated into targeted attacks on specific bloodlines perceived as threatening established power structures. My parents, Elena whispered, the historical framework suddenly placing their deaths in larger context. The official supernatural record states they were killed by rogue wolves acting independently, Raphael acknowledged with careful neutrality. The truth Sombra del Rio preserved differs significantly. Tell me, Elena demanded, needing unvarnished reality regardless of how painful. Raphael met her gaze directly, offering truth without softening its impact. The attack on your family was a sanctioned operation specifically targeting the Luna del Caribe healing bloodline. Your parents were priority targets because they maintain the strongest connection between rival packs. Your father from Luna del Caribe lineage, your mother from a branch with connections to both Sombra and Costa de Oro heritage, the confirmation of what Elena had overheard at Mateo's estate, that his father had orchestrated the attack that killed her parents, landed with physical force. Her claws emerged reflexively, digging into her palms as she fought to maintain control. Felipe Fuentes led the operation personally, Raphael continued, his tone conveying respect for her ability to handle the truth. As then Alpha of Costa de Oro, he believed acquiring Luna del Caribe healing abilities through capture would secure his pack's dominance while eliminating philosophical challenge to his authority. But they killed my parents instead of capturing them, Elena observed, the tactical discrepancy suddenly apparent. A hint of pride crossed Raphael's face. Your mother fought more effectively than they anticipated. When capture proved impossible, Felipe shifted to elimination. What he didn't know was that your grandmother had taken you to a cultural festival in Little Havana that night. The coincidence that saved her life, Abuela's insistence on attending a neighborhood festival despite her parents' planned meeting, now revealed itself as deliberate protection strategy. Abuela knew, Elena realized. Memories of her grandmother's hypervigilance throughout childhood suddenly making terrible sense. She suspected an attack might come. Carmela Mendoza is a formidable tactical thinker, despite her healer status, Raphael confirmed, respect evident in his tone. When supernatural authorities ruled your parents' death's rogue action, despite evidence of coordination, she made the strategic decision to withdraw from pack structures entirely, protecting you through isolation and anonymity. The missing pieces of Elena's childhood fell into place with devastating clarity. Abuela's insistence on hiding their werewolf nature, her resistance to Elena's attempts to connect with Miami's wolf community as an adult, her immediate suspicion when Mateo appeared in their lives. And now Mateo was attempting to finish what his father started, Elena concluded, anger burning in her chest. Not through violence, but through deception, using attraction and connection to bring me willingly to a ritual his father failed to impose through force. The extraction ritual you described represents direct continuation of Felipe's original objective, Raphael agreed soberly, acquiring Luna del Caribe abilities while eliminating a philosophical alternative to Costa de Oro's dominance model. The historical context transformed Elena's understanding of her own life, not random survivor of tragic violence, but targeted heir to a bloodline that represented fundamental challenge to prevailing supernatural power structure. Why are you telling me this? She asked Raphael directly, wolf instinct requiring clarity about his motives despite apparent transparency. Why offer sanctuary and historical truth without demanding anything in return? Raphael accepted her direct challenge without offense, recognizing legitimate caution after such a fundamental betrayal. Multiple reasons, he acknowledged with characteristic honesty. Some practical, some philosophical, some personal. He closed the photo album carefully before continuing. Practically, preventing Luna del Caribe abilities from becoming Costa de Oro monopoly maintains essential supernatural balance. Philosophically, Sombra del Rio remains committed to the diversity model your bloodline helped establish before territorial consolidation fractured cooperative networks. Elena noted his deliberate pause before the final category. And personally, she prompted, something in her needing to hear it. Raphael met her gaze with unexpected vulnerability that contrasted with his typical alpha composure. My grandmother made me promise to protect Luna del Caribe survivors if opportunity ever arose. Not to control or direct your bloodline, but to ensure your philosophical alternative wasn't lost permanently from supernatural consciousness. The simple explanation carried conviction Elena couldn't doubt. Personal promise rather than political strategy. Individual commitment rather than pack advantage. This fundamental difference from Mateo's calculated approach explained the immediate trust her wolf had felt during their limited prior interactions. Our families were allies before artificial territorial divisions separated our bloodlines, Raphael continued quietly. My grandmother believed, and I have come to agree, that such natural connections remain valid despite political constructs that attempt to override them. His words offered Elena the first solid ground she'd felt since discovering Mateo's betrayal. Connection based in shared history and philosophical alignment, rather than manufactured attraction designed to facilitate bloodline theft. Her wolf responded with immediate recognition of authentic bond where Mateo had offered carefully constructed illusion. Thank you for the truth, she said simply. Even painful reality provides firmer foundation than comfortable deception. Raphael nodded, seemingly unsurprised by her preference for honesty over fabrication. What happens next remains entirely your choice, he assured her. Sanctuary here continues regardless of what path forward you select. The unconditional offer contrasted sharply with Mateo's approach, where each kindness had carried hidden expectation, each support disguised unspoken demand. I need to contact Abuela, Elena decided, practical concern overriding larger philosophical questions. Mateo's people will be watching her, possibly using her to locate me. Already addressed, Raphael assured her. When you arrived last night, I dispatched a protection detail to maintain discreet observation of your grandmother's home and restaurant. No Costa d'Oro wolves have approached directly, though surveillance vehicles have established regular patterns nearby. Elena's chest tightened with gratitude. She needs to know I'm safe, she insisted, but direct contact would expose both her position and mine. We should consult Marisol, our communications specialist, Raphael suggested. She may have secure options that balance your grandmother's peace of mind with necessary security precautions. As if summoned by mention of her name, a sharp knock preceded the entrance of a young woman whose modern appearance, bright purple hair, multiple ear piercings, casual clothes featuring tech company logos, contrasted sharply with Elena's expectations of traditional pack structure. Perfect timing, Raphael observed with a hint of amusement. Elena, meet Marisol Rodriguez, our PAX technology and communications expert. Marisol, Elena needs secure contact method to reach her grandmother without exposing either location. Marisol's assessment combined professional analysis with undisguised curiosity, her gaze taking in Elena with interest that stopped just short of rude. So you're the Luna del Caribe everyone's talking about, she said bluntly, then grinned at Raphael's warning look. What? Like everyone isn't dying to meet the werewolf who told Mateo Fuentes to shove his extraction ritual where the sun doesn't shine? Despite everything, Elena found herself laughing. That's not exactly what happened. Close enough, Marisol insisted with a dismissive wave. Running from that pretentious asshat's estate on your wedding day? Instant legend status in my book. Raphael cleared his throat. Marisol, the secure communication? Right. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Grandmother's in Little Havana, yes? Near Café Mendoza? Elena nodded, surprised by the specific knowledge. Traditional neighborhood, traditional surveillance countermeasures, Marisol suggested with confident efficiency. The Santero on 8th Street. Humans visit for spiritual guidance, werewolves for traditional herbs. Costa d'Oro doesn't monitor because they consider folk practices beneath their sophisticated attention. She rolled her eyes dramatically at the last part. Abuela would understand a message delivered through Santeria channels, Elena agreed, remembering her grandmother's respectful relationship with local spiritual practitioners. I can arrange delivery through a human courier who regularly visits for legitimate spiritual supplies, Marisol offered. coded message your grandmother would recognize without explicit supernatural content that might alert watchers. The practical solution addressed both security concerns and emotional needs. "Thank you," Elena said simply. Marisol acknowledged with a casual nod. "Write your message however you think your grandmother would best understand, without explicit references. I'll handle secure delivery through established channels." As the communications specialist departed, Rafael turned back to Elena. His eyes scanned her face with unexpected gentleness that made her wolf stir with interest. "You should eat again soon," he observed with healer's assessment. "Werewolf metabolism under stress requires additional calories, especially with your healing bloodline." The reminder of her body's needs temporarily overrode emotional processing, her wolf suddenly asserting hunger that had been suppressed by more urgent concerns. "I could use some air as well," Elena admitted, feeling suddenly confined. Raphael nodded. "Perhaps a tour of our immediate neighborhood while the message is being arranged? Fresh air, additional nutrition, an opportunity to observe somber territory beyond clinic walls?" The proposal appealed to both practical needs and Elena's desire to understand Raphael's pack beyond initial crisis response. As they left the clinic's secure areas, Elena realized how different her current situation was from just 24 hours earlier, transformed from mate-to-be in a calculating alpha's extraction plan to honored guest in a rival pack's sanctuary. The contrast revealed a fundamental truth about supernatural society that Mateo had carefully concealed. Werewolf nature contained potential for multiple valid expressions, not simply the dominance hierarchy he had presented as biological imperative. This understanding offered first glimpse of possible future beyond immediate crisis, not returning to isolated existence with Abuela, nor accepting Mateo's deceptive integration, but perhaps finding a third path that honored her bloodline's historical role as connector between divided supernatural communities. And as Raphael's shoulder brushed against hers while he held the door, Elena's wolf stirred with an interest that had nothing to do with pack politics or bloodline heritage, and everything to do with the alpha whose amber eyes seemed to see her more clearly than anyone ever had. For the first time since fleeing Mateo's estate, Elena felt something beyond fear and betrayal. A tiny spark of possibility flickered to life, warming her from within like the first rays of dawn after the darkest night. Her wolf, always more direct than her human half, had just one thought: mine. Elena quickly suppressed the possessive impulse. There would be time to sort through these unexpected feelings later. For now, sanctuary and safety were enough. But as Raphael's scent enveloped her, river water and tropical flora, medicinal herbs, and something uniquely him, she couldn't quite silence her wolf's contented sigh. Safe. Home. Right. Elena had no idea what the future held, but for the first time in her life, she was beginning to think her bloodline's traditional role as bridge between packs might not be such a terrible fate after all. Not if it meant building bridges with a certain amber-eyed alpha who offered truth without manipulation and protection without price. The thought made her smile, the first genuine one since her world had shattered apart. Raphael caught it and smiled back, an unguarded moment that transformed his serious face and made Elena's heart skip a beat. "What?" he asked. "Nothing," she replied. "Just thinking that sanctuary might not be such a bad place to be." His eyes held hers for a moment longer than necessary. "No," he agreed softly. "It might not be bad at all." And somewhere deep inside, her wolf howled in agreement. Chapter 11. New Pack, New Strength. "This is a terrible idea," Raphael stated for approximately the 15th time that morning, his fingers tightening on the steering wheel as they navigated through Little Havana's busy streets. Elena glanced at him, fighting the smile that tugged at her lips. Even scowling, the man was unfairly gorgeous, which is exactly why it will work. They're expecting stealth and secrecy, not brazen public appearance, disguised as tourists in the most visible location possible. She adjusted her oversized sunglasses and tugged the colorful headscarf more securely over her distinctive dark curls. The disguise was simple but effective, especially since no one would expect her to walk straight into the heart of surveillance territory. There's a fine line between strategic boldness and reckless endangerment, Raphael muttered, though his tone carried more concern than criticism. Elena allowed herself a moment to appreciate him in his tourist disguise, garish floral shirt, cargo shorts, and a ridiculous straw hat that somehow managed to make him look even more devastatingly attractive, instead of silly as it would on most men. The fabric of his shirt stretched enticingly across broad shoulders that her wolf was developing an unhealthy fixation on. "Stop worrying," Elena said, patting his arm with casual familiarity that still sent a jolt of awareness through her system whenever they touched. The busy time at Domino Park is perfect cover. Mateo's watchers will be looking for furtive meetings in shadowy locations, not open conversation in Miami's most famous Cuban cultural landmark. 3 days had passed since Elena had received Abuela's coded message, indicating she could be found at Maximo Gomez Park, the famous Domino Park, where elderly Cuban men had gathered daily for decades to play games, share news, and maintain cultural connections despite exile from their homeland. For tourists, it was a cultural attraction worth a quick photograph before moving to more exciting destinations. For Elena and Abuela, it now offered perfect camouflage for an urgent meeting hidden within public visibility. Raphael found parking several blocks away, a strategic choice that allowed them to approach on foot, giving Elena opportunity to scan for surveillance while maintaining their tourist disguise. She spotted the first Costa de Oro watcher almost immediately, a man in business casual attire reading a newspaper at an outdoor cafe, his too perfect stillness and subtly enhanced awareness marking him as werewolf to her knowing eye. 2 o'clock, cafe table, tan jacket, she murmured, making a show of pointing out an architectural detail to her photographer husband while actually indicating the watcher's position. Raphael nodded, seemingly taking a photo of a colorful building while actually capturing the surveillance operative in frame. Recognized him, Diego's second-tier security team. Not their best, but adequate. "Unlike you," Elena whispered with a teasing smile. "I don't think Mateo's team includes anyone with your particular assets." Raphael's eyebrows shot up as he glanced down at her, golden flecks dancing in his amber eyes. "Did you just objectify me, Ms. Mendoza?" "Simply stating facts, Mr. Ortega." She smiled innocently. "That shirt is a crime against fashion, but somehow you're making it work." The light banter calmed her nerves as they continued their casual stroll, stopping occasionally at storefronts, offering tourist trinkets, and taking photographs that established their cover while allowing them to monitor their surroundings. Elena spotted 3 more watchers before they reached Domino Park, all maintaining discreet positions that would have been invisible to ordinary humans but stood out clearly to wolves aware of territorial surveillance techniques. "They're monitoring approach vectors but not maintaining tight perimeter," Raphael observed as they paused at a vendor selling fresh, tropical fruit. "Suggests observation rather than capture objective, for now," Elena agreed, accepting a slice of mango that provided momentary taste distraction from the tension coiling within her. Mateo's playing carefully while establishing legal position with supernatural authorities. Public abduction would undermine his formal mate claim. The assessment emerged naturally, her strategic analysis having evolved rapidly under Raphael's tutelage over the past days. Where Mateo had encouraged her dependence by providing carefully edited information, Raphael had prioritized developing her independent understanding of supernatural politics, teaching rather than directing, empowering rather than controlling. When his fingers brushed hers as he handed her a napkin, Elena felt that now familiar spark ignite between them. Her wolf stirred, pressing closer to the surface of her consciousness. "Mine it," whispered. Elena quickly pushed the thought away. This was not the time for her wolf's increasingly vocal opinions about Raphael. They reached Domino Park's entrance, where a small admission fee maintained the space for its intended community purpose while accommodating tourist interest. Inside, the iconic scene unfolded exactly as postcards depicted. Elderly Cuban men hunched over domino tables beneath shade structures, their intense concentration on games punctuated by occasional exclamations in rapid Spanish when particularly impressive plays occurred. Among the observers, Elena immediately spotted Abuela, her silver-streaked hair arranged beneath a modest scarf, her posture suggesting casual interest rather than urgent family reunion. "There," she murmured to Raphael, who nodded almost imperceptibly while raising his camera to take photos that provided perfect cover for scanning their surroundings. Costa de Oro operative at 3 o'clock, he responded quietly, keeping respectful distance but definitely monitoring your grandmother. Younger male attempting to blend with tourist photographers, but watch pattern follows her exclusively. Elena spotted the watcher Rafael had identified, a wolf she recognized from Mateo's security team. Maintaining a position that allowed observation without cultural disrespect that might draw attention in this community space where elderly Cubans commanded automatic deference. Follow my lead, she instructed, taking Rafael's hand with casual possessiveness that supported their cover while providing reassuring contact that steadied her nerves. His fingers wrapped around hers immediately, warm and strong, offering silent support without attempting to take control of the situation. The simple touch sent a wave of comfort through her that had nothing to do with their disguise and everything to do with the man himself. They moved among spectators with deliberate tourist curiosity, stopping at various tables to observe games before gradually working their way toward Abuela's position. When they finally reached her, Elena maintained their cover by addressing her grandmother with enthusiastic tourist interest rather than a familiar greeting. "Mira cómo juegan," she exclaimed in perfect Cuban Spanish, gesturing toward a particularly intense game before Abuela as though simply impressed by the player's skill. "Es justo como mi abuela me contó." The seemingly innocent observation contained the first code phrase, "exactly as my grandmother told me," signaling recognition and secure communication path established. Abuela's eyes flickered briefly with relief before returning to a carefully neutral expression appropriate for a stranger addressed by an enthusiastic tourist. "Los viejos jugadores son los mejos," Abuela responded, the standardized response to tourist observation containing the second recognition code. "Old players are the best, confirming secure exchange established. Querrán sentarse? Hay espacio aquí?" Rafael positioned himself to block direct sightline from the nearest Costa de Oro watcher, his camera providing the perfect prop for maintaining surveillance while appearing to document an authentic cultural experience. As they settled beside Abuela, the real communication began, beneath surface conversation about domino rules and Cuban traditions. Rapid exchanges in local slang and dialect variations that Mateo's watchers would struggle to follow even with enhanced hearing, further obscured by ambient noise of multiple games and conversations surrounding them. "Mateo's people watch constantly," Abuela confirmed, appearing to explain a traditional scoring system while actually delivering critical intelligence. 2 shifts, changing at noon and midnight. They maintain respectful distance but track all movements, all contacts. "Your home?" Elena asked, pointing to a domino play as though requesting explanation while seeking crucial information. "Under surveillance, but not invaded," Abuela assured her. "The restaurant, too, they apply pressure through presence rather than direct action, waiting for you to make contact. The confirmation of surveillance without immediate danger eased one of Elena's primary concerns, that Mateo might use Abuela as leverage to force her return. "Has he approached you directly?" Elena asked, maintaining tourist enthusiasm while pressing for critical details. Abuela's expression remained pleasantly informative for any watchers, though her eyes hardened with memory of an unwelcome confrontation. "Once. Came to the cafe 3 days after your departure, offered assistance finding you, claimed concern for your unstable condition requiring medical intervention." "The ceremony," Elena pressed, needing confirmation of what she'd overheard that catastrophic night. "Was it truly extraction rather than bonding?" Abuela's fingers tightened momentarily on her cane, genuine emotion breaking through her composed exterior before she regained control. "Worse," she said, voice dropping further, though her expression remained pleasantly conversational for any observers. "The ritual parameters I've been able to verify weren't designed for partial ability transfer as described in historical extraction ceremonies. The configuration suggests complete drainage." Cold horror washed through Elena as implications registered. "They weren't planning to leave me diminished abilities," she whispered, forced smile feeling like a grotesque mask over her shock. "They were going to drain everything. That would kill you," Abuela confirmed bluntly, though her voice carried forced lightness for potential listeners. "Perhaps not immediately, more likely lingering decline over subsequent months that would appear as natural fading after a failed mate bond, clean, deniable, complete." The revelation struck Elena with physical force, her wolf rising in instinctive self-preservation. Every cell in her body suddenly screamed danger, and she fought to keep her claws from emerging, her teeth from sharpening. "Breathe," Raphael murmured beside her, his hand covering hers in a seemingly affectionate tourist gesture that actually provided grounding presence as her wolf fought to respond to mortal threat recognition. Slowly, control. His touch anchored her, the warmth of his skin against hers creating a focal point that helped her pull back from the edge of shifting in public. Elena forced air into tight lungs, using techniques Raphael had taught her for managing intense emotional responses without triggering visible shift. His support, practical guidance rather than dismissive command, helped her regain equilibrium without suppressing the legitimate reaction to this devastating revelation. "I can't possibly think he'd get away with killing the last Luna del Caribe," she managed finally, genuine bewilderment penetrating her shock. "The supernatural authorities would investigate a mate bond gone tragic, certainly," Abuela agreed, her tone suggesting this possibility had been thoroughly analyzed. But with no remaining Luna del Caribe to challenge the ceremonial outcome, the official finding would likely fault genetic incompatibility or preparation inadequacy rather than deliberate harm. The bloodline abilities would remain within Costa de Oro regardless of investigation conclusion. The clinical assessment highlighted an uncomfortable reality. Supernatural governance bodies tended toward maintaining stability rather than delivering justice when ancient bloodlines were concerned. "We're almost out of safe conversation time," Raphael observed quietly, noting a subtle shift in the nearest watcher's posture, suggesting increased attention to their extended interaction. "Any final information exchange needs to happen now?" Abuela nodded imperceptibly, understanding operational limitations despite her evident desire for longer connection with her granddaughter. With a smooth movement disguised as an elderly person's natural repositioning for comfort, she slipped a small cloth pouch from her sleeve into Elena's hand beneath the domino table. "Your bisabuela's claw," she murmured, referring to Elena's great-grandmother using the Spanish familial term, family heirloom passed mother to daughter for 8 generations. "Amplifies bloodline abilities and provides protection against energy drainage. Keep it against your skin when the moon rises." Elena closed her fingers around the pouch, feeling immediate warmth against her palm. Similar to her mother's pendant, but stronger, more focused energy signature, suggesting significant supernatural power concentrated within the humble exterior. "We should go," Raphael suggested, eyeing the Costa de Oro watcher, whose attention had definitely sharpened toward their extended interaction. "Maintaining cover requires regular movement between attractions." The practical reminder grounded Elena in operational necessity, despite her emotional desire to remain with Abuela. With visible tourist enthusiasm concealing genuine reluctance, she rose and made a show of thanking her grandmother for cultural insights. As they prepared to leave, Abuela caught Elena's wrist in a seemingly casual gesture that allowed a final whispered warning beneath tourist pleasantries. "Trust Raphael but maintain independence," she advised with typical Abuela directness. "The Luna del Caribe serve no single pack. Remember your heritage when others would define your future." With a final squeeze conveying love more effectively than words could manage, Abuela released her, resuming her role as community elder, observing traditional games, while Elena and Raphael continued their tourist performance toward the park exit. "She's remarkable," Raphael observed quietly as they departed. "Maintaining perfect cover while delivering critical intelligence under direct surveillance. Your grandmother would have made an exceptional field operative." "She is exceptional," Elena corrected, protective pride flaring. "Just not in ways supernatural society typically values. Her skills don't require formal recognition to be legitimate." To her surprise, Raphael responded with an approving nod rather than a defensive reaction. "Exactly right," he agreed easily. "Legitimate authority exists independent of formal recognition, something many alphas forget when title and territory begin to define their understanding of power." Their fingers remained interlaced as they walked, and Elena found herself reluctant to break the connection. Raphael's hand enveloping hers felt right in a way she wasn't ready to examine too closely as they navigated back through Little Havana's colorful streets, maintaining their tourist disguise while monitoring for surveillance. Elena processed the dual revelations from their meeting: the horrifying confirmation that Mateo's ceremony would have killed her rather than merely diminished her abilities, and the unexpected gift of ancestral protection in the form of her great-grandmother's claw. The small cloth pouch remained warm against her palm, its energy signature distinct from but complementary to her mother's pendant. Different aspects of Luna del Caribe heritage coming together to protect their last daughter during a crisis that threatened not just her abilities, but her existence itself. "You're very quiet," Raphael observed as they reached their vehicle, his tone suggesting concern rather than demand for information sharing. "Processing," Elena replied simply, knowing further explanation unnecessary with a wolf whose patient support had consistently prioritized her autonomy over his potential curiosity. When she remained silent during the drive back toward Sombra territory, Raphael respected her need for mental space, rather than pressing for immediate reaction to information received. The consideration, allowing her to determine appropriate timing for processing revelations rather than demanding immediate sharing, highlighted the fundamental difference between his approach and Mateo's controlled information management. By the time they crossed into Sombra territory, Elena had reached a decision requiring immediate action rather than extended contemplation. "I need to learn everything possible about my healing abilities," she stated with quiet determination, "not just traditional applications, but full potential beyond standard practices." Raphael glanced at her briefly before returning attention to driving, his expression suggesting recognition of a significant shift in her perspective. "The ancestral claw triggered bloodline memory access?" "Partial activation when Abuela transferred it," Elena confirmed, still processing sensory impressions that had flooded her consciousness when accepting the family heirloom. "Not complete memories, more like knowledge fragments suggesting capabilities I've never explored, healing techniques beyond physical repair." Raphael nodded thoughtful acceptance of her experience without skepticism or demand for practicable demonstration. Trust in her subjective report that contrasted sharply with Mateo's constant testing and verification requirements. "Doña Luz would be ideal instructor for expanding traditional techniques," he suggested. Her approach combines conventional healing knowledge with ancestral practices across multiple Latino traditions. "If you're comfortable working with her, I can arrange training sessions beginning this evening." The immediate practical response without qualification or delay demonstrated again Raphael's consistent support for her autonomous development, offering resources without controlling implementation, suggesting direction without demanding specific outcome. As they returned to the clinic that had become her temporary home, Elena felt the dual weight of confirmed mortal threat and expanded awareness of her heritage's potential. Mateo had intended not merely to extract her abilities, but to eliminate her entirely while absorbing her bloodline powers into Costa de Oro permanent possession. Against this existential threat, her only defense lay in developing capabilities she barely acknowledged existed, healing gifts that might serve protective function beyond their conventional applications if properly understood and implemented. The cloth pouch containing her great-grandmother's claw rested against her skin beneath borrowed clothing, its warmth pulsing in rhythm that somehow aligned with her heartbeat despite being a separate object. Combined with her mother's pendant, these ancestral connections offered foundation for exploring abilities Mateo had intended to steal through ceremonial murder disguised as mate bonding. As they walked toward the clinic entrance, Raphael's hand came to rest at the small of her back, a gesture that felt both protective and possessive in the best possible way. His touch was light, but sent warmth spreading through her body all the same. Her wolf, growing increasingly vocal about Raphael with each passing day, gave a contented rumble deep in her consciousness. Safe, strong, ours. Elena silently agreed with the first two assessments and firmly ignored the third, even as her body leaned almost imperceptibly into his touch. "Healing is not merely repair of damaged tissue," Donna Luz instructed, her weathered hands demonstrating precise movement as she prepared an herbal poultice from ingredients Elena had previously encountered only in Abuela's most closely guarded recipes. "It is restoration of balance between competing elements, physical and energetic, visible and hidden, wolf, and human. 3 days had passed since meeting with Abuela, each evening dedicated to intensive training under guidance of Rafael's pack healer, an elderly Honduran werewolf whose formal medical education complemented rather than replaced traditional knowledge passed through generations of supernatural practitioners. The clinic's healing rooms after hours provided the perfect training environment, modern medical facility transformed into something resembling an ancestral teaching space through simple addition of specific herbs, burning in ceramic vessels, moonlight channeled through strategically positioned mirrors, and arrangement of healing tools both ancient and contemporary. Conventional werewolf healing focuses on accelerated physical regeneration, Doña Luz continued, pressing a mixture of herbs between weathered palms while muttering words Elena recognized as Mosquito indigenous language rather than Spanish. Luna del Caribe tradition expands beyond physical repair to include energetic balancing that addresses root disturbance rather than merely visible manifestation. Elena watched carefully, her enhanced vision tracking subtle energy patterns flowing from the healer's hands into the herbal mixture, transformation occurring on a level beyond ordinary physical chemistry that conventional medical training would dismiss as imaginary, despite functional results supernatural practitioners had documented across centuries. Like treating illness cause rather than just symptoms, Elena suggested, connecting traditional framework to modern medical concepts she'd encountered during her own research. Donna Luz nodded approval at the analogy. Exactly so. Watch carefully now. The energy flow must align with lunar phase. Waxing moon requires expanding circular pattern, while waning moon demands contracting spiral. With quarter moon like tonight, balanced figure-8 movement maintains proper equilibrium. Elena observed the subtle hand movements accompanying this explanation, her werewolf vision detecting faint silver-blue energy trails following the healer's fingers through specific pattern that seemed to charge the herbal mixture with supernatural potency beyond its chemical properties. Your turn, Doña Luz instructed, placing a small portion of prepared herbs into Elena's palms. Feel the connection between your energy and the plants. They were once living beings with their own vital patterns. Your wolf can sense these patterns and align them with patients' needs. Following the demonstration, Elena closed her eyes to better concentrate on sensations flowing between her palms and the herbal mixture. At first, she detected nothing beyond physical texture and scent, limitations of conventional perception despite her enhanced werewolf senses. Stop trying, Doña Luz advised with unexpected gentleness. Your Luna del Caribe bloodline already knows the correct approach. Allow ancestral memory to guide your hands rather than imposing conscious direction. The instruction resonated with Elena's growing understanding of her heritage's unique characteristics. Where conventional werewolf training emphasized dominance over supernatural abilities through disciplined practice, Luna del Caribe tradition apparently valued collaborative relationship with inherited capabilities that functioned as partnership rather than controlled resource. Relaxing conscious direction while maintaining focused intention created a curious mental state, neither passive surrender nor active control, but balanced engagement that suddenly connected Elena to sensations beyond ordinary perception. The herbs between her palms developed a distinct energy signature she perceived not through conventional senses, but awareness that seemed simultaneously ancient and innate, bloodline knowledge awakening through practical application rather than intellectual instruction. I can feel it, she whispered, maintaining delicate connection while describing her experience, like music without sound, patterns with direction and purpose that respond to intention rather than physical manipulation. Yes, Donna Luz confirmed, satisfaction warming her tone without breaking Elena's concentration. Your hands are moving in perfect Luna del Caribe pattern without conscious instruction. The bloodline remembers even when the mind has not been taught. Elena opened her eyes to discover her hands indeed tracing the precise figure-8 pattern Donna Luz had demonstrated, the movement emerging naturally rather than through deliberate replication. The herbs between her palms had transformed subtly, scent deepening, texture changing, energy signature intensifying in response to her unconscious direction. Excellent beginning, the elder healer approved. We can progress to practical application using this preparation you've successfully charged with healing intention. The training session continued, with Elena applying her energetically enhanced poultice to minor injuries Raphael's pack members had volunteered for teaching purposes. Small burns, shallow cuts, bruised tissues that provided opportunity to practice techniques without risk of serious complications if beginner errors occurred. To Elena's surprise, each application produced results exceeding conventional werewolf healing acceleration. Tissues responding to her treatment with remarkable regeneration speed that experienced pack members noted as exceptional even by supernatural standards. More significant than physical repair, however, was the curious sensation Elena experienced during each healing interaction. Awareness of patient's condition extending beyond visible injury to encompass subtler imbalances her treatment somehow addressed simultaneously, without conscious intention. "You're not just healing physical damage," Donna Luce observed after Elena successfully treated a young wolf's moderately severe kitchen burn. "Your energy naturally seeks and resolves underlying disharmonies: sleep disruption in the first patient, circulatory inefficiency in the second, mild anxiety in this young one." The Luna del Caribe approach treats the whole being rather than isolated injury. The observation aligned with strange impressions Elena had experienced during each healing interaction: awareness of conditions beyond the presented injury, that her energy had somehow identified and adjusted without deliberate assessment or intervention. "I didn't consciously direct those secondary healings," she admitted, fascinated by abilities emerging through practice rather than instruction. "They just happened alongside the physical treatment." "Because true healing addresses root imbalance rather than surface manifestation," Donna Luce explained. "Your bloodline developed this comprehensive approach when conventional pack healers focused exclusively on physical damage visible to ordinary perception. The Luna del Cardi recognized that lasting health requires harmony across multiple dimensions: physical, emotional, energetic, that conventional approaches often ignore." On the third evening of intensive training, Donna Luz introduced a new challenge that pushed Elena's developing abilities beyond familiar parameters. The patient, a small human girl, perhaps 5 years old, suffered an asthma episode that hadn't responded adequately to conventional treatment despite medication administered through a modern delivery system. "Her mother works in clinic administration," Donna Luz explained quietly as they observed the child struggling for comfortable breath despite inhaler treatment. "One of few humans aware of our dual nature due to position requiring access to secure areas. She's requested supernatural intervention after conventional approaches proved insufficient." "I don't know appropriate protocol for treating humans," Elena admitted, uncertainty tempering her growing confidence in newly awakened abilities. "Follow bloodline instinct while maintaining appropriate boundaries," Donna Luz advised. Luna del Caribe traditionally served both werewolf and human communities while preserving necessary separation between knowledge systems. "Your heritage includes techniques specifically adapted for human physiology without requiring supernatural awareness from recipients." With careful intention balancing therapeutic confidence with appropriate caution, Elena approached the struggling child, establishing gentle rapport before requesting permission to help her breathe more comfortably. The little girl, named Sophia, according to her worried mother, hovering nearby, nodded permission with wide-eyed trust that heightened Elena's determination to justify that confidence. Without conscious planning, Elena found her hands moving to specific positions, one resting lightly on the child's upper chest, the other supporting her small back in complementary placement that created energy circuit between contact points. "Breathe with me," Elena invited softly, establishing synchronized rhythm that the child instinctively followed, despite previous difficulty maintaining consistent respiratory pattern. Just like that. Perfect. As their breathing aligned, Elena experienced an unexpected sensation. Awareness of constricted passages within the child's lungs, as though experiencing the condition directly rather than merely observing external symptoms. Without conscious decision, her energy extended beyond physical contact points into Sophia's respiratory system, seeking the source of inflammation causing bronchial constriction. When Elena's awareness identified the inflammatory trigger, something extraordinary and unexpected occurred. she found herself temporarily absorbing a portion of the child's distress into her own system, experiencing momentary chest tightening and breathing difficulty that exactly mirrored Sophia's symptoms before her werewolf physiology processed and dispersed the inflammatory response. The child's breathing eased immediately, her expression registering surprise and relief as constricted airways relaxed and normal respiratory function returned. Simultaneously, Elena processed and eliminated the briefly transferred symptoms, her supernatural healing ability neutralizing the inflammatory response she had somehow drawn from the patient into herself before dispersing it harmlessly. Better? Elena asked, maintaining supportive contact while monitoring both the child's condition and her own unusual response to the healing interaction. Sophia nodded vigorously, taking an experimental deep breath that would have triggered a coughing fit moments earlier, but now flowed easily into healthy lungs. It doesn't hurt anymore, she confirmed with childish directness. How did you fix it? Special breathing technique, Elena replied, offering an explanation appropriate for a young human with no supernatural awareness. Sometimes bodies just need a reminder of how breathing should feel. The simplified explanation satisfied the child without revealing supernatural aspects of the intervention. As Sophia returned to her relieved mother, Elena turned to find Dona Luz watching, with an expression combining professional assessment with something approaching reverence. You performed symptom transference, the elder healer observed quietly, ensuring conversation remained private despite the clinic's public area. Taking patients' distress temporarily into yourself before neutralizing it through your stronger system. That technique isn't taught even to experienced pack healers because most wolves lack capacity to process absorbed symptoms without becoming ill themselves. Elena processed this information alongside her direct experience of the unexpected healing method. It happened instinctively, she admitted. I didn't consciously decide to absorb her symptoms. My energy just responded that way when I identified the inflammation source. Because you're accessing ancestral memory rather than implementing taught technique, Dona Luz explained, leading Elena toward a more private area for detailed discussion. Symptom transference represents advanced Luna del Caribe methodology, documented in historical records, but believed lost when your bloodline was systematically targeted during territorial conflicts. The assessment carried significant implications beyond immediate healing success, suggesting Elena's bloodline abilities might include techniques deliberately obscured from historical record due to their power or controversial nature. This possibility illuminated Mateo's extraordinary interest in acquiring her abilities through ceremonial extraction with disturbing clarity. Not merely adding known Luna del Caribe healing capabilities to Costa de Oro resources, but potentially accessing lost methodologies that supernatural authorities might consider destabilizing to established power structures. Is symptom transference dangerous? Elena asked practically, needing to understand implications of an ability that had manifested without conscious direction. For me or patients? For ordinary wolves attempting the technique, yes, significant risk of absorbing conditions their systems cannot adequately process, Dona Luz confirmed. For Luna del Caribe practitioners with proper bloodline attunement, historical records suggest minimal danger when appropriate boundaries are maintained. Your heritage develops specific energetic filtering capability that prevents permanent transfer while facilitating temporary symptom processing. Throughout these varied healing interactions, Elena began recognizing the pattern underlying seemingly disparate methodologies, a fundamental Luna del Caribe philosophy that approached healing as restoration of balance rather than merely accelerated repair. As Elena prepared to conclude the evening's training session, Raphael appeared at the treatment room doorway, his expression suggesting important development requiring immediate attention despite the late hour. The Alpha had maintained respectful distance during her intensive training with Dona Luz, ensuring she received specialized instruction without pack leadership interference, despite his evident interest in her developing capabilities. I apologize for interrupting, he said, nodding respectful acknowledgement to the elder healer while addressing Elena directly. There's a situation developing that you should be aware of immediately. What's happened? Elena asked, sensing significance beneath his measured tone despite careful neutrality. Mateo has taken your disappearance public, Raphael explained, producing a tablet displaying a local news website headline. Prominent businessman seeks missing fiancé, mental health concerns cited. Beneath the attention-grabbing title appeared a professional photograph of Elena from some Costa de Oro social function, alongside a formal portrait of Mateo projecting concerned philanthropist image rather than calculating supernatural predator. "He's claiming I'm mentally unstable?" Elena asked, scanning the article with growing indignation at the calculated character assassination disguised as a concerned partner's public appeal. The article carefully suggests emotional distress and medication noncompliance without specific diagnosis, Raphael noted. Creates public justification for searching while undermining your credibility if you attempt countering his narrative. The calculated assault leveraging human media to establish a narrative that served supernatural agenda demonstrated Mateo's sophisticated understanding of how modern information systems could advance traditional pack objectives without exposing werewolf reality to human awareness. Elena's hands trembled slightly as she read through the carefully crafted lies. Without a word, Raphael moved closer, his body heat warming her side as he placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. The simple touch grounded her instantly. "We should return to the clinic's secure area for detailed discussion," Raphael suggested. "There are additional developments requiring immediate pack consultation." As they made their way to the secure pack area, Elena processed implications of Mateo taking their supernatural conflict into the human media sphere. Escalation that suggested increasing desperation behind his carefully constructed public concern facade. The timing, 3 days before full moon, indicated strategic pressure application rather than merely tactical response to her continued absence. "He's establishing justification for more aggressive retrieval attempts," she assessed aloud, "creating public narrative that supports intervention regardless of my actual wishes or legitimate concerns." Raphael nodded approval of her analysis. "Precisely. Our media contacts are already implementing a counter-narrative focusing on Fuentes Enterprises' controversial development practices and history of pressure tactics against vulnerable communities. Not direct response to the missing person story, but parallel reporting that undermines his public credibility." When they entered the secure meeting area, several PAC members were already gathered around, monitoring stations displaying various news feeds. Raphael turned to the assembled members with his characteristic direct approach. "The situation is now clear," he stated, without dramatic embellishment. "In 3 days, Mateo Fuentes will gain temporary supernatural legal right to enter our territory seeking Elena unless we either return her to his custody or establish definitive proof of extraction ritual preparation that would invalidate his blood right claim." What followed impressed Elena with its fundamental difference from Costa de Oro's hierarchical decision implementation. Genuine consultative process where varied PAC members contributed perspectives that actually influenced outcome rather than merely validating a predetermined alpha directive. Most surprising, however, was the moment when Raphael directly invited her participation. Not as subject being discussed, but as legitimate contributor to deliberation affecting her situation. "Elena, this circumstance affects you most directly. Your perspective should inform our collective response rather than merely receiving its implementation." The invitation, treating her as decision participant rather than decision subject, contrasted sharply with Mateo's approach that had consistently positioned her as beneficiary of his protection rather than autonomous actor within collective security framework. "And I won't risk PAC conflict when this situation remains fundamentally my responsibility," Elena stated, natural leadership emerging despite lacking formal position within Sombra hierarchy. "Mateo targeted me specifically for my bloodline abilities. Others shouldn't face danger because I fled ceremonial extraction that would have served his PAC's interests." "With respect," Diego, Raphael's security chief, interjected, "direct meeting provides optimal conditions for forced retrieval regardless of neutral territory designation. Costa de Oro security capabilities exceed standard diplomatic protection parameters unless full PAC mobilization counters their tactical advantages." Other PAC members offered additional perspectives, highlighting practical, legal, and strategic concerns. Throughout this respectful but substantive pushback, Raphael maintained facilitator position rather than immediately imposing alpha judgment, allowing full exploration of implications before moving toward conclusive direction. When discussion reached natural transition point, Raphael addressed her directly with characteristic honesty balanced with evident respect. Your willingness to face this challenge personally demonstrates admirable courage and integrity, he acknowledged. However, practical security realities suggest significant disadvantage in direct confrontation regardless of neutral territory designation or diplomatic protection frameworks. Before Elena could respond, an unexpected voice joined conversation. Marisol, the young tech specialist whose purple hair and modern appearance belied sophisticated strategic understanding. There's another consideration beyond tactical security parameters, she suggested. This conflict isn't merely personal dispute or territorial skirmish, but fundamental challenge to traditional dominance models that supernatural governance systems inherently favor. I believe, Raphael said, when appropriate resolution emerged naturally rather than through forced consensus, we should formally recognize Elena's Luna del Caribe standing within Sombra del Rio territory, while maintaining respect for her bloodline's traditional independence from singular pack alignment. The proposal represented sophisticated balance between integration and autonomy, offering protection without requiring assimilation, providing support without demanding conformity. Such recognition, Raphael explained, addressing Elena directly, would extend pack protection against blood right claim without requiring traditional submission structures that would contradict your bloodline's legitimate independence tradition. The offer presented perfect resolution to immediate practical problem while honoring deeper philosophical principles: protection without possession, support without control, alliance without absorption. Formal recognition ritual could be completed immediately if you consent, Raphael added, emphasizing the optional nature of the proposal. Simple ceremony acknowledging mutual support without hierarchical submission or traditional dominance structures. Elena's gaze met Raphael's, finding in those amber depths something she'd never seen in Mateo's eyes: genuine respect, unwavering support, and something else that made her heart beat faster. "I accept," she replied simply, decision emerging from both practical necessity and philosophical alignment, with understanding that Luna del Caribe traditionally maintained independence alongside alliance rather than subservience within domination. What followed demonstrated fundamental difference between Sombra del Rio's approach and traditional pack structures Elena had encountered through Mateo's supposedly comprehensive supernatural education. Rather than elaborate ceremony emphasizing alpha authority through ritualized submission, Raphael initiated simple acknowledgement ritual focusing on mutual recognition rather than hierarchical reinforcement. Pack members formed an informal circle without assigned positions or status designation. Elena joined the circle at point Marisol indicated through casual gesture, integration without subordination, embodied through spatial arrangement itself. Sombra del Rio acknowledges Elena Mendoza, Luna del Caribe by bloodline and heritage, Raphael stated simply. Formal language without ceremonial embellishment or dominance assertion. We recognize her legitimate independence while offering alliance protection against those who would appropriate rather than respect her bloodline's gifts. Other pack members responded with simple affirmation: we recognize and support. Unity without uniformity expressed through varied cultural expressions reflecting the pack's diverse composition. Unlike Costa de Oro's elaborate ceremonies emphasizing conformity through precise protocol adherence, Sombra Rio's ritual valued authentic participation through individual expression within collective framework. Luna del Caribe acknowledges Sombra del Rio's alliance offer, Elena responded, words emerging naturally without rehearsal or instruction. I accept protection without submission, support without surrender, connection without control. The declaration, framing relationship through balanced reciprocity rather than hierarchical positioning, completed ritual without elaborate performance or extended ceremonial requirements. Simple, authentic acknowledgement replaced the complicated dominant ceremony Mateo had prepared through weeks of rehearsal and protocol instruction. Ritual concluded through informal circle dissolution rather than ceremonial dismissal. Elena experienced a curious sensation beyond conscious perception. a subtle energy connection establishing between herself and the gathered wolves that felt completely different from the hierarchical pack bonds she'd observed in Costa de Oro structure. Where Mateo's pack connections resembled power flowing from central alpha position through diminishing distribution channels, Sombra del Rio's bonds felt like an interwoven network connecting varied individuals through mutual support rather than centralized control. The recognition is complete, Raphael confirmed, practical acknowledgement without ceremonial excess. From a supernatural legal perspective, you now hold official standing within Sombra del Rio while maintaining appropriate independent status reflecting Luna del Caribe's traditional position outside conventional pack hierarchies. Elena felt the weight of the moment in her chest, a sweet heaviness that made her eyes sting with unexpected emotion. Without thinking, she reached for Raphael's hand, needing the anchor of his touch to ground the swirling feelings inside her. He looked momentarily surprised, then his fingers closed around hers with gentle strength, his thumb brushing over her knuckles in a gesture so tender it made her breath catch. "What happens when Mateo invokes blood right claim at full moon?" Elena asked, focusing on practical implications beyond ceremonial acknowledgement, even as her wolf preened at Raphael's touch. "He'll encounter unified pack response rather than isolated individual," Raphael explained, his voice steady despite the barely perceptible tightening of his fingers around hers. Blood right traditionally permits pursuing alpha to challenge protective pack structure through formal confrontation protocols rather than unlimited retrieval authorization. With Manglar Oscuro serving witness function, ceremonial resolution replaces unrestricted pursuit. The framework offered practical protection beyond mere symbolic association, transforming potential abduction into regulated confrontation, governed by supernatural traditions that limited acceptable tactics while requiring neutral oversight. As emergency meeting concluded with practical security arrangements established through collaborative planning rather than hierarchical instruction, Elena realized a fundamental shift had occurred in her supernatural positioning, transformation from isolated refugee to acknowledged ally, maintaining legitimate independence while receiving appropriate protection. Before PAC members dispersed to implement various security preparations, Raphael approached Elena with his characteristic direct communication style that respected her intelligence without manipulative framing. 3 days remain before full moon triggers Mateo's blood right claim, he stated. Practical assessment without unnecessary dramatization. We should intensify your healing ability development alongside security preparations. Doña Luz believes your bloodline contains defensive capabilities beyond conventional understanding that might prove significant during ceremonial confrontation. The suggestion developing her abilities for self-protection alongside collective security measures represented Raphael's consistent approach empowering her agency rather than merely providing protection that created dependency. "I'd like that," Elena agreed, decision reflecting both practical necessity and growing trust in training approach that honored her heritage rather than appropriating its value. "My bloodline abilities seem to be awakening through practical application rather than theoretical instruction. That pattern aligns with historical accounts of Luna del Caribe development processes," he acknowledged. His gaze lingered on her face, eyes searching hers with an intensity that made her wolf sit up and take notice. "Elena, He stopped abruptly, seeming to reconsider whatever he'd been about to say. His hand came up, hovering near her face before dropping back to his side, fingers curling into a loose fist. "What is it?" she prompted, suddenly desperate to know what he'd been about to say. Raphael shook his head slightly, a rueful smile touching his lips. "Not the time," he said softly. "When this is over, when you're truly safe, then we can talk about other things." The promise in his words sent a shiver through her that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with anticipation. Her wolf, never subtle about its desires, practically purred with satisfaction. "Soon," it seemed to whisper, "soon he will be ours." As they parted to address their respective responsibilities before the full moon confrontation, Elena felt both practical concern regarding the imminent challenge and growing confidence in developing capabilities emerging through appropriate training approach. Whatever happened when Mateo invoked blood right claim, she would face it with expanding understanding of her heritage rather than carefully limited knowledge serving another's agenda. The Luna del Caribe had survived centuries of attempts to appropriate their abilities through violence, coercion, and deception. Their last daughter would continue that tradition of principled independence, while accepting legitimate alliance with those who respected rather than exploited her bloodline's unique gifts. And perhaps when the danger had passed, she would explore the growing connection between herself and the amber-eyed Alpha, whose touch made her feel more alive than she'd ever been before. "They're getting desperate," Marisol observed, tablet displaying latest media coverage where Elena's face appeared alongside increasingly dramatic headlines about mental health crisis requiring intervention. 3 different news outlets running essentially identical story using press release language without independent verification. Classic manufactured media crisis. 2 days had passed since Sombra del Rio's formal recognition ritual established Elena's official standing within PAC alliance structure, while maintaining her bloodline's traditional independence. Elena studied the coverage with analytical detachment she wouldn't have managed even days earlier. Perspective transformation reflecting both Rafael's consistent empowerment approach and her own rapidly developing strategic awareness. The medication noncompliance angle is particularly effective, Lucia noted, communications team having expanded to include medical perspective identifying psychological manipulation techniques embedded within apparently straightforward reporting, creates justification for intervention regardless of subjects' expressed preferences or demonstrated functionality. Our counter-narrative is gaining traction in independent media, Marisol continued, switching displays to show alternative coverage focusing on Fuentes Enterprises' business practices and community impact. Investigative pieces questioning development approaches and displacement patterns have tripled engagement metrics compared to standard corporate coverage. Rafael joined them, freshly showered after what appeared to have been an intense training session with his security team. His hair was still damp, curling slightly against his neck, and Elena found her eyes drawn to a droplet of water sliding down his throat and disappearing into the collar of his shirt. "If you're done ogling our Alpha," Marisol murmured with a smirk only Elena could hear, "perhaps we could continue the briefing?" Elena shot her a warning look that only made the tech specialist's grin widen. "The media conflict provides useful cover for supernatural developments," Rafael observed, seemingly oblivious to Elena's momentary distraction. While attention focuses on business practices and missing person story, Manglar Oscuro representatives continue gathering evidence regarding extraction ritual preparations without drawing notice from either human authorities or supernatural governance bodies. "Anything useful yet?" Elena asked, hope tempered by practical understanding of the difficulty securing admissible evidence regarding ritual configurations that would have been dismantled immediately following her escape. Raphael's expression conveyed realistic assessment without unnecessary pessimism. Promising fragments, but nothing meeting formal evidentiary standards required for automatic claim invalidation. Ceremonial components would have been immediately secured after your departure, while documentation would exist only in restricted elder access archives, requiring formal authorization for examination. "We should proceed assuming the blood right claim remains valid from supernatural legal perspective," Raphael continued. "Full security protocol implementation continues while healing capability development accelerates on parallel track." Throughout the remainder of day, Elena divided attention between intensified healing training with Dona Luz and participation in security preparations coordinated through Diego's team. By evening, Elena had made significant progress in both domains, developing deeper understanding of her bloodline's unique healing methodologies, while contributing practical suggestions to security arrangements, based on her intimate knowledge of Mateo's operational preferences and tactical tendencies. As staff secured the clinic for overnight transition from public healthcare facility to PAC headquarters, Raphael suggested community dinner celebrating successful day despite looming confrontation deadline. The communal kitchen transformed from functional food preparation space to vibrant gathering place as PAC members contributed dishes reflecting their diverse cultural backgrounds. Colombian arepas alongside Puerto Rican mofongo, Dominican mango complementing Mexican chilaquiles, Cuban Ropa Vieja joining Honduran baleadas in colorful feasts celebrating Latino culinary heritage beyond national boundaries. Elena found herself welcomed naturally into various conversation groups without ceremonial introduction or awkward integration efforts. Acceptance based on individual connection rather than alpha declaration or status designation. As meal concluded with spontaneous music from several pack members whose instruments appeared without formal performance announcement, Elena noticed Raphael observing the gathering with evident satisfaction. Unlike Mateo, whose attention at social functions constantly assessed political implications and advantage opportunities, Raphael appeared genuinely content witnessing his pack's authentic interaction without calculating strategic benefit or dominance reinforcement. Elena's reflections were interrupted by Diego's discreet signal indicating security matter requiring immediate attention. She followed the security chief toward conference room where Raphael already headed, meeting several other pack members clearly summoned for unscheduled consultation regarding unexpected development. Upon entering secure meeting space, Elena immediately noticed an unfamiliar presence. The tall woman, whose distinctive alligator pack scarring identified her as the same Manglar Oscuro messenger who had delivered formal neutrality notice days earlier. The Everglades pack sends updated communication regarding tomorrow's full moon confrontation parameters, Raphael informed assembled pack members, once secure environment established. Messenger arrived during community dinner with information requiring immediate strategic reassessment. The messenger nodded formal acknowledgement before delivering update with characteristic directness associated with Manglar Oscuro's communication style. Alpha Senya has received formal notification from supernatural authorities regarding procedural modifications to standard blood right claim implementation, she stated without preliminary diplomatic cushioning. Mateo Fuentes has successfully petitioned for accelerated enforcement protocol based on alleged medical necessity exemption. Murmurs of concern rippled through assembled pack members, though Elena noted continued absence of panic or disorganized reaction despite obviously significant development. Practical implications, Raphael inquired, focusing on operational consequences rather than procedural technicalities. Blood right claim implementation authorized for midnight tonight rather than tomorrow's full moon peak, the messenger explained. Enforcement window extends 12 hours rather than standard 3-hour limitation. Territorial access permissions expanded to include all Sombra holdings rather than merely primary pack gathering location. Elena felt her stomach drop. This was much worse than they'd anticipated. Raphael's face remained composed, but she could see the tension in the set of his shoulders, the tightness around his eyes. On what evidential basis was medical necessity designation granted? Raphael asked. Supernatural authorities cited human media coverage establishing apparent psychological distress pattern requiring immediate intervention, the messenger replied with careful neutrality. Accelerated protocol approved without counter evidence, presentation opportunity or standard verification requirements based on extraordinary circumstance provisions, rarely invoked outside life-threatening scenarios. Once the messenger departed, Raphael turned to assembled pack members with his characteristic direct approach, emphasizing practical response rather than complaint regarding unfair circumstances. Our timeline has compressed significantly, he stated. Mateo has successfully manipulated both human media systems and supernatural governance structures to create advantageous confrontation parameters beyond traditional blood right limitations. Midnight boundary confrontation gives us approximately 4 hours for final preparations, Raphael continued. Diego will accelerate security protocol implementation while Marisol coordinates communication systems, ensuring all PAC members receive updated operational parameters regardless of current location or assignment. Elena, he added, addressing her directly as legitimate participant rather than protected subject requiring management, this procedural manipulation specifically targets advantage against your particular situation. Your perspective should guide our response adjustments rather than merely receiving their implementation. This acceleration confirms what Abuela warned about, Elena assessed. The extraction wasn't merely about ability transfer, but complete identity elimination disguised as failed mate bond. Mateo's desperation suggests timeline sensitivity beyond ceremonial preference, something requiring specific implementation window that my escape threatened to close permanently. If Elena's analysis is correct, Diego suggested defensive strategy should emphasize mobility and distribution rather than consolidated protection at single location. Extended geographical authorization combined with 12-hour window creates pursuit paradigm rather than ceremonial confrontation framework. After rapid but thorough consultation, Rafael summarized operational direction with characteristic clarity. Distributed security implementing mobile protection protocols rather than static defensive position, he confirmed. Elena remains within primary pack protection envelope while maintaining tactical flexibility responding to pursuit parameters, rather than ceremonial confrontation limitations. I should be actively involved rather than passively protected, Elena stated, when appropriate opportunity emerged within detailed planning discussion. My healing abilities might provide tactical advantage beyond defensive application if properly integrated within overall security approach. Rafael considered her proposal thoughtfully. Healing capabilities integrated within tactical framework rather than reserved for post-confrontation recovery, he restated. Potentially valuable approach requiring careful coordination, ensuring both effective implementation and appropriate protection. Dona Luz should assess feasibility based on current ability development level, he suggested. If practical implementation parameters can be established within compressed preparation timeline, integration within overall security approach might provide significant advantage beyond standard defensive positioning. Elena had never felt more respected or more seen than in this moment. Her suggestions taken seriously, her abilities valued without being exploited, her autonomy honored without being abandoned to face danger alone. As they prepared to consult with Dona Luz, Rafael drew Elena slightly aside, his voice pitched for her ears alone. Your safety remains my priority, he said quietly, amber eyes burning with an intensity that made her breath catch. Not because you're a valuable asset or a rare bloodline, but because you are Elena. I need you to understand that. The simple declaration hit her with more force than any flowery speech or dramatic profession could have. Her wolf stirred beneath her skin, pressing closer to the surface as if trying to reach him. I do, she whispered, throat suddenly tight with emotion. I understand. His hand found hers, fingers intertwining with a rightness that made her heart ache. For a moment they simply stood together, connected by touch and gaze and something deeper that neither was ready to name. Then Diego called for Rafael's attention, and the moment broke. But as they stepped back into the bustle of preparation, Elena carried the warmth of his touch with her like a talisman against the coming darkness. Their consultation with the elderly healer produced a practical approach balancing meaningful contribution opportunity with appropriate protection parameters, positioning Elena within secure location, ensuring physical safety while allowing her healing abilities projection into tactical environment through specialized application methodology. Dona Luz identified within traditional Luna del Caribe practices. Distance healing through focused projection represents advanced technique historically practiced by your bloodline's most accomplished practitioners, the elder healer explained. Combining physical security through appropriate location parameters with supernatural capability projection through specialized methodology provides balanced solutions serving both protection and contribution objectives. Over remaining hours before midnight confrontation deadline, Elena divided attention between developing distance healing projection technique under Dona Luz's guidance and contributing strategic insights to security team implementing distributed protection protocol. As midnight approached, with final preparations implemented through coordinated effort rather than centralized direction, Rafael gathered key pack members for final consultation before boundary confrontation. Elena's position remains most critical component within overall security framework, Rafael observed as consultation reached natural conclusion point. Both physically and symbolically, her location during confrontation carries significant implications beyond immediate tactical considerations. I believe Elena should determine her preferred position within established security parameters, he suggested. Within practical limitations ensuring appropriate protection, her location choice represents meaningful expression of individual autonomy, warranting respectful accommodation. I want to be visible during initial confrontation, Elena decided, determination emerging from both practical assessment and philosophical commitment, not physically exposed to unnecessary risk, but clearly present rather than hidden behind others' protection, while decisions affecting my future unfold without my direct participation. Raphael nodded acceptance without defensiveness or authoritarian reassertion, despite potential tactical complications created through visibility requirement. Will establish position providing appropriate protection while ensuring meaningful presence during initial confrontation, he confirmed, respecting her decision without unnecessary qualification or conditional implementation. As midnight approached with final preparations completed, Elena found herself positioned within secure observation location overlooking designated boundary confrontation point, the arrangement providing physical safety through appropriate distance while ensuring meaningful presence through clear visibility, represented thoughtful balance between protection requirement and participation preference. Raphael joined her at the observation position while Diego coordinated distributed security teams implementing mobile protection protocol, rather than static defensive formation. Mangar Oscuro representatives have arrived at neutral position between territorial boundaries, Raphael informed her. Mateo's contingent approaches from eastern approach vector exactly as predicted through previous behavioral pattern analysis. Through enhanced vision natural to all werewolves, Elena observed approaching Costa de Oro. Mateo himself led formation with characteristic commanding presence, emphasized through positioning and movement pattern, physical embodiment of dominance model, creating visual reinforcement of hierarchical authority. As midnight energy washed across the supernatural landscape with tangible presence perceptible to werewolf senses beyond ordinary human awareness, Elena felt ancestral connection strengthening between herself and family heirlooms, carried against her skin, mother's pendant and great-grandmother's claw providing complementary protection through distinct energy signatures. When ceremonial confrontation, formally initiated through traditional territorial acknowledgement ritual performed by neutral Manglar Oscuro representatives, Elena watched with curious combination of analytical detachment and emotional engagement. Raphael stood beside her, solid and unwavering, his presence alone a comfort she'd never found in Mateo's calculated protection. Without speaking, his hand found hers, fingers lacing together with quiet strength that anchored her against the rising tide of midnight moon energy. A movement below caught Elena's attention. Mateo had stepped forward, resplendent in formal ceremonial attire that spoke of wealth and power. His voice carried clearly through the night air. "I invoke blood right claim upon Elena Mendoza, my betrothed mate," he called, the formal words ringing with supernatural resonance. "By ancient law and covenant, I demand her return to rightful position within Costa de Oro." Raphael squeezed her hand once before releasing it, moving to the edge of their observation point where he could be clearly seen. His voice, when he spoke, carried the same supernatural weight but without Mateo's theatrical flourish. "Sombra del Rio acknowledges your claim, but contests its validity," he responded. "Elena Mendoza stands under our formal protection as acknowledged Luna del Caribe heir, maintaining traditional independence while accepting alliance protection. Your claim is built upon deception and extraction intent rather than legitimate mate bond." Elena stepped forward then, taking her place beside Raphael. Even from this distance, she could see Mateo's eyes widen slightly at her appearance. She felt the power of her bloodline thrumming through her veins as she prepared to face the man who had planned to drain her life away in service to his own ambition. Whatever happened next, she would face it standing tall, no longer the naive woman who had almost walked willingly into his trap. She had found her strength, her heritage, and perhaps something even more precious. A pack that respected rather than controlled her, and an alpha whose touch made her feel both protected and powerful. Her wolf, for once in perfect harmony with her human side, sent a single thought resonating through her consciousness. "We are Luna del Caribe. We bow to no one. And we are no longer alone." The night stretched before them, full of danger and possibility. But for the first time since fleeing Mateo's estate, Elena felt not just determination, but hope, bright and fierce and unstoppable as the moon itself. Chapter 12. Growing Powers. Elena stood at the window, watching twilight paint Miami's skyline in hues of purple and gold. 3 days had passed since her narrow escape from what would have been not just a theft of her abilities, but her slow death disguised as a failed mating. 3 days of sanctuary within Sombra del Rio territory, with Rafael's protection the only thing standing between her and Mateo's increasingly desperate attempts to reclaim her. A knock at the door pulled her from her thoughts. "Enter," she called, recognizing the distinctive pattern that belonged to Rafael. He stepped inside, his powerful frame filling the doorway for a moment before he moved toward her with that fluid grace all werewolves possessed, but few displayed so naturally in human form. "Doña Luz is asking for you," he said, his voice carrying that same rich timbre that seemed to vibrate directly against her bones. Unlike Mateo's carefully calculated charm, Rafael's presence carried a genuine warmth that her wolf responded to with immediate trust. "More healing practice?" Elena asked, already moving to follow him. The past days had been filled with intensive training, her bloodline abilities awakening through practical application rather than the controlled instruction Mateo had favored. Rafael's smile carried a hint of something more serious beneath it. "Something different. She's been consulting with the elders about the upcoming full moon." Elena felt a prickle of awareness travel down her spine. "What about it?" As they walked through the clinic's corridors, Rafael's expression grew more somber. "It's not just any full moon. Doña Luz believes it's a blood moon, one that coincides with the Caribbean festival of San Juan." "That seems significant?" Elena replied cautiously, sensing there was more to this astronomical event than simple coincidence. "More than you know," Rafael said as he guided her into the clinic's most secure area, where Doña Luz waited. The elderly healer stood surrounded by ancient texts and charts, her weathered hands moving between star maps and handwritten journals with remarkable precision for someone of her age. She looked up as they entered, her eyes sharp with urgency. "Good, you're here," she said, gesturing Elena closer. "We have much to discuss and very little time." Elena approached the table where Doña Luz had spread out her materials. Among the papers and charts lay a book bound in faded leather, its pages yellowed with age. The text was written in an archaic form of Spanish, but Elena could make out mentions of the Luna del Caribe bloodline scattered throughout. "What am I looking at?" she asked. Doña Luz traced a gnarled finger along a celestial chart. "This, Nina, is why Mateo was so determined to conduct the mating ceremony precisely when he did. It wasn't just about claiming you before you could discover his true intentions." She tapped a specific date circled in red. "It was about this particular astronomical convergence." Elena leaned closer, studying the chart. "The blood moon?" "Not just any blood moon," Doña Luz corrected. "A blood moon that falls during the festival of San Juan, creating what our ancestors called La Luna Sangrienta del Podre, the bloody moon of power. It happens perhaps once in a generation, and it creates possibilities." "What kind of possibilities?" Elena asked, her wolf stirring restlessly beneath her skin. Rafael moved to stand beside her, his presence somehow both reassuring and electric. "According to the Sombra archives, the blood moon amplifies bloodline abilities, particularly those of the Luna del Caribe. The texts suggest your healing powers will be magnified significantly during this convergence," Doña Luz added, flipping through the ancient book to a specifically marked page. "What might normally take weeks of practice to master could be achieved in moments under the blood moon's influence." Understanding dawned on Elena with chilling clarity. "So, Mateo wasn't just trying to take my abilities. He was timing the extraction for when they'd be at their strongest." "Precisely," Rafael confirmed, his jaw tightening with barely contained anger. "The blood moon would have made the transfer more complete, more powerful." "But there's more," Doña Luz interjected, her expression grave. "The texts also speak of abilities you may possess that haven't yet manifested, powers beyond the healing and silver immunity you've already discovered." Elena's pulse quickened. "What kind of powers?" The elder healer exchanged a look with Rafael before answering. The ancient accounts are vague, speaking of fire in the hands and bonds made visible, but what's clear is that the Luna del Caribe healers were more than mere supernatural physicians. They were mediators between packs, capable of strengthening or severing the bonds that connect wolves to one another. Which is why Mateo wanted those abilities for himself, Raphael added, his voice low with suppressed fury. Imagine an alpha who could not only command through traditional dominance, but could literally manipulate the connections between pack members. The implications sent a chill through Elena. He would be unstoppable. And absolutely corrupted by such power, Donna Luz agreed solemnly. No wolf should have that kind of control over others, not even an alpha. It's why the Luna del Cari bloodline developed these abilities in the first place. To maintain balance between packs, not to serve any single alpha's agenda. Elena began to pace, her mind racing. So, what does this mean for me? If the blood moon is coming regardless, what happens to my abilities? That depends entirely on you, Raphael replied, his dark eyes following her movement. Without Mateo's extraction ritual, the power remains yours to control, or to be controlled by if you're unprepared. Which is why we must intensify your training immediately, Donna Luz stated firmly. The blood moon is in 3 days. We have precious little time to prepare you for the surge of power you'll experience. Before Elena could respond, the door opened to admit a tall, muscular man whose scarred skin and distinctive scent immediately identified him as a member of the Mangler Oscuro, the Everglades pack that maintained neutrality between the urban territories. Alejandro, Raphael acknowledged with a respectful nod. What brings you from the Everglades? The newcomer's expression was grave. Alpha Yesenia sent me. She believes a divination is necessary given the approaching blood moon and... His eyes flicked toward Elena. The presence of the last Luna del Caribe in Miami during such a convergence. Donna Luz straightened, her small frame suddenly commanding. Alejandro is the spiritual advisor to the Manglor Oscuro, she explained to Elena. He practices Santeria alongside his werewolf traditions. A powerful combination. Elena asked, her tone cautious. What exactly does that involve? Alejandro smiled gently, his scarred face transforming with unexpected warmth. Nothing to fear, Hermana. Simple communication with the spirits that guide us, to seek clarity about what the blood moon might bring. Raphael turned to Elena, his expression serious but gentle. You don't have to participate if you're uncomfortable. Divination is an old tradition not practiced much by modern urban packs, but highly respected by those who understand its value, Doña Luz added pointedly. Elena considered for a moment, then nodded. If it might help me prepare for whatever's coming, I'm willing to try. The preparation was swift but meticulous. Alejandro produced items from a woven bag, candles, herbs that Elena recognized from her training with Doña Luz, small bowls, and a bottle of clear liquid that smelled powerfully of anise and other spices. As he arranged these items on a small table, Doña Luz dimmed the lights, while Raphael moved furniture to create a clear space in the center of the room. The efficiency of their movements suggested this was not the first time such a ritual had been conducted in this space, despite Raphael's comment about urban packs rarely practicing divination. Please sit, Alejandro instructed, gesturing to cushions arranged on the floor. Elena settled onto one, watching as the others took their places, forming a small circle around the items Alejandro had arranged. The santero lit candles and poured small amounts of the aromatic liquid into the bowls, then sprinkled herbs that crackled and released pungent smoke as they touched the liquid's surface. I call upon the ancestors and the orishas, Alejandro began, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality that seemed to resonate deep within Elena's chest. Show us what comes with the blood moon. Show us what the last daughter of the Luna del Caribe must face. The smoke from the herbs grew thicker, swirling in patterns that seemed almost deliberate rather than random. Elena felt her wolf stirring beneath her skin, not with aggression, but with recognition. as if something in this ancient practice called to an equally ancient part of her supernatural nature. Alejandro's eyes grew unfocused as he continued to chant in a mixture of Spanish, Yoruba, and what Elena suspected was an even older language. His hands moved through the smoke, shaping it, directing it. Then, suddenly, he went rigid, his back arching as if struck by an invisible force. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, deeper, with an accent Elena couldn't place. "She stands between two wolves," he intoned, eyes now completely gold. Not the partial shift of a werewolf's gaze, but something entirely other. Fire in her hands, bonds visible all around her. The choice she makes will heal or break what generations have built and destroyed. Elena felt a chill race down her spine as Alejandro's gaze fixed directly on her. "Blood calls to blood," he continued. "The moon reveals what has been hidden. Beware the one who wears the face of love but carries the heart of possession. Beware also the path that seems easiest, for it leads away from your true nature." Raphael had gone very still beside her, his expression tense as he listened. Doña Luz was nodding slightly, as if the cryptic warnings confirmed something she already suspected. "Is there more?" Raphael asked quietly. Alejandro's head turned toward him with an unnatural smoothness. "The river runs both ways. The gold one protects but cannot possess. The dark one possesses but cannot protect. She must find her own current or be swept away by forces that would use her as weapon rather than healer." With those final words, Alejandro slumped forward, the gold fading from his eyes as he drew in a ragged breath. Raphael moved quickly to support him, offering a bottle of water that the Santero accepted with shaking hands. "That was intense," Alejandro said after drinking deeply, his voice his own again. The spirits were very eager to speak. "And their message was appropriately cryptic," Elena observed, trying to make sense of what she'd just witnessed. Doña Luz was already writing down the divination's words in a small notebook. "Not cryptic, Nina. Symbolic. She stands between two wolves is quite clear when you consider your current position between two rival alphas. And fire in her hands?" Elena asked, looking down at her own palms as if expecting to see flames. "An ability not yet manifested," Raphael suggested, helping Alejandro to a more comfortable seat. "Perhaps one that will emerge during the blood moon." "The warning about the one who wears the face of love seems straightforward enough," Elena said bitterly, thinking of Mateo's careful deception. "But what about the rest? The river running both ways, finding my own current." Alejandro, recovered now, leaned forward. "The river references likely refer to the Pax Sombra del Rio, means shadow of the river, after all, and currents suggest choices, paths forward. The most important part," Doña Luz interjected firmly, "is the warning that you must find your own way, not allowing yourself to be defined by either Pac or either Alpha." Raphael nodded agreement, though Elena noticed a flicker of something, perhaps unease, cross his features. "Your bloodline has always maintained independence while forging alliances. That tradition exists for good reason." Elena stood, needing to move as she processed everything. "So the divination confirms what you were already telling me, that the blood moon will amplify my abilities, possibly revealing new ones, and that I need to be very careful about who I trust and what path I choose." "Essentially, yes," Doña Luz confirmed. "Though I'd take the warnings very seriously. Divinations during celestial events of this significance tend to be unnervingly accurate." "Then we need to intensify my training immediately," Elena said, decision crystallizing. "If my powers are going to surge during the blood moon, I need better control than I have now." Raphael rose as well, his expression resolute. "Agreed. And we need to strengthen our security. If the blood moon amplifies your abilities, it creates an even stronger incentive for Mateo to attempt recapturing you before it occurs. Or during it," Alejandro added grimly. "The ritual would be most effective during the height of the blood moon itself." Elena felt the weight of their concern, but beneath it was a growing determination. Since escaping Mateo's deception, she'd been largely reactive, responding to threats, learning what others chose to teach her, accepting protection out of necessity. But if the blood moon truly represented a turning point in her power, perhaps it was time to become proactive. I'm not going to hide and hope Mateo doesn't find me, she stated, her voice stronger than she expected. I'm going to use these 3 days to become someone he can't control, whether through deception or force. Raphael's eyes met hers, approval and something warmer reflected in their depths. That is exactly the mindset you'll need. Dona Luz nodded, satisfaction evident in her weathered features. The Luna del Caribe were never defined by those who sought to control them. They were defined by their own choices and their own power. Then let's get started, Elena said, a new resolve straightening her spine. 3 days until the blood moon, 3 days to become the wolf I was always meant to be. The next morning dawned clear and hot, Miami's summer humidity already pressing down like a physical weight despite the early hour. Elena had barely slept, her mind racing with the implications of the blood moon and the divination's cryptic warnings. Yet she felt oddly energized as she made her way to the training area where Raphael waited. He stood in the center of the reinforced room, barefoot and dressed simply in loose pants and a fitted t-shirt that did little to conceal the powerful musculature beneath. Unlike Mateo, whose physical presence was always carefully accentuated through tailored clothing and deliberate positioning, Raphael seemed completely unself-conscious of his natural dominance, neither flaunting nor disguising it. You look determined, he observed as she entered. I am, Elena replied, setting down her water bottle and moving to join him in the center of the room. Less than 72 hours until the blood moon. I can't afford to waste a minute. Raphael nodded approvingly. Good, because today's training will be more intensive than anything we've done before. He gestured to the far wall where several other pack members had gathered, including Dona Luz and a young woman Elena recognized as one of the clinic's werewolf nurses. Observers? She asked, brow furrowing. Participants, Raphael corrected. The divination mentioned bonds, connections between wolves. To understand what abilities might manifest during the blood moon, we need to work with actual pack bonds rather than theoretical concepts. Elena felt a flutter of nerves. Her healing training had involved practical application, but always in controlled one-on-one situations. Working with multiple wolves and their interconnections was entirely new territory. What exactly will we be doing? She asked. Raphael moved to a position a few feet away from her. First, we need to establish if you can already sense pack bonds without conscious effort. Then we'll see if you can influence them in any way. How do I? Elena began, but Raphael raised a hand. Don't try, he advised, echoing what Dona Luz had told her repeatedly during healing training. Your bloodline abilities seem to work best through intuition rather than forced effort. Just close your eyes and tell me what you perceive about the connections in this room. Taking a deep breath, Elena closed her eyes and tried to empty her mind of expectations. At first, she sensed nothing beyond the usual awareness of multiple werewolves in a shared space. Their scents, the sounds of their breathing and heartbeats, the subtle energy all supernatural creatures emanated. But as she continued to stand quietly, focusing without forcing, something new began to emerge. It started as a faint impression, like seeing movement from the corner of her eye, but gradually strengthened into something more definite. There's something, she said slowly, keeping her eyes closed, like threads of light, but not exactly visible, more like I can feel them. Good, Raphael's voice came from directly in front of her now. Follow that impression. What do the threads connect? Elena concentrated, allowing the sensation to develop naturally rather than grasping at it. They're between all of you. Different colors, different textures. Some are bright and strong, others fainter. The strongest is between you and Diego. She referenced Raphael's security chief, who she sensed was among the observers. It's golden, almost solid. Lifetime bonds? Dona Luz murmured from somewhere to her right. Diego and Raphael grew up together, trained together. What about me? Raphael asked quietly. What connections do you sense to me? This was harder. Elena focused, trying to perceive her own connections as objectively as the others. There's something forming between us, she said finally. It's different from the others, silver rather than gold, and it seems to pulse? Like it's still developing? She heard a soft murmur run through the observing pack members, but kept her focus on the emerging perceptions. And there's something else, she continued, voice dropping as she concentrated. A dark thread, very thin but surprisingly strong. It stretches from me toward the east. It feels wrong somehow, like it's been artificially created rather than naturally formed. Raphael's voice sharpened with interest. Can you follow it? See where it leads? Elena tried, mentally tracing the unsettling thread that extended from her chest outward. But the further she followed it, the more uncomfortable she became, until finally she gasped and opened her eyes, breaking the connection. Matteo, she said, breathing hard as if she'd been running. It leads to Matteo, I think. I think it's the beginning of the mate bond he was trying to establish. Even though we never completed the ceremony, some kind of connection formed. Raphael's expression was grave. That confirms what we suspected. The mate bond didn't require the full ceremony to begin forming. Your extended time in his territory, the ring he gave you, the preparations for the ceremony, all created the preliminary connection he needed, which is how he's tracking me, Elena realized with a chill. Not just through conventional means, but through this artificial bond, and which is why the blood moon is so significant, Doña Luz added, stepping forward. During such powerful celestial events, bonds of all kinds are strengthened, including unwanted ones. Elena wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly cold despite the room's warmth. So when the blood moon rises, his connection to you will strengthen, Raphael confirmed grimly, unless we can find a way to sever it before then. Can we? Elena asked, looking between Raphael and Doña Luz. Is that even possible? The elderly healer's expression was thoughtful. The traditional texts suggest Luna del Caribe healers could influence bonds in various ways, strengthening, modifying, even severing them in extreme cases. But such abilities typically required the full power granted by your bloodline's maturity, which I don't have, Elena concluded, frustration evident in her voice. Not yet, Raphael corrected. But the blood moon may change that. The divination mentioned bonds made visible and fire in her hands. I believe your full abilities will manifest during the convergence. We just need to prepare you to control them when they do. Elena straightened, determination replacing her momentary despair. Then let's continue. If I can already sense the bonds, maybe I can learn to influence them with enough practice. The training intensified after that, with various pack members participating in exercises designed to help Elena not just perceive the bonds between them, but attempt to interact with them. Progress was slow and frustrating. While she could consistently sense the connections with growing clarity, actually affecting them remained elusive. Hours later, drenched in sweat and mentally exhausted, Elena finally called for a break. The constant focus had left her with a pounding headache, and despite her determination, it was clear she needed rest before continuing. You're pushing yourself too hard, Raphael observed as he handed her a bottle of water. Elena took a long drink before responding. I don't have the luxury of taking it easy. The blood moon is coming whether I'm ready or not. True, he acknowledged. But exhausting yourself won't accelerate your progress. Some abilities can't be forced. They emerge when the conditions are right. And if they don't emerge until the blood moon itself? Elena challenged. I'll have no practice controlling them, no understanding of their limits or potential. Raphael considered this, his expression thoughtful. There may be another approach. We haven't tried yet. He turned toward Doña Luz, who had been observing from the sidelines. The pendant. Her mother's pendant. Could it serve as a conduit? The elder healer's eyes widened with sudden understanding. Of course! Luna del Caribe healers traditionally used family heirlooms to channel their abilities during training. The silver contains traces of their energy, creating a template of sorts. Elena's hand went automatically to the crescent moon and star pendant she'd worn since leaving home. It had remained warm against her skin ever since, a comforting connection to her mother and her heritage. How would that work? She asked. Focus your awareness through the pendant rather than trying to extend it directly from yourself, Doña Luz instructed, approaching to stand beside her. The metal contains the energy signature of generations of Luna del Caribe healers. It may help shape your emerging abilities into forms they would recognize. It seemed too simple, but Elena was willing to try anything at this point. Holding the pendant lightly between her fingers, she closed her eyes and focused her awareness, as Doña Luz had suggested. The difference was immediate and startling. Where before she had sensed bonds as vague impressions, more feeling than sight, now they appeared with sudden clarity, like silvery threads weaving through the room, connecting each werewolf to others in patterns of varying strength and quality. "I can see them," she gasped, eyes still closed but perception razor sharp. "Actually see them, not just sense them." "Excellent," Doña Luz murmured. "Now, try to influence one. Something simple. Perhaps the connection between myself and Maria." She indicated the young nurse who had been assisting throughout the training session. Elena focused on the thread connecting the two women. A moderate bond of respect and professional affiliation, colored a soft blue. Through the pendant, she found she could somehow touch it. Not physically, but with her awareness, as if the necklace extended her perception into a realm where these connections existed as manipulable things. With delicate mental pressure, she tried to strengthen the bond, imagining it growing brighter, more substantive. To her amazement, the thread responded, thickening slightly and taking on a deeper hue. A small gasp from Maria told her the change had been felt. "She's doing it," the young nurse exclaimed. "I feel more connected to Doña Luz somehow, like I can sense her presence more clearly than before." Encouraged, Elena tried something more challenging. She shifted her focus to the unsettling, dark thread extending from her chest toward the east toward Mateo. This connection felt fundamentally different from the others, less a natural bond than an artificial tether. When she tried to touch it through her pendant-enhanced perception, it squirmed unpleasantly, as if alive and resistant to her influence. "This one's different," she said, voice tight with concentration. "It's fighting me." "Artificially created bonds often do," Doña Luz observed. "They lack the mutual foundation that natural connections build upon." Elena pressed harder, trying to weaken the dark thread, to fray its edges or dim its presence. For a moment she thought she felt it give slightly, but then it pulsed with unexpected strength, sending a jolt of pain through her chest that made her cry out and stagger backwards. Raphael caught her before she could fall, his strong hands steadying her shoulders. "Enough," he said firmly. "That's enough for now." Elena opened her eyes, blinking as the world of normal perception returned. The pendant in her hand had grown almost hot, and she could swear it was pulsing, faintly with stored energy. "What happened?" she asked, voice shaky. "The bond resisted," Doña Luz explained, her expression concerned, and more worryingly, it responded with a counterattack. Whoever created that connection, presumably Mateo or one of his elders, built in protections against tampering. "So I can't break it," Elena concluded, disappointment washing through her. "Not yet," Raphael corrected, still supporting her though she'd regained her balance. "And not alone. But during the blood moon, when your abilities are amplified and you have the support of other wolves..." He didn't finish the thought, but his meaning was clear. Elena nodded slowly, new understanding crystallizing. "So that's our strategy. Use the blood moon's power to break Mateo's artificial bond, severing his ability to track me or influence me. It seems our most viable option," Raphael agreed. "But it carries risks. Tampering with bonds during a blood moon could have unpredictable effects, particularly for someone still learning to control her abilities." "What kind of effects?" Elena asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. Doña Luz's expression was grave. "Bond manipulation affects both parties. If you sever a connection improperly, the backlash could cause harm to yourself, to Mateo, potentially even to uninvolved wolves connected to either of you." The weight of this knowledge settled heavily on Elena's shoulders. What had seemed like a straightforward goal, breaking Mateo's unwanted connection, now carried implications far beyond her personal freedom. "I need to learn more," she stated, determination replacing uncertainty. "Not just how to sense bonds or make small adjustments, but how to properly sever one without causing unintended damage." Raphael nodded, respect evident in his expression. "And you will. But first, you need to rest. Even with the pendant amplifying your natural abilities, this kind of work drains energy at a cellular level. Pushing too hard could leave you vulnerable precisely when you need to be strongest." Though reluctant, Alina recognized the wisdom in his words. Her hands were actually trembling from the effort of the day's training, and the headache that had started hours ago now pounded behind her eyes with intensity that suggested genuine neurological strain rather than simple tension. "Fine," she conceded. "A few hours of rest. Then we continue." As Raphael escorted her back to her quarters, a comfortable silence fell between them. Just before they reached her door, he spoke again, his tone more personal than it had been in the training room. "You did something remarkable today," he said quietly. "Most wolves spend decades learning to even sense pack bonds, let alone influence them. What you accomplished in a few hours..." He shook his head, genuine admiration in his expression. Elena felt warmth spread through her at his praise. Not the calculated flattery Matteo had so often employed, but honest appreciation from someone who understood the significance of what she'd achieved. "It wasn't really me," she demurred. "The pendant made it possible." "The pendant is a tool," Raphael corrected gently. "The ability comes from your bloodline. From you." He hesitated, then added, "When this is over, when you're truly free of Matteo's influence and the blood moon has passed, I hope you'll consider staying with us, not as a refugee needing protection, but as a valued ally. The Sombra del Rio could benefit greatly from a Luna del Caribe healer, and I think you might find purpose here that honors your heritage without constraining your independence." The offer hung between them, significant in what it didn't demand as much as what it proposed. Unlike Matteo's carefully orchestrated courtship designed to bind her to Costa de Oro through mate bond and extraction ritual, Raphael was suggesting alliance without assimilation, connection without control. "I'll consider it," Elena replied carefully, though something in her wolf responded powerfully to the possibility. "But first, we have to survive the blood moon." Raphael's expression turned serious once more. "Yes. And that means you must rest now. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, and you'll need your strength to meet them." As he turned to leave, Elena caught his wrist, the contact sending that now familiar current of awareness through her skin. "Raphael," she said quietly, "thank you, not just for the training or the protection, but for seeing me as more than my bloodline, more than a resource to be acquired or an asset to be managed." His eyes, warm amber in the hallway's soft light, met hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. "I see you very clearly, Elena Mendoza, perhaps more clearly than anyone has in a very long time." With that enigmatic statement, he gently extracted his wrist from her grasp and continued down the hallway, leaving Elena to wonder if the rapid beating of her heart had more to do with the day's exertions or the man who had just walked away. Closing the door to her quarters, she sank onto the bed, her mother's pendant still warm in her hand. Through it, she could faintly sense the silver thread that had begun forming between herself and Raphael, so different from the dark, artificial tether connecting her to Matteo. This new bond was forming naturally, without manipulation or hidden agenda, built on genuine respect and growing trust. The contrast couldn't have been more stark. And as Elena finally surrendered to exhaustion, drifting toward much-needed sleep, she found herself wondering which of these connections would ultimately define her future once the blood moon had risen and set, leaving her either truly free or bound once more to forces that sought to control rather than understand her unique power. With 3 days until the blood moon, Raphael's pack transformed into a hive of coordinated activity. Elena watched from the clinic's roof as vehicles arrived bearing supplies, weapons, and wolves she hadn't seen before. Pack members called in from outlying areas to bolster their defenses. "Impressive, isn't it?" Raphael's voice came from behind her. She turned to find him approaching, his powerful frame silhouetted against the setting sun. Despite the urgency of their preparations, he moved with that casual grace that seemed so effortless compared to Mateo's calculated precision. "Your pack is certainly efficient," Elena observed. "I've never seen so many wolves working together without constant direction from their alpha." Raphael smiled, coming to stand beside her at the edge of the roof. "That's because they don't need it. The Sombra del Rio values initiative over blind obedience. Each wolf knows their responsibility and carries it out without requiring me to micromanage every detail." "Unlike Costa de Oro," Elena noted, thinking of Mateo's pack and their rigid hierarchy. "Different philosophies," Raphael acknowledged without judgment. "Mateo believes in centralized control. I prefer distributed strength." He gestured toward the activity below. "Look there." Diego's security team is coordinating defense parameters with Lucia's medical unit without either group waiting for my approval on the details. Elena followed his indication, watching as wolves efficiently prepared for what was beginning to feel like an impending battle, rather than simple protection detail. "You really believe Mateo will try something before the blood moon?" "I'm certain of it," Raphael replied, his expression growing serious. "The bond you sensed yesterday confirms he has some connection to track you. He won't wait for the blood moon if he can recapture you before it." "Where are they all going?" Elena asked, noting that many of the vehicles were now departing, loaded with supplies and pack members. "To the sanctuary," Raphael answered. "Our strongest defensive position, an old Spanish mission on the edge of our territory. We've used it as a supernatural refuge for centuries." Interest piqued, Elena turned to face him fully. "A mission, as in a church?" Raphael nodded, a hint of pride in his expression. "Built in the late 1700s, it was abandoned after a hurricane in the early 1900s. My grandfather acquired it during the 1950s, ostensibly as a historical preservation project. In reality, it sits at a point of natural power, where three ley lines intersect. The original missionaries built there unknowingly, but supernatural creatures have always recognized its significance." "And this is where we'll be during the blood moon?" Elena asked. "If you agree," Raphael replied, his tone making it clear this was her choice rather than his command. "The mission offers advantages beyond physical security. The stone walls are infused with protective energy after centuries of use as sanctuary, and the ley line convergence can help amplify beneficial magic while dampening harmful influences." Elena considered this, appreciating both the strategic benefits and Raphael's consistent respect for her autonomy. Unlike Mateo, who would have simply informed her of his decision, Raphael continued to treat her as partner rather than protected asset. "I'd like to see it," she decided, "now before we're forced to retreat there. I want to understand the space we'll be using." Raphael nodded approvingly. "A wise request. I can take you there this evening. The preliminary preparations should be complete by then, and you'll be able to get a feel for the energy without the distraction of the full pack's presence." As they turned to leave the rooftop, Elena noticed Raphael's gaze lingering on Miami's eastern skyline, toward Mateo's territory. "What is it?" she asked. "Just wondering what he's planning," Raphael answered quietly. "Mateo's never been one to accept defeat, and he's had decades to perfect his strategic thinking. Whatever move he makes next, it won't be straightforward." "You sound like you admire him," Elena observed, surprised. Raphael's expression was complex, respect mingled with wariness and something else she couldn't quite identify. "I recognize his intelligence and determination, even while opposing his methods and objectives. Underestimating Mateo Fuentes would be a dangerous mistake." The simple acknowledgement, giving credit to an adversary's capabilities without demonizing him, highlighted yet another difference between Raphael's leadership approach and what Elena had experienced in Mateo's world. Where Costa de Oro pack members were encouraged to view the Sombra del Rio as inherently inferior rivals, Raphael taught respect for opponents' strengths alongside opposition to their actions. "I won't underestimate him," Elena promised grimly. "I've already made that mistake once." The old Spanish mission rose from the landscape like something from another time, its weathered stone walls and red-tiled roof standing in stark contrast to the modern Miami sprawl visible in the distance. Set on a slight rise and surrounded by ancient live oaks draped with Spanish moss, It possessed a quiet dignity that centuries of storms and sun had only enhanced rather than diminished. As Raphael parked the SUV in what had once been the mission's courtyard, Elena could immediately sense what he'd described earlier, a subtle vibration in the air, a feeling of energetic potential that made her skin tingle and her wolf stir with recognition. "You feel it?" Raphael observed, watching her reaction. Elena nodded, stepping out of the vehicle and turning slowly to take in their surroundings. "The ley lines? It's like standing in a gentle current of warm water." "Most wolves can't sense them until they've been trained," Raphael noted, appreciation evident in his tone. "Another Luna del Caribe gift, perhaps." Pack members moved purposefully around the mission grounds, reinforcing stone walls that had stood for centuries, placing what looked like decorative potted plants at strategic entry points, and establishing what Elena recognized as evacuation routes leading away from the main buildings. "The herbs at the entrances," she noted, gesturing toward the innocuous-looking plants. "Protection magic?" Raphael nodded. "Doña Luz's specialty. Traditional werewolf protective herbs combined with botanicals used in Santeria. They won't stop a determined physical attack, but they help diffuse malevolent energy and make it harder for unwanted supernatural influences to penetrate the sanctuary." "And the evacuation routes?" Elena asked, noting the pathways being carefully marked with symbols that would be meaningless to human eyes but were clearly significant to the werewolves establishing them. "For the humans who live nearby," Raphael explained, guiding her toward the mission's main entrance. "If conflict escalates beyond what we can conceal, we have protocols to move local residents to safety without revealing the supernatural nature of what's happening. The consideration for human neighbors protecting them without exposing werewolf existence reflected the Sombra del Rio's integrated approach to community. Unlike Costa de Oro's strict separation between supernatural and human worlds, Raphael's pack maintained protective connection with the people who shared their territory. Inside, the mission had been transformed into a functional headquarters without sacrificing its historical character. The main chapel, with its soaring ceiling and ornate wooden beams, now served as central gathering space. Ancient pews had been arranged to create both meeting areas and defensible positions, while the altar space had been converted into a medical station under Lucia's supervision. "This is incredible," Elena breathed, taking in the space. "You've maintained the original structure while adapting it for practical use." "My grandfather believed in honoring what came before while preparing for what lies ahead," Raphael replied, obvious affection in his voice. "He taught that dismissing history leaves you vulnerable to repeating its mistakes." As they continued their tour, Elena noted how the pack had organized different functions throughout the mission's various rooms and outbuildings. The former priests' quarters now housed communications equipment and security monitoring systems. The refectory had become a communal kitchen and dining hall. Former meditation cells offered private spaces for wolves needing moments of quiet concentration before or after shifts. "The clinic will be relocated here tomorrow," Raphael explained as they entered what had once been the mission's infirmary. "Not the human serving facilities, of course, but our supernatural medical capabilities. Doña Luz is already preparing the space for both routine treatment and potential casualties." The grim implication hung in the air between them. For all the talk of protection and sanctuary, both knew that conflict with Mateo might not remain purely defensive. "I don't want anyone hurt because of me," Elena said quietly, the weight of responsibility pressing down on her. Raphael turned to face her directly, his expression serious. "If conflict comes, it won't be because of you, Elena. It will be because Mateo chooses to violate territory and traditions in his pursuit of power. Never forget the difference between being a cause and being a target." The distinction resonated with Elena in ways she hadn't expected, recognizing that while her abilities might motivate Mateo's actions, the responsibility for those actions remained entirely his. It was a perspective she hadn't fully embraced until this moment, having carried unwarranted guilt since discovering his true intentions. Their tour concluded on the mission's roof, accessed by narrow stone stairs that spiraled up one of the bell towers. The view was breathtaking. Miami's skyline glittering in the distance, while closer at hand, the natural landscape stretched toward the Everglades, still wild despite centuries of human encroachment. The blood moon will rise there, Raphael said, pointing toward the eastern horizon. We'll perform the severing ritual here, where the ley line's energy can help amplify your abilities while providing protection against backlash. Elena leaned against the weathered stone parapet, considering everything she'd seen and learned. Your pack has clearly done this before, creating sanctuary, preparing for supernatural conflict. It's not just about me or Mateo, is it? This is part of who you are as Alpha. Raphael joined her at the parapet, his shoulder almost touching hers as they gazed out over the landscape his pack protected. The Sombra del Rio has always stood between those with power and those without it, he acknowledged quietly. Sometimes that means opposing other supernatural factions. Sometimes it means protecting humans who never know the dangers that threaten them. It's not always popular, but it's necessary. It's honorable, Elena corrected, turning to look at him directly. In the fading light, his features seemed both stronger and gentler somehow, power tempered by compassion in a combination she'd never witnessed in Mateo, despite his superficial charm. Many would disagree, Raphael replied with a hint of a rueful smile. Mateo certainly does. He believes our integration with human communities creates unnecessary vulnerability, that true security comes from separation and control, and you believe otherwise. It wasn't a question, but Raphael answered anyway. I believe isolation breeds fear on both sides, that walls, whether physical or social, eventually create the very conflicts they're meant to prevent. The philosophy resonated with what Elena had been discovering about her own bloodline's heritage, that the Luna del Caribe had historically served as bridges between supernatural factions, rather than aligning exclusively with any single pack or perspective. As twilight deepened around them, Elena found herself studying Raphael with new appreciation. Unlike Mateo, whose every action served his own agenda first and foremost, Raphael consistently demonstrated commitment to principles larger than personal advancement or pack dominance. The pack will arrive throughout the day tomorrow, Raphael continued, seeming unaware of her scrutiny. Final preparations will be completed by sunset, giving us the full night to settle in before the blood moon rises the following evening. Elena nodded, then asked the question that had been forming since they'd arrived. What happens afterward? Assuming we successfully break Mateo's bond and protect against his attempt to recapture me during the blood moon, what then? Raphael turned to face her fully, his expression serious in the gathering darkness. That depends entirely on you, Elena. The Sangre del Rio will continue to offer alliance and protection for as long as you wish it, but we will never demand your permanent allegiance or integration. Your bloodline's independence is part of its strength and purpose. The answer, straightforward and without hidden agenda, contrasted sharply with the careful manipulations that had characterized her time with Mateo, where he had orchestrated every interaction to lead toward her eventual capture and extraction. Raphael simply offered truth and allowed her autonomy to determine what followed. I haven't thought that far ahead, Elena admitted. Everything since escaping Mateo has been about survival and protection. The future beyond the blood moon seems undefined. Sometimes undefined is exactly what we need, Raphael observed quietly. Space to discover rather than merely fulfill expectations others have placed upon us. The insight struck Elena with unexpected force. Recognizing how her entire life had been shaped by external expectations and necessities, her parents' deaths had forced her into hiding with Abuela. Financial struggles had pushed her to accept Mateo's job offer. His deception had driven her into Raphael's protection. At no point had she truly chosen a path based solely on her own desires and values. Space to discover, she repeated thoughtfully. I think I'd like that. Something shifted in Raphael's expression, a warmth that had nothing to do with the Alpha's authority and everything to do with the man beneath the role. Then, that's what will ensure you have once Mateo's threat is neutralized. As they stood together on the ancient mission roof, Miami's lights creating a distant ribbon of diamonds against the darkening sky, Elena felt a curious sensation of possibilities opening before her. futures she hadn't allowed herself to imagine while focused solely on escaping Mateo's control. The moments stretched between them, comfortable yet charged with unspoken potential, until Raphael finally broke the silence. "We should return to the clinic. There's still much to prepare before tomorrow's relocation." Elena nodded, reluctantly turning away from both the view and the man beside her. As they descended the spiral stairs, the mission's ancient stones seemed to whisper reassurances, promises of protection that had been fulfilled for centuries of refugees seeking sanctuary within these walls. Tomorrow would bring the pack's full mobilization. The day after would bring the blood moon and whatever confrontation Mateo had planned. But for this moment, walking beside Raphael through corridors that had sheltered countless others before her, Elena allowed herself to believe in the possibility of a future defined by her own choices, rather than others' designs. The following day passed in organized chaos as the clinic's supernatural operations transferred to the mission. Elena found herself working alongside Raphael in the facility's medical center, preparing treatment spaces and organizing supplies under Dona Luz's expert direction. Unlike the carefully maintained separation between alpha and subordinates that Mateo had always enforced, Raphael worked alongside his pack members without concern for status or appearance. He carried boxes, moved equipment, and followed Dona Luz's instructions with the same willing efficiency as any other wolf. "You seem surprised," he observed during a brief break, catching Elena watching him help a young pack member install monitoring equipment. "I am," she admitted. Mateo would never participate in physical labor that others could handle. He believed it undermined an alpha's authority to be seen doing subordinate work. Raphael's expression showed neither judgment nor agreement, just thoughtful consideration. "Different philosophies," he said finally. "I believe an alpha's authority comes from respect earned through shared effort, not distance maintained through artificial separation." The contrast couldn't have been more clear. Yet, Elena appreciated Raphael's consistent refusal to criticize Mateo directly. Instead, he simply demonstrated an alternative approach and allowed her to draw her own conclusions. By late afternoon, the mission hummed with activity as pack members settled into assigned roles and spaces. Elena had just finished organizing the last of the medical supplies when Diego, Raphael's security chief, appeared at the infirmary doorway. "Raphael wants you at the main gate," he said without preamble. "We have an unexpected arrival." Concern immediately tightened Elena's chest. "Mateo?" Diego shook his head. "Not Costa de Oro. Someone asking specifically for you, claiming urgent information." Curiosity replacing alarm, Elena followed the security chief through the mission's winding corridors and out to the main gate, where Raphael stood in conversation with a woman Elena had never seen before. Tall and aristocratic, with the perfect posture of someone accustomed to commanding attention, the stranger radiated tension despite her composed exterior. As Elena approached, Raphael turned, his expression carefully neutral. "Elena, this is Veronica Delgado, Mateo's beta." Elena froze, instinctively dropping into a defensive posture. "Mateo's beta? Here?" The woman, Veronica, raised her hands in a universal gesture of non-aggression. "I came alone," she said, her accent revealing education in Europe's finest schools despite her Miami roots. "Against my alpha's knowledge and against everything I've been taught about pack loyalty." "Why?" Elena demanded, remaining at a cautious distance despite Raphael's seemingly relaxed posture beside the potential threat. "Because Mateo has gone too far," Veronica answered, something like genuine distress flashing across her aristocratic features. "The ritual he's planning for the blood moon, it's not just extraction anymore, it's complete absorption." Raphael's expression darkened. "Explain." Veronica glanced between them, calculation and what appeared to be genuine fear warring in her eyes. After Elena escaped, Mateo became unstable, obsessed beyond reason. He consulted ancient texts that even the elders considered forbidden. Ritual magic that would not just transfer Elena's abilities to himself, but completely absorb her essence. "Consume me, you mean?" Elena clarified, cold horror washing through her. "Essentially, yes," Veronica confirmed, her composure cracking slightly. "The ritual would leave your body alive but empty, a shell without consciousness or identity. Everything that makes you Elena would become part of Mateo. Raphael had gone very still, the kind of stillness that in an alpha preceded explosive action. Such rituals were banned centuries ago by every supernatural governance body. They're considered abomination even by the most traditional pacts. I know, Veronica replied, genuine revulsion evident in her tone. When I discovered what he was planning, I confronted him. She hesitated, then pushed up her sleeve to reveal a partially healed burn in the distinctive pattern of an alpha's disciplinary mark. He said I was either with him completely or against him entirely, that the future of Costa de Oro required difficult but necessary sacrifices. The injury, a deliberate wound that would scar even a werewolf's accelerated healing, spoke volumes about how far Mateo had descended into obsession. Alpha discipline was rare in modern pacts, and such severe punishment of a beta indicated serious fracturing within Costa de Oro's leadership structure. That's not all, Veronica continued, pulling her sleeve back down. He's made arrangements with hunters. Hunters, Elena echoed, disbelief coloring her tone. Hunters were humans who knew about werewolves and specialized in killing them, the natural enemies of all supernatural creatures. Mateo would never work with hunters. They're anathema to everything werewolves stand for. He's promised them access to other packs in exchange for help capturing you, Veronica stated flatly. Starting with the Mangala Oscuro, whose territory contains several plant species hunters value for their weapons. Raphael's expression had transformed from careful neutrality to cold fury. He would betray all werewolf kind for his own obsession. Yes, Veronica confirmed simply, and that's why I'm here. Whatever personal loyalty I owe Mateo as his beta is superseded by the universal code that protects all werewolves from human discovery. He has broken that code, and I can no longer follow him. Elena exchanged a look with Raphael, seeing her own shock mirrored in his eyes. For a beta to break with her alpha was almost unheard of in werewolf society. The bond between them was supposed to be second only to mate bonds in strength and permanence. What exactly is he planning? Raphael asked, focus shifting from the betrayal to the immediate threat. He'll bring his entire pack at moonrise, Veronica replied, her composure returning, now that they were discussing tactical matters, rather than emotional decisions. The human hunters will accompany them disguised as law enforcement conducting a drug raid. They have forged documents that would pass casual inspection, creating plausible cover for their presence and any conflict that might be observed. Using human authorities as cover, Raphael noted grimly. Clever. It prevents us from mounting an obvious supernatural defense without risking exposure to the wider human world. When is this happening? Elena asked, mind racing through implications and potential countermeasures. Tomorrow night, Veronica confirmed, as the blood moon rises. The hunters believe they're helping recover a mentally unstable young woman who's been kidnapped by a drug cartel. They don't know the full supernatural reality, of course, but they've been promised access to the Everglades packs, territory once Elena is secured. Raphael studied Veronica with the assessing gaze of an alpha determining truth from deception. Why should we believe you? This could easily be misinformation designed to misdirect our preparations. Veronica met his gaze directly, a challenge few wolves could maintain with an alpha not their own. Because I'm invoking the ancient right of sanctuary, she stated formally. By the laws that predate our current pack structures, any wolf may seek protection when their alpha violates the fundamental code of protecting all werewolves from human discovery. The formal invocation, ritual words Elena recognized from her recent studies of werewolf history and law, carried weight beyond ordinary requests for assistance. It referenced traditions older than current territorial divisions, obligations that transcended modern pack politics. Raphael's posture shifted subtly, acknowledgement of the formal claim replacing personal suspicion. The Sombra del Rio recognizes your invocation of sanctuary, he replied, equally formal. You will be protected while the truth of your claims is verified and proper response determined. With those ritual words spoken, something in the atmosphere changed. Tension not disappearing, but transforming into focused preparation rather than uncertain wariness. Diego, Raphael addressed his security chief, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, escort Veronica to the East Quarter and assign appropriate accommodation. Then convene the Pack Council. We need to adjust our strategy based on this new information. As Diego led Mateo's beta away, Elena turned to Raphael, her mind still processing the implications of what they'd learned. "Do you believe her?" Raphael's expression was thoughtful. The ancient rite of sanctuary isn't invoked lightly. It carries binding magical obligations. If she's lying, the consequences to her would be severe, and the injury she showed us was genuine alpha discipline, not self-inflicted. "So, Mateo really has allied with hunters," Elena said, the horror of this betrayal settling cold in her stomach. "He'd risk exposing all werewolves just to capture me?" "Power corrupts," Raphael replied quietly, "and obsession blinds. The Mateo I knew years ago would never have considered such alliance. But that man appears to be gone, replaced by someone willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve his goals." Elena wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly chilled despite the warm evening air. "This changes everything. It changes our tactical approach," Raphael corrected gently, "but not our fundamental objective. We'll still protect you, still perform the severing ritual during the blood moon, still ensure your freedom to choose your own path forward." The calm reassurance focused on core principles rather than reactive panic steadied Elena when she might otherwise have been overwhelmed by the escalating threat. Unlike Mateo, who would have used such crisis to increase her dependence on his protection, Raphael simply reaffirmed her agency within adjusted circumstance. "I need to train more," she decided, determination replacing momentary fear. "If Mateo's bringing his entire pack and human hunters, I can't afford to be passive in my own defense. My abilities need to be assets, not just potential that might emerge during crisis." Raphael nodded, respect evident in his expression. "Donna Luce is in the chapel. She's been preparing specialized training based on what the divination revealed about your potential abilities. I think you'll find her approach particularly relevant given what we've just learned." As they walked back toward the mission's main building, Elena felt a resolve crystallizing within her. Determination not just to survive Mateo's obsession, but to emerge from this conflict fully embodying the Luna del Caribe heritage she was only beginning to understand. "Raphael," she said, stopping him with a light touch to his arm, "thank you for believing me when I first arrived at your clinic, for offering protection without demanding submission, for treating me as a person with agency rather than an asset to be acquired." He turned to face her fully, twilight shadows accentuating the strong planes of his face. "You never need to thank me for seeing you clearly, Elena. That's not generosity or strategy. It's simply truth." The simple statement, delivered without calculation or expectation, sent warmth spreading through Elena's chest that had nothing to do with wolf physiology and everything to do with the man standing before her. Unlike Mateo's carefully choreographed romantic gestures designed to manipulate her emotions, Raphael's honest acknowledgement of her worth required nothing in return. As the mission bell tolled the hour, calling pack members to evening meeting, Elena recognized something fundamental shifting within her. Confidence replacing uncertainty, determination overriding fear, and perhaps most surprisingly, genuine connection displacing the isolation she'd carried since her parents' deaths. Tomorrow would bring the blood moon and whatever confrontation Mateo had planned, but tonight, standing beside a wolf who offered alliance without demanding submission, Elena felt the first stirrings of something she'd almost forgotten was possible. Hope not just for survival, but for a future worth fighting to create. The night before the blood moon, Elena woke to commotion, hushed but urgent voices, quick footsteps, and the unmistakable tension that rippled through pack bonds when unexpected threat appeared. She was out of bed and dressed in seconds, her wolf's instincts fully alert as she moved toward the mission's central chapel, where most activity seemed concentrated. As she approached the massive wooden doors, Diego intercepted her, his expression grave. "We have a situation," he said without preamble. "Mateo?" Elena asked, automatically scanning for escape routes despite the mission's supposed security. "Not directly," Diego replied, guiding her into the chapel where a tense tableau greeted her. Raphael stood at the center of the space, his posture radiating controlled power. Across from him, surrounded by Sombra security wolves, stood a woman Elena recognized instantly, despite never having met her face to face. Veronica, Mateo's second in command, the beta who had been with him through decades of pack leadership. "What's she doing here?" Elena demanded, moving instinctively to Raphael's side. Before Raphael could answer, Veronica spoke, her aristocratic features set in lines of determination despite the obvious danger of her position, surrounded by rival pack members. "I came alone," she stated, addressing Elena directly rather than Raphael. "To warn you, Mateo knows where you are." A ripple of tension ran through the assembled wolves. Someone had betrayed their location. Information that had been closely guarded precisely because of Mateo's resources and determination. "How?" Raphael asked, his tone deceptively calm, though Elena could sense the fury building beneath his controlled exterior. "He captured and interrogated one of your scouts, near the eastern boundary," Veronica answered, direct and unapologetic. "The wolf held out admirably, but Mateo's methods have become increasingly extreme. The implication, torture of a captured enemy wolf, sent another wave of tension through the chapel. Such tactics violated the unwritten code that governed inter-pack conflicts, even during territorial disputes." "Where's our pack member now?" Diego demanded, stepping forward with barely contained rage. Veronica met his gaze without flinching. "Dead. Mateo disposed of the body in neutral territory as warning to others who might oppose him." Her voice carried genuine regret beneath its factual delivery. "I couldn't prevent it. By the time I learned what was happening, it was too late." Elena felt sick. Someone had died because of her, because they'd been protecting her from Mateo's obsession. The weight of that responsibility settled cold and heavy in her stomach. "Why are you telling us this?" Raphael asked, his focus unwavering despite the grim news. "Betraying your alpha's plans hardly seems in character for his loyal beta." "Because this has gone beyond pack politics and territorial disputes," Veronica replied, her composure cracking to reveal genuine alarm. After Elena's escape, Mateo became increasingly unstable. The extraction ritual he had planned was bad enough, but now she hesitated, seeming to search for words adequate to explain. "Now what?" Elena prompted, needing to understand the full extent of the threat. Veronica's gaze shifted to her, assessment and what appeared to be genuine concern in her expression. "Now he's planning complete absorption rather than mere extraction. The difference is significant." Raphael went very still. "Explain." "Extraction would have transferred your abilities to Mateo while leaving you diminished but alive." Veronica addressed Elena directly. "Absorption leaves nothing behind, just an empty shell where a person once existed. Everything that makes you Elena would become part of him." The horror of this description momentarily robbed Elena of speech. Even Mateo's original deception had left her with continued existence, albeit reduced. This new plan amounted to spiritual murder disguised as ceremonial transfer. "Such rituals are forbidden by every supernatural governance body," Raphael said, his voice tight with controlled fury. "They're considered abomination even by the most traditional packs." "I know," Veronica replied simply. "That's why I'm here. Whatever loyalty I owe Mateo as his beta is superseded by basic supernatural ethics. He's crossed lines that can't be uncrossed." The naked honesty in her statement, a beta publicly acknowledging her alpha's descent into unacceptable extremism, carried weight that mere tactical information could not. Elena found herself believing Veronica despite their antagonistic history. "That's not all," Veronica continued, her composure returning now that the most difficult confession had been made. "Mateo has made arrangements with hunters." Gasps and growls erupted from the gathered wolves. Hunters were humans who knew about werewolves and specialized in killing them, the natural enemies of all supernatural creatures. "Mateo would never work with hunters," Elena objected automatically. "They're anathema to everything werewolves stand for." "The Mateo you briefly knew wouldn't have," Veronica agreed grimly. "The Mateo consumed by obsession with possessing your bloodline abilities? He's promised them access to other packs in exchange for help capturing you." Raphael's expression had darkened to something truly dangerous. "Starting with which pack?" "The Manglar Oscuro," Veronica answered. "Their Everglades territory contains several plant species hunters value for their weapons." The betrayal was breathtaking in its scope, not just of Elena or rival urban packs, but of all werewolf kind. The universal code that protected supernatural existence from human discovery was the one inviolable law that transcended pack politics and territorial disputes. What exactly is he planning? Raphael asked, tactical assessment replacing moral outrage. He'll bring his entire pack at moonrise tomorrow, Veronica replied, shifting seamlessly into the role of intelligence source. The human hunters will accompany them disguised as law enforcement, conducting a drug raid. They have forged documents and credentials that would pass casual inspection, creating plausible cover for their presence in any conflict that might be observed. Using human authorities as cover, Raphael noted grimly, it prevents us from mounting an obvious supernatural defense without risking exposure to the wider human world. The hunters believe they're helping recover a mentally unstable young woman who's been kidnapped by a drug cartel, Veronica added. They don't know the full supernatural reality, of course, but they've been promised access to the Everglades Pack's territory once Elena is secured. Elena struggled to reconcile this level of betrayal with the Mateo she'd known. The sophisticated businessman who had seemed to value tradition and supernatural stability above all else, that he would ally with hunters, humans who specialized in killing their kind, suggested a degree of obsession that transcended rational calculation. "Why should we believe you?" Diego challenged, voicing the suspicion Elena knew must be running through every wolf's mind. "This could easily be misinformation, designed to misdirect our preparations." Veronica straightened, her bearing shifting from informant to formal petitioner. "Because I invoke the ancient right of sanctuary," she stated, ritual words carrying power beyond ordinary speech. "By the laws that predate our current pack structures, any wolf may seek protection when their alpha violates the fundamental code of protecting all werewolves from human discovery." The formal invocation, words Elena recognized from her recent studies of werewolf history and law, carried weight beyond ordinary requests for assistance. It referenced traditions older than current territorial divisions, obligations that transcended modern pack politics. A hush fell over the assembled wolves. The ancient rite wasn't invoked lightly. It carried binding magical obligations and consequences. If Veronica was lying, the backlash would affect her directly and severely. Raphael's posture shifted subtly, acknowledgement of the formal claim replacing personal suspicion. "The Sombra del Rio recognizes your invocation of sanctuary," he replied, equally formal. "You will be protected while the truth of your claims is verified and proper response determined." With those ritual words spoken, something in the atmosphere changed. Tension not disappearing but transforming into focused preparation rather than uncertain wariness. More shocking still, Veronica continued, drawing a folded paper from her pocket and extending it toward Raphael, "is this. Details of tomorrow's attack, including deployment positions, timing, and extraction routes." Raphael accepted the document with understandable caution, unfolding it to reveal what appeared to be tactical plans drawn with military precision. Elena moved closer, examining the diagrams over his shoulder. They detailed a comprehensive assault on the mission, with Costa de Oro forces approaching from multiple directions while human law enforcement created distraction at the main entrance. "Why would you provide this?" Raphael asked, justifiable suspicion evident despite the formal acceptance of her sanctuary claim. "These are your pack's operational plans." Veronica's expression hardened with determination that transcended pack loyalty, because Mateo's alliance with hunters threatens all werewolves, not just Elena or Sombra del Rio. Some lines cannot be crossed, even for one's alpha. She pushed up her sleeve, revealing a partially healed burn in the distinctive pattern of an alpha's disciplinary mark. The injury, deliberate and cruelly applied, would scar even with werewolf healing. Elena hadn't seen such punishment in modern pack structures. It was a barbaric practice, largely abandoned by progressive alphas. "I did this when I questioned his judgment," Veronica explained, her aristocratic features tight with controlled emotion. "Said I was either completely loyal or completely expendable, that my decades of service meant nothing compared to his greater vision for our pack's future." Elena exchanged a shocked glance with Raphael. For an alpha to mark his beta in such a way indicated severe fracturing within Costa de Oro's leadership structure, a breakdown that went beyond tactical disagreement to fundamental rupture. "Veronica," Elena began, uncertain what to say to the woman who had once viewed her with such disdain, but now stood before them risking everything to warn them. "Don't," Veronica interrupted, pulling her sleeve back down. I don't need sympathy. I need you both to understand what we're facing. The Mateo who's coming tomorrow isn't the strategic businessman who built Costa d'Oro into Miami's most influential pack. He's become something else, something driven by obsession rather than calculation. Raphael had moved to study the tactical diagrams more closely, his expression grave. These plans are too detailed to be fabrication, he noted. The deployment patterns match Mateo's known preferences for multiple simultaneous points of pressure. They're genuine, Veronica confirmed. I've served as his tactical planner for 15 years. These are standard Costa d'Oro operation parameters with hunter units integrated at key positions. Diego had joined Raphael in examining the plans. We can adjust our defensive positioning based on these, he observed, but the human element complicates things significantly. We can't risk exposure by responding with full supernatural capability if there are ordinary humans watching. Which is exactly what Mateo's counting on, Veronica noted. He knows your pack prioritizes supernatural secrecy above aggressive defense. It's a deliberate exploitation of your ethical constraints. Raphael looked up, his expression resolute. Then we create a plan that works within those constraints while still ensuring Elena's protection. He turned to Diego. Convene the full Security Council immediately. We need to redesign our defensive strategy based on this new information. As Diego departed to gather the pack's security specialists, Raphael addressed Veronica with formal courtesy that acknowledged her difficult position. The information you've provided will be invaluable in protecting not just Elena, but potentially all Miami's supernatural community from exposure. The Sombra del Rio acknowledges this service regardless of final outcome. The formal recognition, acknowledging worth beyond pack affiliation, seemed to affect Veronica more than any personal gratitude might have. She inclined her head slightly, acceptance rather than submission in the gesture. I did not make this choice lightly, but once made, I am committed to its consequences. You'll be under our protection regardless of tomorrow's outcome, Raphael assured her. The ancient rite ensures that. When Veronica had been escorted to secure quarters where she could rest while remaining under observation, Elena turned to Raphael, still processing everything they'd learned. Do you believe her? She asked quietly. About all of it, the hunters, the absorption ritual, Mateo's instability. Raphael's expression was thoughtful. The ancient rite isn't invoked casually. It carries binding magical consequences for false claims. And that disciplinary mark was genuine, not self-inflicted. I believe she's telling the truth as she understands it. Which means Mateo really has gone beyond extraction to something far worse, Elena said, the horror of this realization settling cold in her stomach. He doesn't just want my abilities anymore. He wants to consume everything I am. It won't happen, Raphael stated with quiet certainty that carried more comfort than dramatic promises might have. We have warning now, tactical information, and time to adjust our plans. Plus, he added with a hint of grim satisfaction, Mateo has lost his beta on the eve of his most ambitious operation. That's a significant blow to any Alpha's effectiveness. Elena nodded, trying to draw strength from his confidence despite the escalating threat. What happens now? We prepare, Raphael replied simply. The Security Council will redesign our defensive positions based on the information Veronica provided. Donna Luz will accelerate your training to maximize whatever abilities might manifest during the blood moon. And he paused, something flashing in his eyes that transcended Alpha authority. I will ensure that no harm comes to you while under my protection. The promise, personal rather than merely tactical, sent unexpected warmth through Elena's chest, despite the dire circumstance. Unlike Mateo's calculated declarations designed to create dependency, Raphael's words carried genuine commitment, without demand for submission in return. As something I don't understand, Elena said, her analytical mind still working through implications despite emotional turmoil. Why would Mateo risk allying with hunters? They're naturally inclined to betray any werewolf partnership once they've gotten what they want. It's not just unethical, it's strategically unsound. Desperation, Raphael suggested, his expression somber. The blood moon is a rare alignment that enhances Luna del Caribe abilities. If he misses this opportunity to perform the ritual during optimal conditions, he might have to wait years for another chance. And my escape forced his hand, Elena concluded, understanding dawning. He had everything prepared for the ceremony to coincide with the blood moon, and when I ran, he became willing to accept previously unthinkable risks to recapture you before the opportunity passed, Raphael confirmed, which actually gives us an advantage. Desperation leads to mistakes, especially for someone accustomed to careful planning and strategic patience. The observation made tactical sense, but Elena couldn't shake the visceral horror of knowing Matteo intended not just to take her abilities, but to erase her very existence. The extraction ritual had been violation enough. This new plan was annihilation disguised as ceremonial transfer. I need to be more than passive in my own defense, she stated, determination pushing past fear. If the blood moon truly enhances my abilities, I should be prepared to use them actively rather than hoping they manifest at the right moment. Raphael studied her with what appeared to be approval rather than concern. Doña Luz mentioned something similar earlier. She's been researching historical accounts of Luna del Caribe defensive capabilities. Beyond healing that emerged during times of crisis. Like what? Elena asked, curiosity momentarily overtaking anxiety. The accounts are frustratingly vague, Raphael admitted. References to fire in the hands that match the divination's warning, mentions of wolves bound by visible tethers, descriptions of healing turned outward into what might be offensive capability, nothing specific enough to train for directly. Elena absently touched her mother's pendant, which had grown increasingly warm against her skin as the blood moon approached. Then we'll have to improvise. Work with what we know while remaining open to what might emerge. Exactly, Raphael agreed, and Elena caught a flash of something in his expression. Admiration, perhaps? Or satisfaction that she was approaching the situation as active participant rather than passive recipient of protection? A commotion at the chapel entrance drew their attention. Diego had returned with several security specialists, their expressions grim but determined as they carried maps and communication equipment toward the mission's tactical planning room. I should join them, Raphael said, though he seemed reluctant to end their conversation. The next few hours will be critical for adjusting our defensive strategy. Elena nodded, then made a spontaneous decision. I'll come with you. I know Matteo, his thinking patterns, his preferences, how he approaches tactical problems. That insight might be useful in planning countermeasures. Surprise flickered across Raphael's features, quickly replaced by thoughtful consideration rather than automatic dismissal or acceptance. You're right, he acknowledged after a moment. That perspective would be valuable to our planning. If you're certain you want to participate rather than resting before tomorrow, I'm certain, Elena replied firmly. I spent enough time being protected in ignorance at Matteo's estate. I won't repeat that pattern here, even with better intentions behind it. Raphael's expression softened with what might have been respect, his customary restraint momentarily giving way to more personal response. Then we'll face this together, not as protector and protected, but as allies with complementary strengths. As they walked toward the tactical room, Elena felt something shift within her. Determination replacing fear, agency overcoming victimhood, partnership displacing dependency. Whatever Matteo had planned for the blood moon, she would meet it not as passive target, but as active defender of her own future and the wolves who had offered alliance without demanding submission. Tomorrow would bring blood moon and battle, ritual and revelation. But tonight, working alongside Raphael and his pack to prepare for what approached, Elena felt the first stirrings of what her bloodline had always represented before persecution and politics had driven them into hiding. The balanced strength that came not from dominance or submission, but from alliance between equals united by common purpose rather than hierarchical necessity. It was, she realized with sudden clarity, exactly what the Luna del Caribe had been meant to embody all along. Chapter 13. Blood Moon Rising. The silvery pre-dawn light transformed the Spanish mission into something ethereal, Elena watched through the sanctuary window as Sombra del Rio pack members moved with quiet efficiency, taking positions with the confidence of wolves who knew their purpose. The ancient mission had become a fortress in preparation for the battle that would begin with tonight's blood moon. "Did you sleep at all?" Raphael's voice, warm and low, came from behind her. Elena didn't turn. Not much. How could she sleep when her mind raced with everything at stake, when her body hummed with the approaching moon's power, when her wolf paced restlessly beneath her skin? Raphael stood beside her at the window, his presence both comforting and electrifying. The temporary bond they'd formed during yesterday's ceremony pulsed between them, not yet a true mate bond, but something more than alliance. She could feel him without looking, his strength, his concern, his unshakable resolve. "Your human friends are quite convincing," Elena observed, nodding toward locals cheerfully hanging decorations around the mission's courtyard. "No one would guess they're creating cover for a supernatural showdown." Raphael's mouth curved into that half-smile that never failed to make her heart flutter. "The San Juan Festival is perfect cover. Humans expect unusual activities. Bright colors, crowds, and werewolves have been hiding important events within human celebrations for centuries. Still, it must have taken significant trust for them to help without asking questions. The Sombra del Rio has always protected this community," Raphael replied simply. "They're returning the favor." Elena finally turned to look at him, taking in the powerful lines of his body, the alert watchfulness in his amber eyes. Even in worn jeans and a simple black t-shirt, Raphael radiated alpha energy that would have been intimidating if not for the warmth that tempered his strength. Unlike Mateo, whose power always demanded submission, Raphael's invited trust, protection without possession. "I should start the meditation ritual," Dona Luz prepared, Elena said, pulling her gaze away before she became too distracted. "There's not much time before Mateo arrives." Raphael nodded, concern flickering across his features. "The ritual carries risks, especially without Dona Luz's direct supervision." "Everything about today carries risks," Elena countered. "But if the blood moon truly amplifies my abilities, I need to be as connected to them as possible." After a moment's hesitation, Raphael reached out, brushing a stray curl from her face with stunning gentleness for such a powerful wolf. "I'll be nearby if anything feels wrong during the meditation. I'll call for you," Elena promised, surprised by the huskiness in her voice. The touch, brief and seemingly casual, sent warmth cascading through her, the temporary bond between them flaring with golden light visible only to supernatural eyes. "Good luck, Luna del Caribe," he said softly, using her bloodline name like a title of respect rather than mere classification. After he left, Elena moved to the center of the sanctuary where she'd prepared the meditation circle. White candles ringed a complex pattern of herbs and symbols drawn in crushed moonstone powder. Her mother's crescent moon pendant lay at the center, gleaming unnaturally bright. Elena settled cross-legged within the circle, her back straight, palms resting upward on her knees. Closing her eyes, she focused on her breathing. In for 4 counts, hold for 7, out for 8. The pattern gradually slowing her racing thoughts. "I am Luna del Caribe," she whispered, the words carrying more conviction than they would have even days ago. "Daughter of Antonio and Lucia, granddaughter of Eduardo and Carmela, last heir to a bloodline of healers and peacekeepers." The candles flared higher, though no breeze stirred the air. The pendant began to pulse with silvery light. "I call upon my ancestors," Elena continued, "those who walked before me under the moon's protection, those who carried the gift of healing in their blood and bones. Guide me, strengthen me, show me the path that honors our heritage." Heat bloomed beneath her skin, not the painful burning of transformation, but a gentle warmth that spread from her core outward. The pendant's pulsing quickened, matching her heartbeat. The herbs around the circle released their scent, filling the air with fragrance that seemed to bypass her nose and register directly in her brain. The boundary between meditation and trance blurred, reality giving way to something deeper, more primal, yet paradoxically clearer than ordinary perception. Images formed behind her closed eyelids, not imagination, but memory, not her own experiences, but those of her bloodline, carried in her cells, activated by the approaching blood moon and the ritual circle. She ran through tropical forests, silver fur gleaming in moonlight, part of a pack whose movements flowed with perfect coordination. Cuba, her mind supplied without conscious thought, the Sierra Maestra Mountains. Long before human development, she stood on a beach, hands extended over wounded wolves, silver light flowing from her fingers to close gashes, and knit broken bone. The gratitude in their eyes matched the satisfaction in her heart. Healing transcending pack boundaries, service without submission to any alpha. The visions flowed faster. Generations of Luna del Caribe wolves using their unique abilities not for dominance but for balance, healing the wounded regardless of pack affiliation, mediating disputes between rival alphas. Then the vision stabilized on a scene Elena somehow recognized despite having never witnessed it. This same mission, decades earlier. Her grandfather, Eduardo Mendoza, standing alongside a woman whose features remarkably resembled Rafael's. His grandmother, Isabella Ortega. Between them, a ceremonial bowl containing herbs and what appeared to be blood. "We seal this pact," Eduardo said, his voice carrying through time. Luna del Caribe and Sombra bloodlines, bound not in submission but in alliance. When darkness threatens to consume the light, Isabella replied, "Our descendants will stand together as we do now, not as ruler and subject, but as equals united by common purpose." The vision blurred, then reformed into a final scene. Her parents, young and vital, standing before a council of older wolves, her father's voice ringing with conviction. "The Luna del Caribe cannot belong to any single pack. Our neutrality is our strength. Our healing is for all wolves, not just those who claim dominance over us." An older wolf, his features strikingly similar to Mateo's, responded with fury. "Your abilities are wasted on lesser packs. Join with Costa de Oro and together we could bring all of Miami's supernatural community under unified leadership." "Unified or dominated?" her mother challenged, stepping forward. "The Luna del Caribe do not exist to help one pack subjugate others. We stand between packs, not above or below them." The vision dissolved, reality rushing back. Elena gasped, her eyes flying open to find the candles burning with silver-blue flames that reached nearly to the ceiling. The pendant had risen to hover in midair, spinning slowly while emitting pulses of light. Understanding crashed through her. Her bloodline had never been meant for exploitation. The Luna del Caribe's true purpose wasn't to strengthen any single pack, but to maintain balance between them all. Their neutrality wasn't weakness, but essential function, and her parents had died protecting that legacy from Mateo's father, who had seen their abilities as resources to be acquired rather than independent power to be respected. With trembling hands, Elena reached for the floating pendant. The moment her fingers touched it, energy surged through her body. Not painful, but overwhelming, like diving into the ocean after a lifetime of shallow pools. Knowledge, power, and purpose aligned within her, fragments of identity integrating into coherent whole. She knew what she had to do, not just to protect herself from Mateo's obsession, but to restore what generations of conflict had fractured, the balance between Miami's packs that her bloodline had once maintained. Rising with newfound steadiness, Elena extinguished the candles with a gesture, the flames responding to her will as naturally as her own fingers. She clasped the pendant around her neck, feeling it settle against her skin with comforting warmth. Outside the sanctuary, the mission hummed with preparations. Elena moved through the organized chaos with purpose, wolves nodding respectful acknowledgement as she passed. No one commented on the silver light that seemed to cling to her skin, or the subtle changes in her scent, sweeter, more powerful, like tropical flowers on the edge of a storm. She found Rafael in the courtyard, conferring with Diego over defensive maps. Both men looked up at her approach, their conversation halting mid-sentence. "Elena," Rafael breathed, his eyes widening. "You've changed." "I remember," she replied simply. "Not everything, not yet, but enough to understand what we need to do." Diego glanced between them, then tactfully stepped away. Rafael moved closer, his nostrils flaring slightly as he scented the changes in her. The ritual worked, then. Better than I expected. Elena gestured toward the maps. But we need to change our approach. Fighting Matteo on his terms, force against force, perpetuates the very cycle my bloodline was meant to break. Raphael's expression shifted from surprise to thoughtful consideration. What did you see in the vision? Our grandparents forming a pact between Luna del Caribe and Sombra del Rio. My parents defying Matteo's father when he demanded they join Costa de Oro. She met his gaze directly. Raphael, my bloodline was never meant to belong to any single pack, but to stand between them all. Neutral ground that prevented any alpha from claiming dominance over the entire supernatural community. Understanding dawned in Raphael's eyes. That's why Matteo's father targeted your family, not just for their abilities, but because they refused to give him the advantage those abilities would provide. And why Matteo is so desperate to capture me now, Elena agreed. With the Luna del Caribe under his control, the balance that has kept Miami's packs in equilibrium for generations would tip permanently in his favor. Raphael's expression darkened. He's bringing hunters, Elena, breaking the most fundamental code of supernatural society, which is why we need a different approach. Elena placed her hand over the maps, her fingers tracing new patterns. Not defense alone, but invocation. Not just protection, but diplomacy. What exactly are you suggesting? Raphael asked, his tone neutral, but his eyes alert with interest. Send messengers to the Mangalore Ashoro, Elena replied, the plan crystallizing as she spoke. Invoke the ancient rites of blood moon mediation, the protocols that predate current territorial divisions. Make this sacred ground where pack conflicts must be settled through negotiation rather than combat. Raphael's eyebrows rose. Those rights haven't been invoked in generations. Most modern alphas wouldn't even recognize them. Yesenia will, Elena countered, referencing the ancient alpha of the Everglades pack. And if she acknowledges them, Matteo will be bound by supernatural law to at least attempt negotiation before violence. And if he refuses, then his violation of sacred tradition will be witnessed by all 3 Miami packs, undermining his authority far more effectively than direct confrontation, Elena explained, strategy coming with surprising clarity. Either way, we change the terms of engagement, from his strengths to ours. Raphael studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, a genuine smile spread across his features, transforming his entire face. You truly are Luna del Caribe, he said, admiration evident in his tone. Not just in bloodline, but in spirit. Elena felt heat rise to her cheek. Is that a yes to my plan? It's a definite yes, Raphael confirmed, already turning to call Diego back. And it's brilliant. Using ancient tradition to force diplomatic engagement plays to our strengths while neutralizing Matteo's tactical advantages. As Raphael issued orders for messengers to be dispatched, Elena moved to the center of the courtyard, her mind planning the ritual space they would need. A circle with symbols from all 3 Miami packs, plus her own Luna del Caribe heritage, neutral ground where ancient traditions could be invoked without any single alpha claiming dominance. The blood moon would rise in hours, bringing both danger and opportunity. Matteo was coming with force and deception, hunters and pack members, determined to claim what was never his to possess. But for the first time since escaping his estate, Elena felt more than fear and determination. She felt purpose. The certainty that came from understanding not just what she was fighting against, but what she was fighting for. She was Luna del Caribe, and tonight, under the blood moon's crimson light, she would reclaim that heritage in full. The mission courtyard transformed under Elena's direction, human festival decorations cleverly concealing ritual symbols that carried significant meaning to werewolves versed in ancient traditions. At the center, she'd created a perfect circle divided into 4 quadrants. East for Costa del Oro, west for Sombra del Rio, south for Luna del Caribe. You're sure this is historically accurate? Raphael asked, studying the intricate patterns she'd drawn. Elena nodded, her hands moving with confident precision despite never having created such a circle before. It's in my blood. When I close my eyes, I can see generations of my ancestors preparing similar spaces. Blood memory, Raphael murmured, respect evident in his tone. Rare even among ancient bloodlines. The approaching blood moon is strengthening the connection, Elena agreed, placing crystals at key points around the circle. It's like having access to a living library of knowledge I didn't know I possessed. Raphael's gaze tracked her movements with undisguised fascination. Your transformation since the meditation ritual is remarkable. You move differently, speak differently, with absolute confidence. Elena straightened, suddenly self-conscious. Does it bother you, this new version of me? His expression softened, amber eyes warming to liquid gold. Quite the opposite, he assured her. It's like watching someone step fully into their power after walking in shadows. Beautiful and, he hesitated, searching for the right word, inspiring. Heat bloomed in Elena's cheeks, her wolf preening under his approval despite their serious situation. Before she could respond, Diego appeared at the courtyard entrance, his expression urgent. Scouts report movement from the east, he announced. Costa de Oro forces approaching from multiple directions, including vehicles with law enforcement markings. Raphael's expression hardened immediately. How many? At least 30 wolves, plus what appears to be a dozen humans in tactical gear, Diego reported grimly. They're not waiting for moonrise as tradition would dictate. Of course not, Elena muttered. Mateo was never one to respect tradition when it interfered with his plans. Raphael turned to her, concern evident beneath his composed exterior. This changes our timeline. The blood moon won't rise for hours, but Mateo's forces will be here within 30 minutes. The Manglar Oscuro representatives haven't arrived to witness the invocation of mediation rites. Then we improvise, Elena replied, her mind racing through alternatives. The circle is complete. We can begin the preliminary invocation even without Manglar witnesses. Once the sacred space is activated, Mateo will be bound by supernatural law to acknowledge it, or face consequences from all three packs. It's risky, Raphael cautioned. Without neutral witnesses, he could challenge the legitimacy of the invocation. We don't have much choice, Elena countered. Unless you'd prefer to meet 30 partially shifted wolves and human hunters with conventional defenses? A reluctant smile tugged at Raphael's mouth. When you put it that way, improvisation sounds extremely appealing. Diego cleared his throat. There's something else, he said, stepping aside to reveal a petite figure standing in the courtyard entrance. We have an unexpected arrival. Abuela! Elena gasped, recognizing her grandmother despite the hood pulled low over her silver-streaked hair. Carmela Mendoza stepped forward, her straight spine radiating dignity that had sustained her through decades of hiding. Did you think I would miss the blood moon when my granddaughter finally reclaims her heritage? She asked, amusement and determination in her accented English. Elena embraced her grandmother with careful strength. How did you get here? Mateo had watchers around our house. Pah, Abuela dismissed with a flick of her wrist. Those boys think too much of themselves. I've been dodging werewolf surveillance since before they were born. The San Juan festival provided perfect cover for an old woman to slip away unnoticed. Raphael approached, inclining his head with genuine respect. Doña Carmela, your presence honors us. Abuela assessed him with narrowed eyes that missed nothing. So you're the Sombra Alpha my Elena has formed a temporary bond with, she observed bluntly. You have your grandmother's eyes, but your father's jaw, stubborn, both of them. A startled laugh escaped Raphael. You knew my family? Of course I did, Abuela replied as if it were obvious. The Sombra and Luna del Caribe maintained alliance long before territorial disputes divided Miami's packs. Isabela Ortega was my friend before politics made such friendships dangerous. She turned back to Elena, her weathered hands touching her granddaughter's face with tender assessment. The meditation ritual worked, she observed. I can see the ancestral knowledge awakening in your eyes. It did, Elena confirmed. I saw so much, Abuela, our history, our purpose, which you can tell me about when we're not facing imminent attack, Abuela interrupted practically. Right now you need this. She reached into her cloak and withdrew a carefully wrapped bundle. Elena accepted it with instinctive reverence, something in her awakened bloodline memory recognizing its significance before her conscious mind processed what she was holding. Unwrapping the protective cloth revealed a ceremonial cloak of midnight blue fabric, so fine it seemed to flow like water between her fingers. Intricate embroidery depicted the phases of the moon in silver thread that caught the light with unnatural brilliance. "Your father's ceremonial cloak," Abuela explained softly, "traditional attire for Luna del Caribe mediators during interpack negotiations. Mateo's pack never knew it existed. I kept it hidden with other family heirlooms after your parents' deaths." Elena ran her fingers over the exquisite craftsmanship, feeling a subtle vibration of power within the fabric itself. "It's beautiful and practical," Abuela added with a hint of smugness. "The silver threading carries protective enchantments. No wolf can touch you with harmful intent while you wear it, not without experiencing significant discomfort themselves." Raphael's eyebrows rose appreciatively. "Impressive security feature for diplomatic attire." The Luna del Caribe understood that standing between hostile packs required both diplomatic skill and practical protection. Abuela replied dryly, "We may be healers by nature, but we've never been fools." Elena slipped the cloak around her shoulders, the weight settling against her back with comfortable familiarity, despite never having worn it before. The moment the silver clasp closed at her throat, the embroidered moons seemed to shimmer with inner light, responding to her bloodline and the approaching blood moon. "Perfect," Abuela declared with satisfaction. "Now you look like what you truly are, the last daughter of the Luna del Caribe, claiming her rightful place as mediator between Miami's packs." Diego, who had stepped away briefly to receive reports from perimeter scouts, returned with increased urgency. "They've crossed the outer boundary," he informed Raphael, moving in coordinated formation toward all access points. 15 minutes, maybe less. Raphael turned to Elena, unspoken question in his eyes. This was her heritage, her ritual. He was deferring to her judgment despite his alpha status and the immediate threat to his territory. "We need to activate the circle immediately," Elena decided. "Abuela, will you serve as Luna del Caribe witness, since I'll be conducting the invocation?" "With honor," Carmela agreed, straightening to her full height, unimpressive physically but commanding in presence. "Raphael, as Sombra Alpha, you'll represent the Western Quadrant," Elena continued, strategy flowing naturally as she embraced her mediator role. "Diego, find Veronica." Despite her break with Mateo, she remains formally recognized as Costa de Oro Beta and can serve as Eastern Quadrant representative until Mateo arrives. "And the Southern Quadrant?" Raphael asked. "Without Manglar Oscuro representation, will remain open but activated," Elena finished. "The symbolism of incomplete balance will actually strengthen our position, highlighting the need for neutral mediation that the Luna del Caribe traditionally provided." Raphael nodded, impressed by her strategic thinking. As Diego departed to fetch Veronica, Raphael stepped closer to Elena, lowering his voice for privacy. "You've embraced this role as if born to it," he observed, genuine admiration in his tone. "I was born to it," Elena replied simply. "I just didn't know until now." His expression softened, the alpha momentarily giving way to the man. "When this is over, if we survive Mateo's obsession and the blood moon's chaos, we should discuss what comes next. For you. For us. For whatever this is growing between us." He gestured to the subtle golden thread of energy still connecting them from their temporary bond. Elena's heart stuttered despite her outward composure. "If we survive," she agreed softly, "then yes, we'll have that conversation." A discreet cough interrupted the moment. They turned to find Veronica standing nearby, her aristocratic features composed despite the awkwardness of her position. Beta to an alpha she had betrayed. "Diego explained what you need," she said to Elena, her tone carefully neutral. "I'll stand for the Eastern Quadrant, though my authority may be challenged when Mateo arrives. Your formal rank remains valid until officially stripped through Pack Council," Elena replied. "Under supernatural law, your invocation of sanctuary supersedes Mateo's personal authority in this specific context." Veronica's eyebrows rose slightly, surprise flickering across her features. "You've gained impressive knowledge of werewolf law for someone raised outside pack structures." "Blood memory," Abuela explained proudly from where she now stood at the northern point of the circle. The Luna del Caribe carried generations of diplomatic knowledge in their very cells, activated when needed. My Elena is remembering what she never needed to be taught. Something like respect flashed in Veronica's eyes before she inclined her head and moved to take her position at the eastern point of the circle. Raphael took the western position, completing their three-sided arrangement around the open southern quadrant. Standing at the circle's center, Elena felt a momentary flutter of uncertainty. Despite the bloodline memories flowing through her consciousness, Elena Mendoza, who had spent her life as a waitress hiding her supernatural nature, was about to invoke ancient traditions that hadn't been used in generations. As if sensing her brief hesitation, Raphael caught her eye across the circle. He didn't speak, didn't move, simply held her gaze with unwavering confidence that somehow conveyed everything she needed in that moment. I believe in you. You can do this. You are exactly where you're meant to be. Drawing strength from his silent support, Elena raised her hands, palms outward toward the four directions. The ceremonial cloak swirled around her, though no wind stirred the courtyard air, its embroidered moons gleaming with increasing brilliance as she began to speak words that came to her lips without conscious thought. Under Blood Moon's light and ancient rite, I invoke the circle of four quarters, she declared, her voice carrying surprising power. East for dawn and new beginnings, claimed by Costa de Oro through their Beta's presence. The eastern quadrant of the circle flared with golden light as Veronica inclined her head in formal acknowledgement. West for dusk and thoughtful endings, claimed by Sombra del Rio through their Alpha's presence. Raphael's quadrant illuminated with blue-silver light as he placed his right hand over his heart in traditional response. North for midnight's deepest wisdom, claimed by Luna del Caribe through our elder's presence. Abuela's section blazed with pure white light as she raised both hands in ancient blessing posture, south forenoons, revealing clarity, awaiting Manglar Oscuro to complete the balance of Miami's Pax. The southern quadrant remained dark, its emptiness emphasizing the incomplete harmony between supernatural factions, a visual representation of the very imbalance Elena's bloodline had once existed to address. By moon and blood, by earth and sky, I declare this ground neutral territory until negotiations have concluded or blood moon sets, Elena continued, the ritual words flowing without hesitation. No wolf may bring violence here without sacrificing honor before all packs. No alpha may claim dominance within this circle without surrendering authority beyond it. Let the ancient rites of blood moon mediation commence when all parties stand present and witnessed. The entire circle pulsed with combined light, gold, silver, white, then settled into steady illumination visible only to supernatural eyes. Elena felt the magic lock into place, ancient traditions reinforced by her bloodline's connection to the approaching blood moon. As the final words of invocation faded, Diego reappeared at the courtyard entrance, his expression grim despite the ritual's successful activation. They've breached the outer perimeter, he reported. Human law enforcement, real and disguised hunters are establishing containment positions around all exits. Costa de Oro wolves in partial shift are approaching the main entrance. Mateo leads them personally. Perfect timing, Elena observed with dry humor that surprised even herself. Let's welcome Miami's most powerful alpha to diplomatic negotiations he never expected to attend. Raphael shot her a look that combined amusement, concern, and undeniable admiration. You're enjoying this a little too much, Luna del Caribe. After months of his manipulation and lies, Elena arched an eyebrow. I think I'm enjoying it exactly the right amount. A reluctant grin tugged at Raphael's mouth as he moved to join her at the circle's center. Remind me never to get on your bad side. Too late for that warning, Abuela muttered from her position. The temporary bond you've formed has already placed you firmly on my granddaughter's good side. Whether that's wise remains to be seen. Veronica snorted, the sound startlingly undignified from someone of her usual composure. When both Elena and Raphael turned to look at her in surprise, she merely shrugged. Your grandmother has a point, she told Elena. Though I suggest saving relationship analysis for after we survive Mateo's arrival. Speaking of which, Elena said, turning serious once more, there's something I need to ask before he gets here. She faced Raphael directly, ignoring the others for a moment of genuine vulnerability. The temporary bond we created strengthens both of us, but it's not enough for what's coming. I'd like to enhance it, not a full mate bond, but a deeper connection that would amplify both our abilities during the confrontation. Raphael studied her face, understanding dawning in his eyes. A blood moon pledge, he stated rather than asked. Temporary, but powerful. It would link our energies more directly, allowing you to draw on my strength while I benefit from your healing capability. Exactly, Elena confirmed. But it requires your completely voluntary participation. I won't. Yes, Raphael interrupted, his response immediate and unequivocal. Whatever you need to face what's coming, I offer freely. The simple declaration, absolute support without hesitation or calculation, sent warmth spreading through Elena's chest that had nothing to do with supernatural energy and everything to do with the man standing before her. It requires witnesses, she said softly, glancing toward Abuela and Veronica, who pretended unconvincingly not to be listening to their exchange. We're literally standing in witnessed ritual space, Raphael pointed out with a hint of humor. I think we've covered that requirement thoroughly. Elena smiled, despite the tension surrounding them. Fair point. The ceremony was brief but powerful. Elena slicing her palm with a small silver blade, her bloodline's immunity making the cut possible. Raphael doing the same with a standard steel knife, their blood mingling as they clasped hands at the center of the ritual circle. Blood to blood, Elena recited, the words coming naturally from her awakened heritage. Moon to moon, strength shared but freedom honored, power joined but independence preserved, until blood moon sets or danger passes, bound by choice, not obligation. The effect was immediate and stunning. The golden thread of energy that had connected them since their previous ceremony transformed into a pulsing cord of intertwined silver and gold, visible to everyone present. It stretched between their hearts, neither pulling nor restraining, but simply linking, a physical manifestation of compatible bloodlines joining in balanced partnership. Madre de Dios, Veronica breathed, her usual composure momentarily forgotten. I haven't seen a visible bond manifestation in my lifetime. The compatibility between your bloodlines must be extraordinary. As it has always been, Abuela commented, satisfaction evident in her tone. Before politics divided what nature intended to join. Whatever response Elena might have made was interrupted by the unmistakable sound of the mission's main gates being thrown open with supernatural force. Diego appeared once more at the courtyard entrance, his expression stone. He's here, he stated simply, with his entire pack, and he doesn't look inclined toward diplomatic discussion. Raphael moved to stand at Elena's side, the bond between them pulsing with shared strength. Then it's time to remind him that some traditions can't be dismissed, even by Miami's most powerful alpha. As howls echoed through the mission's ancient corridors, Elena straightened her shoulders beneath her father's ceremonial cloak. She was no longer the unsure waitress Mateo had manipulated through calculated charm. She was Luna del Caribe, last daughter of a bloodline that had stood between warring packs for generations. And as the blood moon began its rise toward the horizon, casting its first crimson glow through the courtyard's high windows, Elena prepared to face the wolf who had once nearly claimed her through deception, and would now discover exactly what he had lost through betrayal. The night air crackled with tension as the first sliver of crimson broke the horizon, casting an otherworldly glow across the mission courtyard. Elena felt the blood moon's power surge through her veins, awakening primal instincts that hummed beneath her skin. The ceremonial cloak billowed around her, despite the still air, its silver embroidery catching the moon's ruby light. He's coming, Raphael murmured, his voice a warm rumble against her ear that sent pleasant shivers down her spine. Are you certain you want to face him alone? Elena turned, drinking in the sight of him, all coiled strength and protective intensity. Amber eyes already flecked with gold as the moon's influence grew stronger. The bond between them pulsed visibly, their combined energies creating a tangible connection that strengthened them both. I need to, she replied, reaching up to brush her fingers against his jaw. This confrontation has been inevitable since the moment I escaped his estate, and now I finally understand what he truly wants from me, what my family has always protected. Raphael captured her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm that sparked electricity along their bond. Just because you can face him alone doesn't mean you should. Says the alpha who handles everything by himself, Elena teased, finding unexpected lightness despite their circumstances. A reluctant smile tugged at Raphael's mouth. I'll have you know, micromanagement is an essential alpha skill. I've won awards. Which you probably had to present to yourself because you wouldn't delegate that either. Elena grinned, feeling her confidence strengthen through their banter. Raphael chuckled, the sound rumbling from deep in his chest. I'm beginning to think this bond lets you read my mind. No need, she countered, her eyes softening. You're exactly the kind of alpha who would... The mission's ancient wooden doors exploded inward, the sound like a thunderclap in the charged night air. Elena and Raphael sprang apart, instinctively alert as Diego rushed to their side. 30 wolves in partial shift, he reported tersely. Humans with weapons, establishing a perimeter outside. They're telling the locals it's a drug bust. Raphael's expression hardened. Using human law enforcement as cover. Mateo's risking exposure of our entire community. He's desperate, Elena said quietly. And desperate predators are the most dangerous kind. From the shattered entrance, a wave of Costa Doro pack members surged into the courtyard, their features caught in various stages of transformation. Longinated canines, glowing eyes, clawed hands. They moved with military precision, establishing a semicircle formation with a clear path down the center. The message was unmistakable. An honor guard for their alpha's arrival. Elena stepped forward, moving to the center of the ritual circle. Remember, she instructed the others, no matter what happens, stay in your quadrants. Chapter 14. The True Alpha. The silver-blue energy radiating from Elena's hands gradually dissipated like morning mist, releasing the werewolves from their suspended state. As awareness returned to their eyes, confusion and awe replaced the aggression that had dominated moments before. Not a single wolf attempted to resume hostilities. The demonstration of Luna Caribe power had made a profound impression. Elena lowered her hands, the ceremonial cloak settling around her shoulders as the pendant at her throat continued to pulse with gentle light. Raphael moved immediately to her side, the bond between them humming with protective energy and shared strength. Are you all right? He murmured, his warm fingers brushing against hers in a gesture too subtle for others to notice, but that sent reassuring energy flowing through their connection. Better than I expected, Elena admitted quietly, surprising herself with the truth of it. The manifestation of her bloodline abilities should have been exhausting, yet she felt strangely energized, as if channels long dormant had finally opened, allowing power to flow naturally rather than being constrained. Mateo recovered his composure first, straightening his designer suit with affected casualness that couldn't quite disguise his shock at being physically restrained by power he had sought to possess. His golden eyes, still influenced by the blood moon's crimson light, narrowed with calculation as he reassessed Elena. Impressive display, he commented silkily. Though temporary restraint hardly changes the fundamental situation, the agreement between us. Will be properly addressed, interrupted a commanding female voice that silenced even Miami's most powerful alpha mid-sentence. The assembled werewolves turned as one toward the mission's eastern archway, where 5 figures emerged from shadows so complete they seemed to have materialized from darkness itself. At their center walked an elegant woman who carried her years with the dignified grace of ancient power, her silver-streaked black hair falling in a thick braid over one shoulder, her copper-toned skin lined with experience, her posture straight as a cypress despite her apparent age. Alpha Eugenia, Raphael greeted respectfully, inclining his head without the submissive neck exposure that would have been expected toward a dominant alpha. The woman acknowledged him with a slight nod before her gaze settled on Elena, assessment and something like recognition in her ancient eyes. Luna del Caribe, she stated rather than asked. Your bloodline's power is unmistakable. We had believed it lost with your parents' generation. As did I, Elena replied honestly, finding herself standing taller under the older woman's scrutiny. Yesenia turned next to Mateo, her expression cooling considerably. Alpha Vega, Your methods continue to dishonor your position. Mateo's handsome face tightened, though he maintained his diplomatic smile with visible effort. The Manglar Oscuro rarely concern themselves with affairs outside their territory. What brings Miami's most reclusive pack to this gathering? The blood moon calls for witness, Yesenia replied simply, and the awakening of a Luna del Caribe with full peacekeeping abilities is a matter that concerns all supernatural beings in our region. She moved to the center of the courtyard with unhurried confidence, her 4 companions, 2 male, 2 female, all carrying themselves with the quiet alertness of experienced enforcers, spreading out to establish a loose perimeter. Tonight, I have witnessed multiple violations of our most sacred traditions, Yesenia continued, her voice carrying effortlessly to every wolf present, despite its measured tone. Attacks during diplomatic parley, collaboration with human hunters, attempted claiming without consent, manipulation of human authorities risking exposure of our entire community. Each accusation landed with visible impact as she turned slowly, making eye contact with wolves from every pack. Such actions demand judgment under our oldest law. Therefore, as Alpha of Manglar Oscuro, neutral territory since the first treaties, I invoke the right of Moon Tribunal. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled werewolves. Even Mateo seemed momentarily speechless, his usual smooth confidence fracturing under the weight of tradition invoked. A Moon Tribunal hasn't been called in over a century, Raphael observed quietly, though his voice carried in the stunned silence. Because it hasn't been necessary, Yesenia agreed, until tonight. She raised her arms and her 4 companions moved in perfect synchronization to the cardinal points of the courtyard. Each withdrew a small leather pouch, sprinkling contents that glittered like crushed gemstones in patterns that formed a larger circle encompassing Elena's original ritual space. By moon and blood, by earth and sky, I declare this ground tribunal space until judgment has concluded or blood moon sets, Yesenia intoned, her voice deepening with ceremonial gravity. All wolves present are bound to truth and witness. None may depart until judgment is rendered. Elena felt the magic lock into place, different from her own ritual but compatible with it, ancient traditions reinforcing each other as if they'd been designed to work in tandem. The air in the courtyard seemed to thicken, power pulsing in harmony with the blood moon overhead. Outside the mission walls, sirens that had been drawing steadily closer suddenly changed direction, fading rapidly into the distance. Through the high windows, Elena could see the human police officers who had surrounded the building, checking their radios, then hurriedly returning to their vehicles and driving away. "What just happened?" she whispered to Raphael, watching the unexpected departure of their human containment problem. His lips quirked in a ghost of a smile. The Manglar Oscuro have maintained connections with Miami's indigenous human population for centuries. Their influence in certain municipal departments is significant. "Convenient," Elena murmured, a weight lifting as one of their most pressing concerns, potential exposure to humans, evaporated. "I bet they have the best get-out-of-jail-free cards," she added, unable to help herself. Raphael's eyes crinkled at the corners, amusement briefly lightening the gravity of the moment. Let's just say certain judges mysteriously lose paperwork when Manglar members are involved. For the next hour, as the blood moon climbed higher, testimony unfolded that would have been unthinkable under normal pack politics. Veronica detailed Mateo's systematic campaign to claim Elena through manipulation, including false identity, deliberate isolation, and attempts to chemically enhance bond formation without consent. Diego presented evidence of Costa de Oro collaboration with known hunter cells, creating artificial threats that justified territorial expansion. Most damning was the testimony of Mateo's own cousin, Javier, who reluctantly confirmed knowledge of the previous Alpha's involvement in the deaths of Elena's parents. Not direct orders for assassination, as had been rumored, but deliberate misdirection of hunters toward the Luna del Caribe safe house location. Throughout it all, Elena stood tall, the ceremonial cloak around her shoulders no longer feeling like borrowed authority but rightful heritage. Raphael remained nearby, their bond pulsing with shared strength whenever particularly painful revelations emerged. His presence anchored her without constraining, supported without controlling. Everything Mateo's false courtship had promised but never delivered. "Your hand is trembling," Raphael murmured during a brief pause in testimony, his fingers brushing against hers with gentle concern. Elena hadn't even noticed the subtle shaking until he mentioned it. "I suspected most of this," she admitted quietly. "But hearing it confirmed, knowing my parents died not from random hunter violence but targeted betrayal, makes it real in a different way," he finished for her, understanding in his amber eyes. The pain doesn't diminish just because the suspicion existed. His simple acknowledgement of her grief without attempting to minimize or solve it touched Elena deeply. Most alphas, she'd observed, treated emotions as problems to be fixed rather than experiences to be honored. Raphael's willingness to simply stand with her in the difficulty spoke volumes about the man beneath the power. "Thank you," she whispered, briefly leaning into his strength before straightening as Yesenia called the final witness, Mateo himself. The Costa d'Oro Alpha strode to the center of the tribunal space with the smooth confidence of someone accustomed to dominating every room he entered. Even under these circumstances, he projected absolute authority, his handsome features arranged in an expression of reasonable patience despite the accusations leveled against him. "These proceedings lack legitimacy," he began, addressing Yesenia directly rather than the assembled witnesses. "Invoking archaic traditions to settle modern political disputes sets dangerous precedent. The Costa de Oro has maintained peace and prosperity in our territories through strength of leadership, not adherence to ceremonial relics." Yesenia regarded him impassively. "Yet you claimed Elena Mendoza through those same ancient traditions, attempting to invoke mate rights recognized only by our oldest laws, while disregarding the consent components of those same traditions." Mateo's smile didn't reach his eyes. "My interest in Elena has always been transparent, the strengthening of both our bloodlines through legitimate alliance. Any misunderstandings about method resulted from her disconnection from pact protocols, not deliberate deception on my part." "You courted me as Miguel Santos," Elena interjected, unable to remain silent in the face of such blatant revisionism. "A human businessman with no connection to supernatural politics. Every interaction was built on carefully constructed lies." Mateo turned toward her, his expression softening to the charming concern that had once seemed so genuine. "I approached you cautiously, Mi Luna, because your grandmother had deliberately isolated you from your heritage. I needed to establish trust before revealing the fuller truth of our shared world." The manipulative twist of facts, presenting his deception as protection, made Elena's blood boil. Before she could respond, Raphael stepped forward, his voice controlled but carrying unmistakable threat. "You will address her as Elena or Miss Mendoza," he stated quietly. "She has rejected any claim you presume to have, and continuing to use possessive terms demonstrates precisely the disregard for consent that brought us to this tribunal." A wave of startled pleasure coursed through Elena at Raphael's defense. Not because she couldn't handle Mateo herself, but because Raphael's support came without the expectation that she owed him anything in return. His protection wasn't about possession, it was about respect. Electricity seemed to crackle between the two alphas, territorial dominance challenging diplomatic restraint. The Blood Moon's influence pressed against everyone's control, making confrontation more tempting with each passing minute. Yesenia stepped between them, power radiating from her slender form despite her apparent age. "The tribunal hears your perspective, Alpha Vega. Now answer the direct accusation. Did you or did you not present yourself under false identity to Elena Mendoza?" Mateo's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "I used a secondary identity initially, yes, a common security practice among prominent werewolves operating in human spaces." "And did you or did you not attempt to establish a preliminary mate bond without disclosing your true nature and intentions?" "I initiated standard courtship protocols appropriate between—" "Answer directly," Yesenia interrupted, her patience visibly thinning. "Did you disclose your werewolf nature and alpha status before attempting to establish bond?" The courtyard fell silent, all eyes on Mateo as he calculated his response. The truth was already evident to everyone present, but having him admit it openly would seal the tribunal's judgment. No, he finally acknowledged, the single syllable clearly costing him. But only to protect both Elena and wider supernatural security until appropriate groundwork had been established. Yesenia's expression remained unreadable. And your father's involvement in the deaths of Antonio and Lucia Mendoza? What protection justified that betrayal of your own kind to human hunters? Mateo's handsome face hardened. I had no knowledge of my father's actions regarding the Mendoza family until years after their deaths. I cannot be held accountable for decisions made without my involvement or consent. Yet you continued his policies once you became Alpha, Veronica pointed out, stepping forward with composed dignity despite the danger of directly challenging her former leader. You maintained surveillance on Elena and her grandmother. You systematically isolated Elena from potential supernatural contacts who might have revealed her heritage. Your methods changed, but your objective remained identical: acquisition of Luna del Carbe abilities through any means necessary. For the first time, Mateo's smooth composure truly cracked, frustration bleeding through his diplomatic mask. The Luna del Carbe gift is too valuable to remain unaligned in modern pack structure, he snapped. Their neutrality was sustainable in previous centuries but has become dangerous indulgence in today's reality. Every major werewolf territory across the continent has consolidated power under unified leadership. Only Miami clings to outdated division that weakens us all. So you admit, Yesenia observed quietly, that your motivations were political acquisition rather than personal connection. Mateo realized his tactical error too late. The Blood Moon's influence had pushed him toward honesty when calculation would have served better. My motivations included both political wisdom and genuine appreciation for Elena herself, he countered smoothly. The strongest alliances combine strategic advantage with personal compatibility. Elena nearly laughed at the audacity of his revision. You never knew me well enough to appreciate anything beyond what my bloodline could provide your ambitions, she pointed out. Every conversation we had was carefully scripted to elicit specific responses, not genuine connection. I knew enough, Mateo insisted, turning toward her with intensity that might have seemed like passion to an uninformed observer. I recognize quality worth pursuing by any means necessary. Is that not what every alpha does when identifying a worthy mate? No, Raphael stated flatly, the single word carrying absolute conviction. It is not. Something in his tone, the simple certainty without grandstanding or posturing, drew all eyes toward the Sombra del Rio Alfa. Raphael stood tall but relaxed, his presence commanding attention through quiet authority rather than domineering demand. A worthy mate is not a possession to be acquired through strategic manipulation, he continued, his gaze steady on Mateo. They are a partner to be respected, a strength that complements rather than serves, an equal whose consent matters more than convenience. The words resonated through the courtyard, striking something fundamental in every wolf present. Even Mateo seemed momentarily lost for response, perhaps recognizing that Raphael wasn't merely contradicting him, but articulating a fundamentally different understanding of leadership itself. Elena felt her wolf stir with deep recognition. The quiet power in Raphael's words, his clear articulation of partnership over possession, resonated with something primal within her. This was what an alpha truly was, not someone who dominated through fear or manipulation, but who led through respect and genuine care. Her eyes met Raphael's across the courtyard, and the bond between them pulsed with shared understanding that needed no words. This was what had been growing between them, not the artificial connection Mateo had tried to force, but something organic and mutual that strengthened rather than constrained. I have heard sufficient witness, Yesenia announced, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of tradition. As neutral arbiter under Moon Witness, I find Alpha Mateo Vega guilty of violations against our most sacred laws. Deception against his own kind, collaboration with sworn enemies, attempted claiming without consent, and responsibility for actions that directly endangered exposure of our entire community to human discovery. The formal declaration hung in the air like physical weight. No one moved or spoke, all understanding that they witnessed a turning point in Miami's supernatural history. Such violations, Yesenia continued, traditionally demand the most severe consequences: execution or permanent banishment from all werewolf territories worldwide. Mateo's face drained of color despite his effort to maintain dignified composure. Even he, with all his political connections and pack strength, could not survive either sentence. Execution was final, and banishment would make him prey to any supernatural being who encountered him, stripped of all protection. However, Yesenia added, turning toward Elena, the blood moon tradition grants determination of punishment to those most wronged by the violations. Elena Mendoza, last daughter of the Luna del Carbi bloodline, the choice of Mateo Vega's fate falls to you. The courtyard fell utterly silent as all eyes turned to Elena, the blood moon's crimson light casting dramatic shadows across her face. The responsibility settled over her like a physical weight, not just deciding one alpha's fate, but potentially reshaping Miami's supernatural community for generations to come. Take your time, Raphael murmured from beside her, his steady presence radiating support without pressure. There is no wrong choice when it comes to justice for your family. Elena appreciated his reassurance, but knew it wasn't entirely accurate. There were absolutely wrong choices available, ones that would perpetuate cycles of vengeance and division rather than healing the fractures that had made Miami's supernatural community vulnerable to manipulation in the first place. She stepped forward, the ceremonial cloak flowing around her like liquid moonlight as she took her place in the tribunal's center. Mateo watched her approach, his expression carefully neutral, though tension radiated from his powerful frame. For the first time since she'd known him, he made no attempt to charm or manipulate, perhaps finally recognizing that those tactics had lost all effectiveness. The Luna del Carbi have maintained neutrality between packs for generations, Elena began, her voice steady despite the magnitude of the moment. Not from weakness or indecision, but from recognition that balance serves all werewolves better than dominance. My parents died protecting that principle. I will not dishonor their sacrifice by abandoning it now. She turned slowly, making eye contact with representatives from each pack before returning her gaze to Mateo. I do not choose execution, she stated clearly. Death creates martyrs, not solutions. Nor do I choose banishment, which would merely export our problems rather than resolving them. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the assembled wolves. Tradition almost demanded blood repayment for violations this severe, particularly when they had resulted in deaths. Even Yesenia raised a silver eyebrow, though she made no move to interrupt. Instead, Elena continued, with gathering confidence, I propose a threefold consequence. First, Mateo Vega must relinquish alpha status and all claims to leadership within Costa de Oro effective immediately. Mateo flinched as if physically struck, his hands curling into fists at his sides. Alpha status wasn't merely a political position, but fundamental identity for wolves like him, who had been raised from birth to lead. Stripping that away would reconfigure his entire existence. Second, Elena pressed on, he must submit to the binding of the wolf, a ritual suppression of supernatural abilities for 1 full lunar year. During this time, he will live exclusively among humans with no access to pack resources, protected status, or werewolf connection. This pronouncement caused even greater stir among the witnesses. The binding was ancient magic rarely invoked, forcing a werewolf to experience life from entirely human perspective, unable to shift, heal rapidly, or access enhanced senses that had been theirs since birth. Many considered it crueler than death, a temporary amputation of essential self. And third, this consequence extending beyond Mateo to address the underlying problems that allowed such violations to occur, I propose fundamental restructuring of Miami's werewolf governance. The courtyard erupted into shocked murmurs. Even Raphael looked surprised, though his expression quickly shifted to thoughtful consideration rather than outright rejection. The current system of territorial pacts with hierarchical leadership has created endless cycles of conflict, Elena explained, conviction strengthening her voice. I propose abolishing territorial divisions in favor of a unified council, where all bloodlines have equal representation regardless of numbers or historical dominance. Not erasing pack identities, those remain valuable cultural heritage, but transcending the divisions that have weakened us for generations. The reaction was immediate and chaotic. Traditionalists from all three packs voiced objections that overlapped into indecipherable noise. Several Costa de Oro wolves looked ready to physically challenge the proposal despite the tribunal's protective magic. Older members of Sombra del Rio shook their heads in disbelief at such radical suggestion. Through it all, Elena stood unmoving at the circle's center, the pendant at her throat pulsing with silver light that seemed to grow stronger rather than diminished by the opposition surrounding her. She had expected resistance. Centuries of tradition didn't change without struggle, but felt bone-deep certainty that this path, however difficult, offered genuine healing rather than temporary solution. As the initial outcry began to subside, Raphael stepped forward, moving to stand beside Elena, though slightly behind her, clearly supportive but equally clearly not attempting to overshadow or claim her proposal as his own. "The Sombra del Rio acknowledges the wisdom in this proposal," he stated, his deep voice cutting through remaining murmurs with calm authority. "Our current system has produced centuries of conflict with diminishing returns. Perhaps it's time to consider that our ancestors didn't perfect supernatural governance, merely established a starting point for us to improve upon." His support created immediate ripple effect. Wolves who had been vocally opposed moments before fell silent, reassessing the proposal with newfound consideration now that an established alpha validated its possibility. "This isn't finished, mi Luna," Matteo stated coldly as his lieutenants prepared to escort him away for the binding ritual. "This theatrical revolution will eventually collapse under its own contradictions. When that happens, those of us who understand realistic power structures will rebuild from the chaos." "Perhaps," Elena acknowledged, refusing to match his bitterness with her own, "but we'll have tried something better than endless cycles of dominance and submission. That alone justifies the attempt." She turned from him then, addressing the assembled wolves who had gradually formed near complete circle around the ritual space. "This transition won't be simple or painless," she cautioned, wanting no illusions about the difficulties ahead. "Centuries of tradition don't transform overnight. There will be resistance, setbacks, moments when returning to familiar patterns seems easier than pressing forward into unknown territory." Her gaze found Raphael, drawing strength from his steady presence and the unwavering support flowing through their bond. "But tonight we've seen what's possible when we stand together rather than against each other. The power that flows between us when we choose connection over dominance, cooperation over control." As she spoke the final words of the transition ritual, soft golden light began spreading outward from where she stood, mingling with the blood moon's crimson illumination to bathe the courtyard in warm amber glow. The pendant at her throat pulsed in perfect rhythm with her heartbeat, power flowing through channels awakened by crisis and strengthened by purpose. One by one, representatives from each faction added their symbols to the central circle, not in identical agreement, but in commitment to genuine engagement with the vision Elena had articulated. Not perfect unity, that would have been both suspicious and fragile, but authentic willingness to transcend centuries of division in pursuit of stronger whole. "The tribunal recognizes consensus," Yesenia declared formally. "Miami's supernatural community will transition toward council governance with equal bloodline representation. Matea Vega relinquishes alpha status and submits to binding ritual as consequence for verified violations. The blood moon stands witness to these judgments, binding all present to honor their implementation." The crimson light from the blood moon seemed to concentrate as it began its slow descent toward the horizon, as if the celestial body itself recognized the historic significance unfolding beneath its watchful presence. Elena moved to the center of the overlapping ritual circles, feeling ancient power humming through the patterns created hours earlier and reinforced by subsequent ceremonies. She placed the newly formed council seal at the circle's center, directing representatives from each bloodline to their positions. The ritual of transition and binding would require all her focus and strength, drawing on bloodline knowledge she was still discovering within herself. "I need a moment," she whispered to Raphael, suddenly feeling the weight of responsibility pressing against her confidence. Without comment, he guided her to a quiet corner of the courtyard, his body shielding her from curious eyes as she gathered herself. What if I can't complete the ritual? She asked softly, voicing the fear she'd been pushing away. What if my bloodline knowledge isn't enough? Raphael's amber eyes held steady on hers, no judgment in their depths. Then we find another way, together. He brushed a strand of hair from her face, his touch achingly gentle for such a powerful wolf. But you can do this, Elena. Not because you're Luna del Caribe, but because you're you. The simple confidence in his voice, unconditional support without pressure, steadied her more than any grand declaration could have. Elena felt her racing heart slow as she drew strength not just from her bloodline, but from the connection they'd formed. How do you always know exactly what to say? She asked, a small smile tugging at her lips despite the gravity of their situation. Years of practice saying the wrong thing, Raphael replied, that rare, full smile transforming his usually serious features. You learn eventually. Elena's laugh was soft but genuine, tension easing from her shoulders. I find that hard to believe. You seem like you were born diplomatic. Ask Diego sometime about the Broward County incident, he suggested, eyes crinkling with humor. I believe his exact words were, diplomatic catastrophe of historic proportions. I'll add it to the list of Rafael Ortega stories I need to hear, she promised, warmth spreading through her chest at the implied future such a list suggested. His expression softened, something vulnerable and hopeful passing through his amber eyes. I'd like that, he said simply, all the time in the world for stories. The moments stretched between them weighted with possibility that had nothing to do with supernatural politics, and everything to do with the growing connection neither had expected, but both now cherished. Then Raphael stepped back slightly, his hand finding hers in a brief squeeze of support. Ready to make history? Elena nodded, drawing strength from his unwavering confidence. Ready. As Elena completed the binding ritual, silver light flowing from her hands to encase Mateo in ethereal constraints that would temporarily suppress his wolf nature, she felt the circle's magic reaching its natural conclusion. The blood moon hung low on the horizon now, its time of influence nearing completion. The pendant at her throat pulsed with increasing urgency, its silver light expanding outward to illuminate the entire courtyard in gentle radiance. The final transformation remains, she announced, turning to address the assembled wolves who had witnessed history unfolding throughout this extraordinary night. Not just leadership changing hands or structure replacing hierarchy, but connection rekindled where division has reigned. She moved to the center of the ritual circle where the council seal lay gleaming with combined energies of all four bloodlines. Raphael, sensing her intention through their bond, stepped forward to join her, followed by Yesenia, then Veronica, and finally Abuela, representatives from each faction forming smaller circle around Elena and the seal. For generations, we've defined ourselves by territory and dominance, Elena observed, her voice carrying easily through the hushed courtyard. Pack against pack. Alpha against alpha, bloodline against bloodline. We forgot the more fundamental truth, that beneath these divisions we remain one people with shared nature and common challenges. She knelt beside the council seal, placing her palm flat against its surface. The others followed her example, their hands forming complete circle around the symbol of their new unity. Tonight, we remember what was forgotten. We reclaim connection without surrendering identity. We choose cooperation without requiring submission. As they maintained contact with the seal, Elena's pendant began pulsing with increasingly bright silver light, synchronizing with her heartbeat as ancestral power flowed through channels fully awakened by the night's events. The ceremonial cloak around her shoulders rippled, though no wind stirred the courtyard air, its embroidered moons gleaming with supernatural luminescence. By blood and moon, by earth and sky, I call upon the connection that exists beneath all division, Elena intoned, words emerging from somewhere beyond conscious thought. Not erasing boundaries, but transcending them, not destroying difference, but honoring it within greater whole. The pendant shattered with sound like crystal breaking, releasing wave of golden light that expanded outward in perfect circle. As it washed over the assembled wolves, something extraordinary happened. For a brief, transcendent moment, every person present could feel the connections that had always existed beneath their perceived divisions. not merging or homogenization. Individual identity remained distinct and clear, but recognition that separated paths ultimately led toward common destination, not forced agreement, but genuine understanding that transcended difference without erasing it. As the golden light gradually faded, the courtyard fell into profound silence, everyone present attempting to process the extraordinary experience. Elena remained kneeling at the circle's center, the shattered pendant now transformed into fine dust that glittered upon the council seal like diamond powder catching first rays of dawn breaking above the eastern horizon. Raphael was first to move, reaching to help Elena to her feet with gentle strength that expected neither dominance nor submission, just partnership between equals. The bond between them hummed with shared experience too profound for words, understanding that required no explanation. "It worked," Elena murmured, wonder in her voice as she surveyed the transformed courtyard. Where territorial divisions had once created palpable tension, something new now existed. Not perfect harmony or artificial unity, but genuine possibility of connection beyond dominance hierarchies, beyond expectation, Raphael agreed, his amber eyes reflecting sunrise gold that replaced blood moon crimson. "You've given us opportunity few thought possible. Genuine cooperation without requiring submission." As dawnlight strengthened, replacing Blood Moon's crimson influence with ordinary daylight, wolves began departing the mission courtyard. Not in separate pack formations as they had arrived, but in mixed groups, continuing conversations begun during the night's extraordinary events. Not perfect unity or artificial harmony, but genuine opening where rigid separation had previously existed. Elena watched them go, fatigue finally registering as the night's magical energies gradually receded from her system. The ceremonial cloak that had felt so natural throughout the ceremonies now seemed heavier on her shoulders, its purpose fulfilled for this extraordinary occasion. "What happens now?" she asked quietly, the question directed as much to herself as to Raphael, who remained steadfastly at her side. He considered thoughtfully before answering, his practical nature balancing her visionary initiative. "Hard work," he replied honestly. "Transformative experience creates opening, but lasting change requires persistent effort. The council structure needs development, territorial transitions require careful management, centuries of habit don't transform overnight." "Not the most romantic answer," Elena observed with tired smile, leaning slightly against his solid strength as reaction finally set in. Raphael's arm slipped around her waist, supporting without constraining. "I save romance for more appropriate moments," he replied, humor warming his voice. "Preferably when you're not swaying from magical exhaustion after reshaping supernatural society." "Thoughtful of you," she murmured, fighting unexpected yawn as her body finally registered the night's extraordinary demands. His expression softened, protective instinct evident without becoming possessive. "You need rest," he stated simply. "The council formation can wait a few hours while you recover." "I've prepared a room in the mission's private quarters," Abuela interjected, practical as always despite the night's extraordinary events. "Clean clothes, food, and absolutely no supernatural politics for at least 6 hours." As diplomatic pleasantries concluded with the regional council observers who had arrived to witness the transition, Raphael's arm returned to Elena's waist, providing subtle support that looked casual to observers while offering genuine stability she increasingly needed. "Now will you rest?" he murmured, concern evident in his amber eyes. "Apparently reshaping supernatural society is tiring work," Elena conceded with tired smile. "Who knew?" "Everyone except the person doing it," he replied dryly, guiding her gently toward the mission's private quarters, where Abuela had prepared recovery space. "A pattern I suspect might repeat in coming weeks." Despite her exhaustion, Elena felt unexpected laughter bubble up. "Are you suggesting I might occasionally overextend myself, Alpha Ogetta?" "I would never suggest such a thing," he replied, with mock solemnity betrayed by the warmth in his eyes. "Merely observing that revolutionary leaders sometimes prioritize vision over practical limitations." "Revolutionary leaders," she repeated thoughtfully as they walked slowly through the mission's quiet. "Is that what I've become tonight?" Raphael considered before answering. his natural thoughtfulness one of the qualities she had come to value most deeply. "I think," he finally replied, "you've become exactly what you were always meant to be, Luna del Caribe in truth as well as bloodline, neither more nor less than your authentic self, finally free to manifest without deception or constraint." The simple truth in his assessment touched something deep within Elena. Recognition that transcended titles or accomplishments, to acknowledge the person beneath, not what she could do or provide, but who she fundamentally was. "Thank you," she said softly as they reached the quiet room Abuela had prepared. "Not just for tonight's support, but for seeing me before I fully saw myself." Raphael's expression softened, the composed Alpha briefly giving way to the man beneath as he gently tucked a stray curl behind her ear. "Get some rest," he murmured. "Tomorrow brings new challenges that require your strength and vision." Before he could step away, Elena caught his hand, momentary vulnerability showing through her usual composure. "Stay?" she asked quietly. "Not for just... I don't want to be alone right now." Understanding filled his amber eyes. Recognition that despite her extraordinary power and accomplishment, she remained fundamentally human in her need for connection after transformative experience. Without comment, he followed her into the quiet room, settling beside her on the simple bed with respectful distance that offered comfort without presumption. Elena shifted closer, resting her head against his shoulder with a sigh of bone-deep weariness. "I feel like I've lived 3 lifetimes in one night." "In some ways you have," Raphael replied, his arm coming around her shoulders with gentle firmness that felt like coming home. The waitress who knew nothing of her heritage, the Luna del Caribe discovering her power, and now the revolutionary leader reshaping supernatural society. Quite the evolution for one blood moon. She smiled against his shoulder, eyes already growing heavy as exhaustion claimed her. "And you, where do you fit in this evolution?" Raphael's free hand found hers, fingers intertwining with natural ease that belied how new their connection truly was. "Wherever you want me," he answered simply. Partner, supporter, occasional voice of practical caution when your visionary tendencies need grounding, or just the wolf who thinks you're extraordinary in every incarnation. The unadorned honesty in his voice, no calculation or manipulation, just genuine feeling offered without expectation, touched something deep within Elena's heart. This was what had been missing with Mateo, she realized with sudden clarity. Not just honesty about identity, but authenticity of connection. Being valued for herself rather than what she could provide. "I like all of those options," she murmured, sleep tugging insistently at her consciousness, especially the last one. As exhaustion finally claimed her, Elena felt his steady presence beside her, not dominating or possessing, but simply accompanying. Partnership without hierarchy, strength without submission, support without control. Everything Mateo had promised but never delivered manifested naturally through genuine connection rather than calculated manipulation. Her last conscious thought before sleep claimed her was simple recognition that in finding her true heritage as Luna del Caribe, she had simultaneously discovered what genuine partnership could be. Not traditional alpha claiming, not hierarchical dominance, but balanced connection between equals who chose each other freely. Raphael's lips pressed gently against her forehead as she drifted off, a touch so tender it barely registered in her exhausted state. "Sleep well, me Luna," he whispered, the endearment transformed from possession to reverence in his voice. The blood moon had set, its extraordinary influence complete. But the transformation it had witnessed was just beginning, not just for Miami's supernatural community, but for the woman who had catalyzed that change by embracing her heritage and choosing connection over dominance, cooperation over control, partnership over possession. As dawn's light replaced blood moon's crimson glow, Elena slept peacefully beside the wolf who had stood with her through crisis and transformation, not as follower or leader, but as true partner in every sense that mattered. She didn't know what challenges tomorrow would bring with the regional council or the transition to the new governance structure, but for the first time since her parents' deaths, Elena felt completely certain of who she was and where she belonged, not defined by territory or pack hierarchy, but by the connections she chose and the principles she upheld. And as Raphael's steady heartbeat kept rhythm with her own, their bond pulsing with quiet strength between them, Elena knew with bone-deep certainty that whatever came next, they would face it together, as equals, as partners, as the beginning of something entirely new in the supernatural world. Her revolution had begun. But so had something else, something personal and precious that had nothing to do with politics or power, and everything to do with the quiet miracle of finding someone who saw you completely and chose you anyway. True alpha indeed. Chapter 15. Luna Nueva. The savory aroma of sofrito filled the air as Elena moved through the bustling restaurant, clipboard in hand. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the newly installed windows, bathing the expanded dining area in warm golden light that highlighted the fresh terracotta paint, a nod to the building's Cuban heritage while brightening the space. 1 month since the blood moon ritual had transformed Miami's supernatural community, and changes were manifesting in both obvious and subtle ways. Cafe Mendoza had evolved from a small neighborhood establishment in Little Havana into something far more significant, a neutral ground where supernatural beings could interact without territorial tensions. "Miss Mendoza," called Hector, the general contractor, waving from the doorway connecting to the adjacent building. "We've finished the support beams in the community center, ready for your inspection whenever you have a moment." Elena smiled, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. "I'll be right there," she promised, first stopping to check on an elderly human couple who had been regular customers since her parents' time. As she moved toward the construction area, Elena passed the new hostess station, where Karina, a young wolf from what had been Costa de Oro territory, was seating a mixed group of supernatural beings who would have been territorial rivals just weeks ago. Now they greeted each other with cautious but genuine courtesy. Behind the original restaurant, renovations had already been completed on the kitchen and storage areas, creating disguised spaces that served dual purposes, including a walk-in freezer with a false back that concealed emergency healing supplies. The entire building was being reborn as a community center with meeting rooms, educational spaces, and resources for both human and supernatural residents. Elena stepped through the connecting doorway into what would soon be the community center's main gathering space. Construction dust still lingered in the air, but she could already envision what it would become. A neutral ground where humans gathered for neighborhood meetings unknowingly, alongside supernatural beings conducting their own community business. As Hector guided her through the structural changes, Elena felt a subtle shift in the energy around her, a warm, familiar presence that registered in her awareness before her physical senses could detect it. Raphael. She turned toward the main entrance just as he appeared, his tall frame silhouetted against the afternoon light. He carried a leather portfolio under one arm and moved with that fluid grace that all werewolves possessed, but that seemed particularly striking in him. Several construction workers nodded respectfully as he passed. Not the submissive acknowledgement once given to an alpha, but the natural respect accorded someone who consistently demonstrated both competence and consideration. Elena's heart performed its now familiar flutter at the sight of him. 4 weeks since the blood moon, and still her pulse quickened every time he entered a room. Not merely physical attraction, though that remained potent enough to distract her at inconvenient moments, but deeper recognition of the partnership they continued building between them. "Looks like I'm interrupting important business," Raphael observed as he approached, his amber eyes warming as they met hers. "Just checking structural details," Elena replied, unsuccessfully fighting a smile that seemed determined to appear whenever he was near. "The beams are stronger than originally planned, which gives us more flexibility for the second floor layout." "Perfect timing then," Raphael said, opening the portfolio to reveal detailed architectural renderings. "I've brought the housing development plans for your review before tomorrow's neighborhood association meeting." Hector excused himself tactfully, moving back to supervise his crew while Elena and Raphael spread the plans across a makeshift table. The drawings detailed a thoughtfully designed housing complex that would replace several deteriorating buildings nearby without displacing current residents or destroying the neighborhood's character. "These are remarkable," Elena murmured, studying the careful integration of modern amenities with architectural elements that honored the area's Cuban heritage. private courtyards for supernatural residents who need secure transformation spaces, but designed to look like typical garden features to human eyes. Raphael nodded, pointing to specific details. Each unit includes soundproofing that exceeds standard specifications, beneficial for human residents who value privacy, but essential for supernatural families with heightened hearing or who experience vocal shifts during moon phases. Elena looked up from the plans to study his face, caught once again by the combination of practical problem-solving and genuine care that characterized his approach to leadership. No grandiose displays of dominance or territorial marking, just consistent, thoughtful work that served the community's needs while honoring its diversity. "And former Costa de Oro Development Corporation is funding all of this?" she asked, still sometimes disbelieving the transformation that had occurred in just 4 weeks. Raphael's mouth quirked into that half-smile that never failed to warm her from within. Renamed Horizon Community Development now, with oversight from the Unified Council and day-to-day operations managed by Veronica and her team. His eyes held a hint of justifiable pride. Amazing what redirected resources can accomplish when profit isn't the only consideration. "Mateo must be apoplectic," Elena observed with more satisfaction than was probably charitable. The former alpha was 4 weeks into his year of binding, living entirely as human while his considerable business holdings were restructured under council supervision. According to Veronica, he's focusing his frustration into surprisingly productive channels, Raphael replied. Apparently, even without supernatural advantages, he remains formidably intelligent and strategic. Several of the business efficiency improvements he's proposed actually make sense for long-term sustainability. Elena raised an eyebrow. "You're not suggesting he's reformed?" "Not remotely," Raphael clarified with a soft chuckle. "Just adapting as predators do. But adaptation sometimes creates unexpected benefits for the wider ecosystem." Their conversation was interrupted when the restaurant's front door opened to admit a group of human community leaders, the neighborhood association board members who had been both surprised and delighted when a major corporation suddenly abandoned gentrification plans in favor of preservation-minded development. "There she is," exclaimed Marisol Fuentes, the association president, a diminutive woman in her 60s whose energy belied her age. "The miracle worker of Little Havana." Elena suppressed a smile at Raphael's subtly raised eyebrow. The human community had created their own narrative to explain the dramatic policy shift that Elena, local restaurant owner and neighborhood advocate, had somehow convinced powerful corporate interests to invest in community preservation rather than displacement. "Hardly a miracle," Elena demurred as the association members approached. "Just persistent community organizing and fortunate timing. And remarkable persuasive abilities," added Councilman Rodriguez, extending his hand first to Elena, then to Raphael. "Mr. Ortega, your company's commitment to this development approach is unprecedented. Most firms would have pursued maximum profit regardless of community impact." Raphael accepted the handshake with diplomatic grace, the perfect picture of a socially responsible business leader rather than supernatural alpha managing a transitioning werewolf society. Horizon Community Development recognizes that genuine prosperity requires balanced approach to neighborhood evolution, he replied smoothly. Displacement creates only illusory progress. "Thank you for your patience," Elena announced to the last lingering customers as waitstaff began gentle clearing routines. "Cafe Mendoza will be closing early this evening for a private event. We invite you to return tomorrow for our breakfast service, beginning at 7. The restaurant had maintained its regular business hours throughout the construction, serving as both neighborhood gathering place and increasingly important neutral ground. Tonight, however, the space would transform for its most significant function yet, hosting the first official meeting of the Unified Miami Werewolf Council. As human patrons gathered belongings and departed with friendly farewells, subtle changes began throughout the restaurant. Waitstaff, a carefully balanced mixture of humans and supernatural beings, shifted into well-rehearsed routines. Human employees focused on standard closing procedures before departing, while werewolf staff activated specialized security measures disguised as ordinary cleaning tasks. Diego supervised the transformation with quiet efficiency, directing younger wolves as they rearranged furniture to expose the ornate circular pattern inlaid in the dining room floor. a design that appeared decorative to human eyes, but contained symbolic elements from all 4 supernatural bloodlines in perfect balance. Surrounding this central pattern, they arranged a large round table with 18 chairs. 3 representatives from each former pact territory, plus the Luna del Caribe, Abuela, Elena, and Rafael. Perimeter wards active, Veronica reported as she emerged from checking the building's exterior. Her tailored business attire contrasted with the casual elegance of the restaurant setting. No surveillance detected, supernatural or technological. Elena nodded appreciation. Thank you. The last thing we need is human recording devices capturing tonight's discussions. Or hunter monitoring, Rafael added as he joined them. Intelligence suggests they're regrouping after losing Costa de Oro support, likely confused by our unified approach and trying to determine vulnerabilities. Let them search, Diego commented with a rare smile. Unified defense protocols make previous territorial weaknesses irrelevant. As council members began arriving through various entrances, Alina observed the subtle but significant changes in how they interacted. Wolves who would have maintained careful distance just weeks ago now greeted each other with cautious respect, sometimes even genuine warmth. By 7 o'clock, all 18 representatives had arrived, mingling in small groups around the dining area. Veronica conversed with 2 former Costa de Oro lieutenants who had chosen to remain with the transition process. Yesenia introduced 2 younger Mangler Oscuro representatives to Abuela. Their animated discussion about traditional healing practices bridging generational divides. Ready? Rafael asked quietly, appearing at Elena's side. She nodded, appreciating both his support and his careful respect for her role. Though they functioned as partners in many ways, he never assumed authority or attempted to direct her actions. Trust and respect that continued deepening the connection between them. Elena moved to the round table, taking her place not at the head, there was no head in a truly circular arrangement, but simply as one participant among equals. The others gradually followed, finding seats that naturally distributed former PAC affiliations around the circle rather than clustering in territorial blocks. Welcome to the first official gathering of the Unified Miami Council, Elena began once everyone was seated. 1 month ago, under Blood Moon Witness, we committed to transformation beyond territorial division toward balanced cooperation. Tonight, we formalize that commitment and establish structures to sustain it. She gestured toward the inlaid pattern beneath their circular table. This council chamber stands on neutral ground, marked with symbols from all our bloodlines in equal proportion. Like this pattern, our governance will draw strength from diversity rather than dominance, balance rather than hierarchy. Rafael continued smoothly, their presentation flowing naturally between them without need for formal transitions. The agenda tonight includes updates on transition progress, resource integration protocols, and initial proposals for cross-territorial initiatives. His amber eyes met each representative's gaze with equal respect. Questions are welcome throughout, disagreement expected and valued when offered constructively. The meeting proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Veronica presented a comprehensive overview of Costa de Oro resource transition, financial assets being redirected toward community development, properties repurposed for collective benefit, business holdings restructured with ethical oversight. The investment portfolio alone will sustainably fund supernatural medical facilities and emergency response for all bloodlines, she explained, distributing detailed reports. Previously, these resources served a single PAC's dominance objectives. Redirected toward collective welfare, their impact multiplies significantly. When Yesenia's turn came, the ancient Alpha unfolded fragile parchment documents with careful reverence. The Mangler Oscuro archives preserved historical records others believed lost, she explained, her weathered fingers tracing delicate script. These council formation documents from 1847 show Miami's supernatural community originally governed through balanced representation rather than territorial dominance. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the gathering as she continued. Territorial PAC structure emerged during human development pressures in early 20th century, when resource scarcity drove competition. What most considered natural governance was actually recent adaptation to specific threats. Useful then, limiting now. The documents circulated carefully around the table, tangible evidence supporting Elena's vision of unified governance. Not a revolutionary idea, but a return to original balance. restoration rather than innovation. As formal business concluded, the meeting transitioned to a cultural ceremony that honored diverse traditions within the newly unified community. Musicians from various territories created an impromptu ensemble, blending instruments and rhythms that would never have been combined under territorial separation. Food emerged from the kitchen, Abuela supervising presentation of dishes from all territorial traditions, served family-style around the council table. Not a homogenized mixture, but an intentional combination. Differences preserved within a cooperative framework. As the ceremonial meal concluded and council members organized into smaller conversational groups, Elena and Rafael gradually disengaged from official responsibilities. Diego had matters well in hand, Veronica managed remaining business questions with diplomatic efficiency, and Abuela supervised cultural exchange with evident satisfaction. No one seemed to notice, or at least comment upon, their quiet departure through the restaurant's side entrance. Outside, Miami's evening embraced them with characteristic warmth, humidity softening the transition from air-conditioned interior to tropical night. Rafael offered his hand as they descended the short steps to street level. Not a presumptuous claim, but simple courtesy between equals. Elena accepted the gesture with appreciation for both its practical assistance and the pleasant connection of his fingers intertwined with hers. As they walked away from the restaurant toward the waterfront several blocks distant, Elena felt tension she hadn't fully recognized gradually release from her shoulders. Despite the remarkable progress of the past month, responsibility weighed heavily at times. Expectations from all factions, challenges of genuine transformation, balance between human and supernatural worlds demanding constant attention. "You've been carrying a significant burden," Raphael observed quietly, his thumb tracing gentle circles against her palm as they walked. Not an intrusive assessment, but matter-of-fact recognition, free from judgment or presumption. Elena appreciated his perception without feeling exposed by it. "We all have," she replied honestly. "Transformation requires consistent effort from everyone involved." "True," he acknowledged with a slight inclination of his head. "But not everyone serves as focal point for both supernatural restructuring and human community development simultaneously. Your position bridges worlds in ways uniquely demanding." The simple acknowledgement of her situation, not to criticize or suggest limitation, but simply to recognize reality, touched Elena deeply. Most people either exaggerated her challenges with dramatic sympathy or minimized them with toxic positivity. Raphael consistently met her exactly where she stood, offering neither dramatization nor dismissal, but genuine understanding. "It helps having partners who understand both contexts," she replied, squeezing his hand in silent appreciation. "The burden feels manageable when shared rather than carried alone." His answering smile contained warmth that had nothing to do with the tropical night surrounding them. "Partnership makes most challenges navigable," he agreed, the word carrying weight beyond its surface meaning. They reached the waterfront as twilight deepened into true evening, stars emerging overhead while city lights reflected across Biscayne Bay's dark surface. Elena recognized their location with sudden clarity, the same stretch of shoreline where she had once stood contemplating limited options before Mateo entered her life with false promises and calculated manipulation. How different everything appeared now, though the physical landscape remained unchanged. Same horizon, same water, same distant lights across the bay, but viewed through an entirely transformed perspective that recognized possibility where limitation had once dominated. "You brought us here deliberately," she observed, not a question, but recognition of his thoughtful intention. Raphael nodded, guiding her toward a bench overlooking the water. "You mentioned once that you came here before meeting Mateo, feeling trapped between limited options that offered security without fulfillment or freedom without protection. The fact that he remembered this detail from a casual conversation weeks earlier touched something deep within Elena. Not calculated recall for manipulation purposes, but genuine attention to what mattered to her. Stored away because he valued her experience rather than because it served his purposes. "It seems appropriate to revisit this place," he continued as they settled on the bench, "when those false limitations have been transcended through genuine connection rather than deceptive promise." The simple truth in his observation resonated through Elena's awareness. She had indeed returned to a physical location that represented a pivotal moment in her journey, but with an entirely different inner landscape. Sometimes I can hardly believe how much has changed in such a short time, she admitted, gazing across water that reflected both city lights and emerging stars. Not just supernatural governance or community structure, but my understanding of what's possible when connection replaces dominance as organizing principle. Raphael's expression softened as he studied her profile in the gentle illumination of nearby lamps. You catalyze transformation by embodying its possibility, he observed quietly. Not through power imposed, but connection offered. Not through control demanded, but balance demonstrated. He shifted slightly, reaching into the inner pocket of his jacket to withdraw a small, leather-bound book that appeared well-aged but carefully preserved. I've been researching Luna del Caribe traditions, he explained, his tone carrying a subtle undertone that suggested significance beyond academic interest. Alina's pulse quickened at both his words and the unfamiliar intensity beneath his usually composed expression. What have you discovered? She asked, curiosity mingling with anticipation she couldn't quite identify. Remarkable consistency across generations, he replied, opening the book to reveal handwritten pages in elegant script. Despite persecution and isolation, your bloodline maintained core principles that differentiated Luna del Caribe from territorial pacts. Most significantly regarding mate bonds. The direction of conversation sent unexpected warmth spreading through Elena's chest, despite the neutral academic framing. They had not directly discussed their deepening connection since the blood moon ritual, though the bond between them had strengthened naturally through shared purpose and growing personal affinity. According to historical records, Raphael continued, his voice maintaining a scholarly tone, though his eyes revealed deeper emotion. True mates in Luna del Caribe tradition sealed their bond not through dominance or possession, but mutual promise of freedom and support. Not claiming, but choosing. Not ownership, but partnership. He turned the book toward her, revealing a page that detailed ceremonial elements unlike traditional werewolf mating rituals Elena had heard described throughout her life. No submission displays or dominance assertions, no territorial marking or possession declarations. Instead, mutual exchange of meaningful items, shared naming of stellar witnesses, and balanced energy integration that honored distinct identities within unified connection. My grandmother mentioned something similar. Elena acknowledged, heart racing as implications clarified through historical contexts. She said, Luna del Caribe formed mating bonds through mutual choice rather than hierarchical claiming. I thought it was just family tradition rather than documented practice. Documented across multiple sources, Raphael confirmed, closing the book with careful reverence before meeting her gaze directly, including my grandmother's journal, which records Sombra del Rio traditions remarkably aligned with Luna del Caribe practices despite territorial separation. He set the journal aside, turning toward her with uncharacteristic vulnerability visible beneath his usual composed strength. Elena, he began, her name carrying weight beyond ordinary address. These past weeks working together. Building council governance, integrating community resources, navigating human and supernatural contexts simultaneously have shown me partnership possibilities I never imagined within traditional pack structure. The simple honesty in his words touched something profound within her. Recognition that their connection had developed through genuine compatibility rather than political advantage or supernatural compulsion. Not fated mates driven by instinct beyond choice, but conscious partners choosing connection despite having alternatives. The bond we began during Blood Moon Crisis has strengthened through shared purpose, Raphael continued, his voice deepening with emotion usually kept carefully controlled. Not through dominance asserted or submission expected, but through genuine respect and recognition that transcends territorial thinking. He took her hands gently between his, the contact sending pleasant warmth cascading through Elena's awareness. I'm not asking for traditional claiming or hierarchical bond, he clarified. Understanding her history made such an approach inappropriate regardless of his personal inclination. But would you consider a ritual that honors both our heritages while creating connection based in choice rather than obligation? The question hung between them, significant beyond words yet requiring explicit response rather than assumed agreement. Elena appreciated deeply that despite obvious emotional investment, he framed the invitation as a genuine choice she could accept or decline without negative consequence to their working relationship or community position. "What would this ritual involve?" she asked, voice huskier than intended as emotion tightened her throat. Relief flickered across Raphael's features at a question that suggested consideration rather than rejection. "Elements from both traditions," he explained, tension gradually easing from his shoulders. "Sombra del Rio, custom of exchanging personal items that carry essence of giver. Luna del Caribe, practice of naming stellar witnesses to commitment. Simple ceremony without territorial claiming or dominance assertion. Partnership declared through mutual choice rather than hierarchical bond." The thoughtfulness behind his proposal, research into her bloodline traditions, consideration of her personal history, respect for consent beyond mere formality, moved Elena deeply. This was neither calculated political alliance nor impulsive passion, but deliberate choice based in genuine understanding and appreciation of who she truly was, beyond bloodline heritage or supernatural ability. "I would be honored," she replied softly, certainty growing as she spoke the words. "Not because fate demands or tradition expects, but because I choose connection with you specifically. Not Alpha Ortega or Sombra representative, but Raphael, who sees me as Elena beyond all titles and expectations." Joy transformed his features, amber eyes warming to liquid gold as restraint gave way to genuine emotion. Without words, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a carefully wrapped object that he placed gently in her palm. "My grandmother's journal," he explained, as Elena unwrapped soft cloth to reveal a small leather-bound book, worn smooth with handling across generations. Not a copy, but the original, containing her observations on supernatural governance before territorial division became normalized. Her wisdom guided me when traditional alpha training proved insufficient for genuine leadership. I offer it as symbol of shared vision beyond dominance paradigm. The significance of this gift, not merely a valuable object, but essential guidance he had relied upon throughout his development, touched Elena profoundly. Not a showy display of wealth or power, but sharing of the foundation that had shaped his approach to leadership and community. "Thank you," she whispered, fingers tracing worn leather with appreciation for both the physical object and deeper meaning it represented. "I have something for you as well, though I didn't know until this moment why I've been carrying it with me these past weeks." From within a small pocket sewn into her dress, Elena withdrew her father's watch, a simple timepiece with a distinctive inscription on its back. "My father wore this every day of his life," she explained, placing it carefully in Raphael's palm. "When hunters came the night my parents died, my mother slipped it into my pajama pocket before hiding me. It's survived everything since. Mateo's surveillance, my escape from his estate, the blood moon ritual, connection to my heritage when I didn't understand its significance." Raphael accepted the watch with evident recognition of its profound personal value, his fingers closing around it with gentle reverence rather than possessive claim. "I will honor its history and meaning," he promised quietly, the simple words carrying weight beyond elaborate vows. As he carefully secured the watch to his wrist, Elena felt a subtle shift in energy between them. Not a dramatic, magical surge, but gradual strengthening of connection that had been developing since their first meeting. Not supernatural compulsion, but conscious choice. Partnership formed through genuine recognition rather than dominance hierarchy. "Shall we complete the ritual?" Raphael asked, rising from the bench and extending his hand in invitation rather than command. Elena accepted the gesture, allowing him to guide her toward the shoreline, where water met land in perpetual balance, neither element dominating the other, but each defining itself through contrast with its counterpart. Perfect setting for ritual that honored distinct identities within unified connection. Standing at water's edge beneath star-filled sky, they faced each other with hands joined between them. No elaborate ceremonial trappings or formal witnesses beyond natural elements themselves. Water reflecting sky, air carrying their words, earth supporting their stance, stars witnessing their commitment. Luna del Caribe tradition holds that mates name stellar witnesses to their bond, Elena explained, feeling ancestral knowledge flow naturally through her consciousness. Not distant deities or abstract forces, but specific stars whose light touches the exact moment of commitment, carrying that energy through cosmos for eternity. She turned slightly, orienting herself before indicating a bright star low on eastern horizon. Sirius, brightest star in night sky, witness my choice of partnership without possession, connection without dominance, strength shared rather than imposed. Raphael followed her gaze, then indicated a different constellation rising above the bay. Orion, hunter who learned wisdom through consequence. Witness my commitment to protection without control, support without constraint, partnership that honors independence within connection. Together, they identified a third stellar witness. Venus, shining brilliantly despite technically being a planet rather than a star, tradition adaptable to astronomical reality without losing symbolic significance. Venus, brightest light of evening sky, witness our shared path that maintains distinct identities while creating unified purpose. They spoke in unison, words not rehearsed but emerging naturally through deepening connection. As final words faded into night air, a subtle transformation began around them. Not a dramatic magical surge, but gentle illumination that emerged from within rather than external source. The bond between them, previously visible only during moments of intense emotion or supernatural crisis, manifested as luminous threads of silver-gold energy that spiraled outward from their joined hands. These ethereal strands moved with fluid grace, intertwining without tangling, strengthening each other without constraint. Where Mateo's attempted bonding had felt like hooks penetrating consciousness, this connection flowed like harmonious current, distinct energies dancing together rather than dominating or submitting to each other. The luminous patterns expanded outward, eventually reaching water's surface, where they reflected in perfect mirror image above and below, sky and earth, supernatural and physical united without hierarchy. Not permanent manifestation, but temporary visibility of connection that would continue strengthening through conscious choice rather than magical compulsion. As the light gradually faded back to normal visibility, Elena and Raphael remained with hands joined between them, contact simple yet profound in context of ritual just completed. Not claiming but choosing, not possession but partnership, connection based in mutual recognition rather than dominance hierarchy. I've witnessed many supernatural phenomena, Raphael observed quietly, wonder softening his usually composed features, but nothing quite like that. Luna del Caribe records mention visible manifestation of compatible energies, Elena replied, equally affected by experience they had shared. But I assume poetic metaphor rather than literal description. His thumb traced gentle patterns against her palm, the simple touch sending pleasant warmth cascading through her awareness. Perhaps previous generations understood connection possibilities we're only rediscovering after centuries of dominance-based thinking. Without conscious planning, Elena found herself moving closer, drawn not by supernatural compulsion, but genuine emotional connection that had developed between them. Raphael responded with equal naturalness, one hand rising to gently cup her cheek while maintaining respectful restraint that recognized her agency in determining boundaries. When their lips finally met, the contact carried significance beyond physical pleasure. Connection chosen rather than claimed, intimacy offered rather than demanded, partnership expressed through mutual desire rather than hierarchical expectation. The kiss deepened gradually, neither dominating nor submitting, but responding in balanced exchange that honored both participants equally. The bond between them pulsed with renewed energy, visible briefly as golden silver light that surrounded them before fading back to normal visibility. Not magical compulsion driving behavior, but conscious choice, illuminated by supernatural awareness. Seeing connection possibilities beyond ordinary perception. When they eventually separated, slightly breathless and distinctly affected by both physical and energetic exchange, Elena felt a profound sense of rightness settle through her awareness. Not because fate demanded or tradition expected, but because genuine compatibility had formed between two individuals who recognized each other beyond supernatural roles or community positions. We should probably return to the restaurant, she suggested reluctantly, practical responsibility reasserting despite personal preference for continued privacy. The council meeting will be concluding soon. Raphael nodded, understanding without resentment the multiple responsibilities they both carried within transitioning community. The perils of leadership, he observed with a trace of humor warming his voice. Perpetually balancing personal desires against community needs. Though perhaps that balance becomes easier when shared rather than carried alone, Alina replied, appreciating that he understood without explanation or justification her need to honor commitments beyond their personal connection. He offered his hand once more as they turned back toward the restaurant several blocks distant. Partnership makes most challenges navigable, he repeated his earlier observation, the words carrying deeper significance now that ritual had formalized connection between them. As they walked hand in hand through Miami's vibrant night streets, Elena felt awareness expanding beyond immediate surroundings to encompass wider supernatural community, not through her power imposed or control asserted, but through connection fostered and balance demonstrated. Luna del Caribe purpose fulfilled through cooperation rather than domination. When they reached the restaurant's side entrance, Raphael paused before opening door that would return them to public responsibilities and community position. Whatever challenges tomorrow brings, he said quietly, we face them together, not as Alpha and Luna, but as Raphael and Elena, who have chosen partnership beyond supernatural roles. The simple promise contained no grandiose declarations or territorial claims, yet carried deeper significance than elaborate vows could have conveyed. Not possession but presence, not control but cooperation, not dominance but genuine partnership that honored both participants equally. Together, Elena agreed, the single word carrying weight beyond its brevity. As they re-entered the restaurant where council ceremony was concluding with traditional blessings from each bloodline, Elena felt subtle but significant shift in her perception of both present circumstances and future possibilities. The weight of responsibility remained. Transformation from territorial division to unified governance involved countless practical challenges beyond ceremony, yet that weight now felt differently distributed. Not because Raphael had assumed her burdens or claimed leadership over their shared vision, but because genuine partnership created resilience beyond individual capacity. Not dependency, but interdependence, strength multiplied through connection rather than division. Looking out over the city they were helping transform, Elena embraced both the weight of responsibility and joy of purpose that defined her emerging role. Neither alpha nor subordinate, but something new. Bridge between worlds, traditions, and possibilities that honored diversity while fostering connection. Luna Nueva, she murmured, watching new moon's subtle outline barely visible against night sky. Presence defined by absence, potential rather than fullness, beginning rather than completion. Perfect symbol for transformation still unfolding throughout supernatural community, and within her own understanding of possibilities beyond traditional limitations. Raphael followed her gaze upward, his expression thoughtful as he considered symbolic significance. New beginning rather than final achievement, he observed quietly. Process rather than destination. The insight resonated deeply as Elena contemplated journey still unfolding, for Miami's supernatural community, for her reclaimed bloodline heritage, for partnership newly formalized between them. Not resolution, but evolution. Not ending, but opening toward possibilities previously unclaimed. I can live with that definition, she replied softly, genuine smile warming her features as she turned from window toward community still conversing behind them. Process shared seems far more interesting than destination reached. As she moved back toward council members who would help shape this continuing journey, Elena felt Raphael's presence beside her, not leading or following, but accompanying. Partnership manifested through balanced movement rather than hierarchical positioning. The bond between them hummed with quiet energy, invisible to ordinary perception, but tangible through supernatural awareness that recognized connection beyond physical proximity. Whatever challenges tomorrow brought, and she harbored no illusions that transformation would proceed without resistance or complication, they would navigate them together. Not through dominance asserted or submission expected, but through genuine partnership that honored both distinct identities and unified purpose. Luna Nueva. New moon. Beginning rather than completion, potential rather than fulfillment, opening toward possibilities previously unclaimed. Perfect definition for journey unfolding before them, supernatural community gradually healing fractured connections, bloodline heritage reclaimed through choice rather than obligation, partnership formed through mutual recognition rather than hierarchical bond. As council ceremony concluded, with final blessings from each bloodline tradition, Elena felt certainty settle through her awareness. Not because fate demanded or tradition expected, but because genuine connection had formed between distinct individuals and formerly separated communities. Not perfect harmony or complete transformation, but authentic opening toward balance that served all better than dominance ever could. Epilogue. Waxing crescent. The waxing crescent moon hung like a silver smile in Miami's velvet sky, casting gentle illumination over Café Mendoza's expanded courtyard, where string lights twinkled among tropical foliage. 1 year since the blood moon ritual had transformed Miami's supernatural community, and the changes were evident everywhere Elena looked, not just in governance structures or territorial agreements, but in the relaxed interactions between beings who would have maintained cautious distance just 12 months earlier. "More empanadas, Ms. Mendoza?" asked Miguel, one of the young werewolves who had completed Abuela's culinary apprenticeship program and now worked as sous chef in the thriving restaurant kitchen. Elena smiled, patting her rounded belly with affectionate resignation. "I probably shouldn't, but your guava cheese filling is impossible to resist." She accepted the offering with genuine appreciation, watching as Miguel moved confidently through the mixed crowd of human and supernatural guests celebrating the Neighborhood Preservation Initiative's first anniversary. The restaurant and community center had become exactly what they had envisioned: neutral ground where all Miami residents could gather, most humans blissfully unaware of the supernatural elements seamlessly integrated into the space around them. Tonight's celebration officially commemorated the successful prevention of corporate development that would have displaced longtime residents. Unofficially, it marked 1 year since the Unified Council had begun rebuilding Miami's supernatural community with connection, rather than dominance, as its foundation. Elena moved through the courtyard with unhurried grace, her ceremonial cloak redesigned to accommodate her 7-month pregnancy, flowing around her like liquid moonlight. Conversations paused briefly as she passed, both humans and werewolves offering respectful acknowledgement that had nothing to do with hierarchical submission and everything to do with genuine appreciation for her role in their community's transformation. The little Havana preservation champion herself called Councilman Rodriguez, raising his glass in salute as she approached the table where he sat with other human community leaders. "Your vision for neighborhood development without displacement has become a model for other districts. The mayor's office called yesterday about implementing similar approaches in Overtown." "The credit belongs to everyone who contributed," Elena replied honestly, though she accepted the acknowledgement with a gracious nod. "Especially Horizon Community Development for prioritizing resident welfare alongside necessary modernization. Speaking of which," Marisol Fuentes interjected, her sharp eyes missing nothing despite her 70 years, "your husband's company has certainly redefined corporate responsibility in this city. Who would have imagined Miami developers actually listening to community input?" Elena bit back a smile at the husband designation. Though she and Raphael had formalized their bond through the Star Witness ritual, they had maintained human world ambiguity about their exact relationship status, sometimes using conventional terms for simplicity's sake, other times allowing people to draw their own conclusions. Raphael believes sustainable development requires community partnership rather than imposition, she replied, the simple truth serving both human and supernatural contexts equally well. As conversation shifted toward upcoming neighborhood initiatives, Elena felt familiar awareness prickle along her consciousness. Someone watching her with focused attention beyond ordinary observation. She turned slightly, scanning the crowded courtyard until her gaze landed on a tall figure standing partially shadowed near the entrance. Mateo. 1 year since his binding, exactly as specified in the Blood Moon judgment. His presence wasn't entirely unexpected. The council had received formal notification of his return to Miami after the binding ritual concluded, but seeing him physically present at community celebration carried significance beyond mere attendance. Excusing herself from the human community leaders, Elena moved toward the entrance with measured pace that respected both her pregnant state and the diplomatic significance of this encounter. As she approached, Mateo stepped from shadow into string light illumination, and Elena noted the profound changes evident in his bearing. Physically, he remained much as she remembered. Tall, undeniably handsome, impeccably dressed in tailored clothing that suggested continued financial comfort despite his changed status. But his posture had transformed from dominant alpha entitlement to something more measured and self-contained. His eyes, once golden with supernatural power, had returned to that color after a year of ordinary brown, yet held awareness that hadn't existed before his binding. Eliana, he greeted her, inclining his head with respect that seemed genuine rather than strategic, perhaps the most significant transformation of all. Mateo, she acknowledged, maintaining diplomatic neutrality while projecting neither fear nor animosity. Welcome back to Supernatural Miami. His gaze flickered briefly to her rounded belly before returning to her face with commendable composure. Thank you for permitting my return. The council's conditions are more than fair. The simple acknowledgement, free from manipulation or calculated charm that had once been his primary approach, suggested genuine growth beyond mere tactical adaptation. 1 year living entirely as human, experiencing vulnerability and limitation firsthand rather than theoretical concept, appeared to have accomplished what centuries of werewolf tradition had failed to instill. Your wolf nature has returned fully? Elena asked, noting the subtle indicators of supernatural essence now present in his aura again. Mateo nodded, something like wonder briefly crossing his features. This morning at dawn, exactly 1 year from the binding, the sensation was... He paused, seemingly searching for adequate description. Humbling. Experiencing reunion with essential self after forced separation creates perspective impossible to achieve otherwise. His candid admission, vulnerability displayed without strategic purpose, represented transformation far beyond supernatural status. Before his binding, Mateo Vega would never have acknowledged limitation or revealed genuine emotion without calculated purpose. Now he spoke truth simply because it was truth, not because it served his immediate advantage. The council reports indicate you've been teaching business skills to young werewolves in New York during your transition, Elena observed, genuine curiosity tempering diplomatic caution. Something approaching genuine warmth touched Mateo's expression. A beginning, he acknowledged with slight inclination of his head. Using skills developed through privilege to create opportunity for those traditionally marginalized. Hardly adequate atonement for past actions, but meaningful direction for remaining abilities. Before Elena could respond, Veronica appeared at her side with diplomatic timing that suggested intentional intervention rather than coincidental arrival. The council representatives are gathering for the formal acknowledgement ceremony, she informed Elena, before turning to Mateo with professional courtesy that neither welcomed nor rejected his presence. Your attendance has been noted in official record. The evaluation period begins immediately. Mateo accepted this procedural notification with composed dignity. No hint of the outrage or manipulation that would have characterized his previous response to perceived status limitation. I understand. 3 months supervised reintegration before consideration for limited council participation. The terms are fair. His gaze returned to Elena, something complex moving behind his restored golden eyes. Not possessive interest or calculated assessment, but genuine regret, tinged with reluctant respect. Congratulations, he said simply, glancing briefly toward her pregnancy before meeting her eyes directly, on everything you've built this past year. It's more significant than I would have believed possible. Thank you, Elena replied, accepting the acknowledgement with grace that neither dismissed nor overemphasized its significance. I hope you find meaningful purpose in this new chapter. As Veronica led Mateo toward the administrative processing area, established discreetly within the community center's private offices, Elena felt momentary weight lift from her shoulders. Not because threat had been neutralized, but because genuine transformation appeared possible, even for those most deeply entrenched in dominance paradigms. The binding hadn't broken Mateo's essential self, but had created opportunity for authentic growth beyond hierarchical thinking that had defined his existence since childhood. That went better than expected, observed Diego, materializing beside her with characteristic quiet efficiency once Mateo had departed. No dominance displays or manipulation attempts, almost like dealing with a reasonable person rather than an entitled alpha. A year experiencing human vulnerability can apparently accomplish what centuries of werewolf tradition failed to instill, Elena replied, genuine appreciation for the binding ritual's effectiveness tempering lingering caution about Mateo's fundamental nature. Diego's expression remained skeptically neutral. We'll maintain enhanced monitoring during his evaluation period regardless. Some habits run deeper than conscious intention. Absolutely, Elena agreed without hesitation. Optimism about rehabilitation possibilities didn't require naive trust or abandoned precautions. The Council's 3-month evaluation protocol exists for good reason. As Diego departed to coordinate the security team, ensuring celebration remained trouble-free, Elena turned toward the garden pathway leading behind the restaurant. A small group had already gathered at the pathway entrance. A mixture of human community advocates genuinely interested in urban gardening techniques and supernatural beings equally interested in traditional cultivation methods being revived through unified council initiatives. Welcome to what we call our heritage garden, she began, leading them along the cobblestone path that wound between carefully designed planting beds. Every plant here serves multiple purposes. Culinary applications for the restaurant, educational opportunities for community workshops, and continuation of traditional cultivation techniques that might otherwise be lost to modern convenience. She knelt carefully beside a flowering plant with distinctive silver-edged leaves, her pregnant belly making the movement slightly awkward, though she managed with practiced grace. This is Mexican moon sage, traditionally used for respiratory conditions and minor wound healing. The restaurant incorporates it into several signature dishes for its distinctive flavor, while the community center teaches its medicinal applications in herbal remedy workshops. What she didn't explicitly mention to the mixed audience was that moon sage also provided an essential ingredient in werewolf healing poultices, particularly effective for wounds that resisted supernatural regeneration due to silver exposure or hunter-specific weapons. The dual-purpose cultivation represented physical manifestation of their broader approach to supernatural human coexistence. As the tour continued, Elena felt familiar presence approaching before Raphael physically appeared at the pathway junction ahead. Her bondmate moved with characteristic quiet confidence, acknowledging the tour group with respectful nod before addressing Elena directly. The council representatives have assembled for formal ceremony, he informed her. Would you like me to continue the garden tour while you prepare? The offer, practical assistance without presumption or dominance, represented everything their partnership had cultivated over the past year. Support without control, consideration without ownership, genuine partnership that respected both individual needs and shared responsibility. That would be helpful, Elena agreed with appreciation that extended beyond simple logistics management. I need a few minutes to review the ceremonial elements anyway. As Raphael seamlessly took over the tour, Elena made her way toward the private staircase leading to the restaurant's rooftop terrace, a special space reserved for council ceremonies and personal reflection rather than public access. As she climbed the stairs with careful attention to her altered balance, she felt gentle movement within her belly, their child responding to changed motion with exploratory stretches and kicks that sometimes still startled her despite 7 months' familiarity. The rooftop terrace offered dual perspective, impossible from ground level. Glittering downtown skyline visible in one direction, humble streets of Little Havana spreading in the other. Perfect metaphorical representation of their ongoing work bridging worlds that had previously existed in uneasy separation. Supernatural and human, traditional and contemporary, preservation and progress. Council representatives had already gathered in a semicircle arrangement that replaced traditional hierarchical seating with balanced configuration, where no position dominated others. Yesenia's ancient dignity alongside Veronica's aristocratic composure, Diego's practical efficiency complementing Abuela's traditional wisdom. Representatives from all former territories now functioning as unified governance body despite maintaining distinct bloodline identities. Before we begin formal anniversary acknowledgement, Yesenia announced as Elena joined their circle, the council has received notification from Southeastern Regional Authority confirming official recognition of our governance model. After 1-year observation, they have declared Miami's unified approach successful enough to merit implementation consideration in other territories experiencing similar challenges. Murmurs of approval circulated through gathered representatives. External validation carried significant weight within supernatural community that had maintained careful traditions for centuries. Regional authority acknowledgement meant their experimental approach had demonstrated sufficient success to influence broader supernatural governance beyond Miami's specific context. The formal ceremony proceeded with representatives from each bloodline acknowledging specific contributions to the Unified Council's first-year achievements. Not competition for recognition, but complementary appreciation. Each faction's unique strengths highlighted while connections between them emphasized, rather than minimized. As ceremonial elements concluded and representatives dispersed into informal conversation, Elena moved toward the terrace railing where she could observe celebration continuing in the courtyard below. String lights created constellations among tropical foliage. Music blended traditions from diverse cultures. Conversations flowed across boundaries that would have seemed impenetrable just 1 year earlier. Rafael joined her after a brief conversation with Diego regarding security protocols for Mateo's evaluation period, not hovering or protective positioning, but simply sharing space as equal partners, his presence comfortable without becoming possessive. Mateo's return went smoother than expected, he observed, following her gaze toward the courtyard. Elena nodded, appreciating his direct acknowledgement rather than artificial avoidance of potentially sensitive topic. The binding appears to have accomplished its purpose beyond merely limiting supernatural abilities, genuine perspective shift rather than tactical adaptation. Time will confirm whether transformation persists when advantages return, Rafaela replied, neither cynically dismissive nor naively optimistic, but realistically balanced in his assessment. Though his teaching initiative with younger werewolves suggests authentic redirection rather than merely strategic compliance. They stood in comfortable silence, watching celebration below, Rafael's hand resting lightly against small of her back, contact offering connection without claiming control, support without demanding submission. Their bond hummed with quiet energy, invisible to ordinary perception but tangible through supernatural awareness that recognized connection beyond physical proximity. As she watched the mixed crowd below, wolves who had once been territorial enemies now sharing food and conversation, human community leaders unknowingly interacting with supernatural beings in harmonious exchange, Elena was struck by how far they had come in just 1 year. The regional authority acknowledgement represents significant milestone, Elena observed after several moments. External validation creates opportunity for wider implementation beyond Miami's specific context. Rafael nodded, understanding implications without requiring elaborate explanation. Transformation beyond single territory toward regional reconsideration of governance fundamentals. Exactly what you envisioned during Blood Moon ritual, though perhaps manifesting more rapidly than anticipated. We've been fortunate in timing, Elena acknowledged, honesty tempering satisfaction with their progress. Different circumstances might have generated stronger resistance. His mouth quirked in that half-smile that never failed to warm her from within. Always balanced in your assessment, he observed with affectionate appreciation, neither claiming excessive credit nor diminishing genuine achievement. Elena was about to respond when movement below caught her attention. A small figure navigating through the celebration crowd with determined focus despite obvious nervousness. A young girl, perhaps 9 or 10 years old, her supernatural nature evident to Elena's perceptions despite careful human presentation maintained even at predominantly werewolf gathering. New arrival, Raphael identified, following her gaze with equal recognition. Mia Rodriguez from Puerto Rico, recently orphaned when Hunter Cell targeted her family, arrived through Manglar Oscuro's underground network 3 days ago. Elena felt immediate empathetic connection despite physical distance. Memory of her own childhood loss resonating with this young wolf's current experience. Has she been placed with support family? She asked, practical concern focusing on immediate welfare. Temporarily, with Veronica's cousin, Raphael confirmed. Cultural match with her Puerto Rican heritage, though they're seeking more permanent arrangement with appropriate support for first transformation needs. She's approaching that threshold, according to assessment. As if hearing their discussion, despite impossible distance, the young girl glanced upward, making direct eye contact with Elena across vertical separation between courtyard and rooftop terrace. Something passed between them, recognition beyond ordinary perception, connection that transcended physical proximity or formal introduction. I should speak with her, Elena decided, maternal instinct combining with Luna del Caribe's sensitivity to young wolf approaching critical developmental threshold. Raphael nodded immediate understanding without question or directing suggestion, neither controlling her choices nor artificially deferring to them, but simply respecting her judgment regarding appropriate response to situation they both recognized. When they reached the girl, Elena greeted her gently. Mia, I'm Elena Mendoza. Would you like to see something special in our garden? Relief flooded the girl's expression at being approached directly rather than having to initiate conversation with unfamiliar authority figures. She nodded wordlessly, falling into step beside Elena as they moved toward quieter section of garden, where privacy created safer space for supernatural discussion away from human celebration participants. Raphael maintained thoughtful distance, close enough to provide support if needed, but far enough to allow connection without intimidating presence of unfamiliar adult male. His natural understanding of appropriate boundaries with traumatized child represented everything Elena valued in their partnership. Sensitivity without instruction, consideration without performance, genuine care rather than obligation fulfillment. After a gentle conversation where Elena recognized the child's approaching first transformation, she reached for the pendant at her throat. Crescent moon reforged from the shattered original with metals contributed by all 3 former territorial packs. Simple gesture of comfort rather than planned magical intervention. Yet as her fingers contacted silver gold metal, unexpected warmth pulsed through her palm. When Mia nodded tentative permission, Elena gently placed the pendant against the girl's hand, maintaining contact that created connection between them. Warmth expanded into gentle illumination, not dramatic, magical surge, but subtle glow that emanated from pendant through their connected hands. The light seemed to recognize something within the child, responding to nascent supernatural nature awakening beneath careful human presentation maintained through traumatic circumstances. Simultaneously, Elena felt answering movement within her belly, their unborn child responding to magical activation with energetic flutter beyond ordinary prenatal movement. The pendant's glow shifted slightly, illumination extending to encompass her rounded belly in gentle acknowledgement of Luna del Carbe essence, continuing into next generation. Mia's eyes widened with wonder rather than fear. It's saying hello, the girl whispered, intuitive understanding transcending her limited experience with supernatural phenomena. Like it knows me. Luna del Caribe magic recognizes transformation needs beyond bloodline boundaries, Elena explained. Simple truth conveyed without unnecessary mystification. My mother could sense when wolves approached first change, helping them prepare regardless of pack affiliation or family background. Would you like me to help you prepare for your first transformation? Elena offered, direct question respecting the child's agency despite her youth. Not replacing your family's guidance, but offering additional support during important transition? The look of relief on the girl's face was answer enough. Later that evening, as the ceremonial events concluded, Elena and Raphael stood alone on the rooftop terrace, watching the crescent moon's gentle light bathing Miami's skyline. His arm curved protectively around her waist, his free hand gently resting on her rounded belly where their child occasionally pressed against his palm, as if already recognizing his touch. 1 year ago, I never would have imagined this, Elena murmured, leaning comfortably against his solid warmth. Not just the council's success or community transformation, but, she gestured toward her pregnancy, our family. Raphael's amber eyes glowed with soft intensity as he looked down at her. The greatest transformation isn't in governance systems or territorial agreements, he observed quietly. It's in opportunities now possible that couldn't have existed within dominance structures. Partnerships based in choice rather than obligation, families formed through mutual respect rather than hierarchical claiming. Their child chose that moment to deliver a particularly energetic kick that they both felt, earning a soft laugh from Elena. Already asserting independence, she commented with affection, definitely takes after both parents. Poor Miami, Raphael replied with mock solemnity, though his eyes sparkled with humor. Another stubborn idealist in the making. The supernatural community may never recover. Elena's laughter faded into contemplative smile as she turned slightly to face him, her hands coming to rest on his chest. Do you ever worry that what we've built is too fragile, that old patterns could resurface despite everything we've accomplished? Raphael considered her question with characteristic thoughtfulness rather than dismissive reassurance. Of course, he acknowledged honestly. Centuries of habit don't transform permanently in single year. But we've created foundation beyond individual efforts, genuine community investing in connection rather than division. That resilience transcends any single leader or bloodline. His hand moved to gently cup her cheek, thumb tracing affectionate path along her jawline. Besides, our child will grow in a world where cooperation proves more beneficial than dominance, where partnership demonstrates greater strength than isolation. That lived example creates possibilities beyond what either of us could implement through policy alone. The simple truth in his observation resonated deeply as Elena considered both personal and community journey still unfolding before them. Not conclusion, but continuation, not achievement, but process, transformation still evolving, beyond limitations previously accepted as inevitable. Luna cresciente, she murmured, nodding toward waxing crescent overhead, no longer new moon's subtle outline, but definite illumination growing steadily toward fullness. Crescent moon. No longer merely potential, but actual growth, visible progress rather than theoretical possibility. Raphael's expression softened as he followed her gaze upward. Better metaphor than Nueva, he agreed. Growth evident rather than merely promised, as moonlight bathed them in silver illumination, their bond pulsed with quiet energy. Not dramatic magical surge, but steady connection, growing stronger through conscious choice and consistent support. Raphael's lips found hers in gentle kiss that contained both tender affection and deeper passion, tempered by respect for her pregnant state. When they separated, foreheads touching as they breathed same air, Elena felt profound contentment settle through her awareness. Not because supernatural crisis had been permanently resolved or community transformation completely accomplished, but because partnership created foundation that could weather whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. Whatever comes next, Raphael murmured, arms encircling her with protective tenderness that expected neither submission nor weakness in return. We face it together, not as Alpha and Luna, but as Raphael and Elena who chose each other freely. Together, Elena affirmed, the simple word carrying significance beyond elaborate vows or grandiose declarations. As they turned to rejoin celebration below, Elena felt their child shift once more within her belly, next generation already preparing to enter world, transformed by choices made during blood moon crisis and sustained through consistent effort beyond dramatic moments. Not perfect society or utopian community, but authentic progress toward balance that served all better than dominance ever could. Luna Crescenti, Riqua. Crescent moon. Growth visible rather than merely potential. Progress evident rather than simply promised. Perfect metaphor for journey continuing beyond blood moon crisis toward horizon filled with possibilities previously unclaimed. The end.